Hi, this is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. Holla. Whew. All right. Good Monday morning to you. This is Faith, and you are watching The Faith Factor. I am your humble host, Faith. Let me see. I'm going to play a little music in the background, y'all. Set a little background for this. Turn the music down a little bit because I don't want it to overpower me talking. All right, guys. So the title of this video is A Better Class of Women. And this is going to be part 2 to the video that I did yesterday. I may open up the panel later on. But let's get down to it because I see that my video sparked a little bit of a conversation with some content creators, namely just one. It's basically Bomb Cherry Juice. And shout out to Bomb Cherry. She is actually doing a review of my video on her page. I went and looked at it, but I'm wondering, why is it that Bomb Cherry, every time she does a review of my videos, she doesn't actually come to my channel and review the actual video that I posted? Bomb Cherry will go to everybody else's channel and she'll get she'll go to another person's channel that did a short review, but she won't actually come and look at my actual video. As a matter of fact, she did not watch the video at all. She's actually viewing my video from the short snippets that other people have reviewed. So she doesn't even have a full context of my video to even be reviewing it. And that's what's kind of I'm gonna just be honest. You know, if you're not a content creator, if somebody critiques your video and does a reaction to it, and the person doesn't actually watch the actual video and then do a critique and maybe chop it up here and there in sections themselves, it's kind of disingenuous for them to critique a video they did not actually watch. My video was approximately 4 hours long, so I do understand it's a long video, but if you're going to do a reaction, it's a slap in the face to the content creator when you don't actually react to the actual video. You doing a reaction from somebody else's reaction is actually considered tacky in the YouTube space. So I just want everybody to know that. So she's reacting to a video she didn't watch, and she's reacting to a video based off a reaction video from somebody else's channel. Now, I subscribe to Bomb Cherry. I go in her chat room. I support her channel. I've even gone on her stream once or twice. Put my phone on silent because it'll be people calling me, sure enough, while I'm on here. Right, Kevin C. It's a dishonest and lazy effort and not doing the actual research. Exactly. So Bomb Cherry is now reacting to a reaction that somebody else did of my video and did not actually watch my video. And she's doing a lot of lying. Because see, unlike her, I will go and actually watch her live stream. And I actually watched her live stream, and I'm watching her talk about my talking points. And she's not actually talking about my talking points. She's actually adding to my talking points and putting words in my mouth and outright lying. She didn't watch my video. And see, this is the thing. When I do my videos like I'm doing right now, I actually do what you call a monologue before I open up the panel. And the reason why I do these monologues is because I want to get out everything that I want to say about the topic. So then when I open up the panel, I don't do a whole lot of talking with the panel. You know, I'm more or less moderating when I open the panel up. The panel is for the guests to get on and share what they have to say. I have already said my thoughts and my feelings in my monologue. So if Bomb Cherry was actually interested in sharing my true thoughts and my true feelings, my monologue is at the beginning of every video. But instead, what she's doing is she's going over to her channel and she's getting bits and pieces of what she wants to talk about so that she can bastardize something that I said and turn it into her own. And it's quite irritating, but you know, I don't get angry when people critique my videos. My guy, he's on here, and he has a channel. His name is Reaction Satisfaction, and he was the one that was doing the initial reaction to my video. And like I said, he didn't play it all. Now, what is so intriguing to me, was really intriguing to me about Bomb Cherry, is that she immediately runs to her platform and she tries to paint a picture of me to her audience, saying that I don't love Black women, I'm a hater, and all this other stuff. And I'm thinking to myself, I have supported damn near all the Black women that accuse me of hating on other Black women on this platform. I've supported Uppity Unicorn, Black Woman Sphere, Miss Olivia, Bomb Cherry. I have gone to these women's platform and I have actually participated on these women's panels and been a participant in their chat rooms. I don't go to somebody else's video to watch their critique of whatever it is they said. I go to their actual channel. So I give these women that respect. Bomb Cherry, this is the second time that she has critiqued a video of mine from somebody else's channel. The first time she did it was the Sister George video that I did. And she wanted to critique it off of Atari's summary. And I said, okay, she doesn't want to support my video. And I noticed that she didn't want to give my real video any airplay on her channel at all whatsoever. And mind you, I had been subscribed to her channel. What was really interesting about that whole Sister George situation, again, where she calling me a hater and I don't like women. Well, if I'm a hater, why would I go to your channel? Why would I support you directly? It seems to me like you are more the hater because you don't come directly to my channel to support it. As a matter of fact, you had to make this unnecessary declaration on your channel that you subscribe to my channel. I had been subscribed to her channel. I had been going over and supporting her channel. But okay, so you make a declaration while you're not critiquing my actual video to make it seem as if you supported me when you know you have never supported me. But I have supported you. I am really an advocate of women. So back to Bomb Cherry and her saying that I don't love Black women and I'm a hater. You got to be a special type of hater to go to my man's video and subscribe to him and watch my videos vicariously through a man. You're not supporting me, a woman, but you're watching my videos through my man. Peep how people move. You see, Bomb Cherry is a smooth talker, but you gotta peep how she moves. You support women, but you never play Faith's actual videos. You never go to the real video to critique anything. And then you watch her videos through her man's channel. You subscribe to his channel actually before you subscribe to mine. But you're for women. And mind you, he tells me everything. I knew you were over there immediately. I just didn't say anything. So now we're over at my man's channel where he's, you know, playing a portion of the video and you hop up on the panel. You go and you attack something that he says for like 10 seconds. But then it doesn't take long for you to go immediately after your real target, which is me. Your real target is me. And the first thing that you want to do is you want to spew your rhetoric so that you can throw shade on my channel and my talking points. Faith doesn't really like women. She's not for women, blah, 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 this, that, and the other. However, Faith is supporting your channel and in other women's channels. I'm not watching your channel vicariously through a man's channel. Talk about hating. Who's the real hater? I don't think it's me. But moving right along. So you're hate watching my material through my man's channel that you subscribe to before you subscribe to my channel. And you're calling me a hater of women and a hater in general. Then you're misconstruing the message that I have. The message that I had on A Better Class of Women, the first video, it wasn't just about what a woman wears. Now, a lot of the men that were on my panel, they did focus on what a woman wears, and they gave their thoughts and their opinions about a woman's clothing and their outfits. And like I said, I stated everything that I had to say in my monologue. So at this point, if other people are talking, they're giving their point of view. They're talking in terms of how they feel. Now, during my monologue, I mentioned so many different other things as far as what makes a woman not have a lot of class. And I think I used an example of a friend of mine from my early college days before we, had any careers or anything like that. We're in our early 20s and we're in school. And I told you how she used to go out and get drunk on a regular basis. So toe down drunk that she was peeing on herself and she was going around taking her clothes off, talking about she hot and all this other stuff. And she would put herself in a situation where myself and my other friends were always having to protect and watch over her because she didn't love herself enough to protect herself. And I use this as an example of what self-love is not. I talked about that quite a bit in my monologue, but for some reason, if you go and listen to Bomb Cherry, all you're going to hear her talk about is clothes. That's all you're going to hear her talk about. She's not going to mention nothing about women taking self-accountability for the actions. And that's what I was talking about. I said part of Black woman empowerment is you knowing that certain actions that you put out there will come back to hurt you and harm you. Now, my friend going out here getting drunk night after night to the point where she's falling down, taking her clothes off, and she's in a room full of, who knows what type of characters. And she's putting it on myself and the rest of our friends to constantly watch over and protect her. That is a strain on your friends, your loved ones, and the community when you don't care enough about yourself to look out for your own best interests. Now, I sat there and I laid all that out once again in my monologue, which Bomb Cherry will not play because she will not play my actual video on her channel. She won't do it. And you want to know why she won't do it? Because she projects a lot on other women what she actually is. Now, she projected onto me that I'm a hater, but the mere fact that you will not play my actual video, and it's the second time you did this, tells me that the real hater is you. So, when talking about A Better Class of Women Part 2, I'm talking about when you start talking about correcting bad behavior and really what self-love looks like, Here comes the bottom feeders. They will come rampling down the ramp. And they don't want you to level up yourself. They want you to stay just as you are, because see, if you level up your mindset and your thought process and your thinking, well, then they'll think that you are better than them. And I noticed the language a lot of times that women like Bomb Cherry use with me. I was on Miss Olivia's panel and I simply stated that I'm more conservative. Bomb Cherry took issue with me saying that I'm conservative. And she began to try to clothes shame me. Once again, you have to look at the person's action, because she projects on me what she has done to me herself over and over again. I'm sitting up here talking about the actions of a woman, and she's the one talking about clothes and how a woman looks. So I'm over on Miss Olivia's stream and she brings up my photos on my timeline. And that's the reason why I'm not conservative and I'm not special. And I'm thinking to myself, why is Bomb Cherry insisting upon putting me in a group of women that I don't belong in? Why is she trying to bring me down? And so I began to think about that crabs in a barrel mentality. It's also known as the crab theory. Crabs in a bucket, okay? And it's a way of thinking best described by a phrase that if I can't have it, neither can you. And that's the mentality that women like Bomb Cherry Juice have. And the metaphor is derived from a pattern of behavior noted in crabs when they're trapped in a bucket. And while any one crab could easily escape, its efforts will be undermined by others. And this ensures that the group's collective demise will occur. And as such, the crab mentality shares some features in common with a similar phenomenon of human behavior, and it's called the hater syndrome. So I'm trying to elevate myself above a certain way of thinking, because I'm not saying that I have ever been perfect. I told people on here that I was a single mother. I made mistakes and I tried to course correct my life to be different and have a different mindset so that I can live my life and exhibit self-love, so that I can raise my children properly, and also so that I can carry myself properly. But Bomb Cherry doesn't want me talking about course correcting. Why is that? She did everything she could to tell me, no, you ain't special. You ain't no conservative. We all conservatives, says the woman who goes on Instagram and plays with her vagina. And I try to explain to her the difference between me and her. I'm taking pictures on YouTube of headshots, which is what most women on YouTube have. And I'm an attractive woman. So, I have a nice shape. I look sexy, but I'm not on Instagram playing with my pussy. And you're not going to find any pictures of me on all fours with my ass up in the air wearing a thong. And that is the stark difference. So you can go and see some headshots and a little bit of cleavage all you want. That's about the norm. But what you're not going to see is me talking about I'm on Instagram playing with my pussy. We ain't the same. We not the same. So stop trying to pull me down back into the barrel bucket with you. And so now I get on here and I talk about course correcting because I have had to do that. And yesterday on Reaction Satisfaction's channel, we got into a heated debate. And as soon as she got the opportunity, this is the woman that says she loves Black women. As soon as she got the opportunity, she tried to shame me for being a single mother. Because I told her, I said, I was very candid. I said, yeah, I had a child out of wedlock before I got married. When I married my husband, I had a child already. I got married young. I was in my 20s when I got married, but I had a child. My husband passed away. He had cancer. And so I spent the majority of my time just focusing on my children. I dated here and there, even got engaged. Again, it didn't work out. But what has that got to do, me being a single mother, what has that got to do with anything? Why would Bum Cherry, who claims to love women, bring that up in an argument? It's because she doesn't. And she's been fooling the hell out of everybody. The minute she gets angry with you, she's going to bring up things about you that's going to sound extremely misogynistic and very similar to things that men of the manosphere bring up and say about women. And if you don't believe me, go back and watch Reaction Satisfaction stream. When he opened up the panel, go to the part where he opens up the panel and she's the first one up there. And the first thing she does is she wants to get on my ass. She wants to tell me I'm manosphere and I don't love women. And then you watch how that back and forth unfolds. So, you know, these women are not fooling me. And it is pretty lonely being the person that calls off bullshit. The bullshit artist always gets off scot-free. But the person calling out the bullshit, and I haven't wavered, I've always stood on my square. I'm not going to waver for anybody because I'm not afraid of anybody on here. Now, I spoke a lot about different groups of women coming in and bastardizing movements that were meant to help women. I talked about the Level Up movement as well in that video. And she goes to her platform and she tries to bastardize what I said, even with that. And once again, she's going off of a video that someone else is doing a reaction to, but they did not actually play the whole thing. She still doesn't even have the full context of what I was talking about or what I meant. But I will say this. It's a lot of Black women out here that are going off of this Level Up movement. And I remember when that California rapper, what was her name? Saweetie. She appeared on a Instagram live with her boyfriend. I think it was Quavo. I don't know how you pronounce his name. And she told women that a man isn't worth dating if he's not getting you a Birkin. Okay. Now, before Saweetie, there was Sierra, and there were women like April Mason, and there were women like Crystal and Carrison and Chrissy on YouTube. These are YouTubers. And their rendition of the Level Up movement talked more about, you know, becoming more feminine, you know, exercising your femininity. And it talked a lot about being a softer woman, even about how you dress and how you do your makeup and how you do your hair to be more feminine. It was all about feminizing women, Black women. And I kind of, the information and the advice that April Mason and women like Crystal and Carrison gave, it was good as far as like helping you, with beauty standards and stuff like that. But it lacked a lot of other things that women need to be looking at, as far as like working on our attitudes and ourselves, our inner selves. And that is what Sierra meant initially about leveling up. But Sierra's message did get lost over the years. When I go to that January 18th tweet that Sierra put out, and she was talking about, ladies, level up, try to get yourself together. She was talking about getting your mind together, your mental. And she came back out later and she kind of clarified this. She said, I was once that girl wanting to be loved a certain way, but I was making wrong choices. And that's the same thing that I said. I made wrong choices. And she said, I found myself at my lowest moment. I was a single mom sitting at home, and I then realized that the perfect love I was looking for was how God loves me and how he wants me to be loved and who he was calling me to be as a mom, as a woman. And that's when I realized, married or not married, I need to love myself. That was the original level up message that Sierra put out, but it got bastardized by all the relationship coaches. And that's what I was speaking on. But Bomb Cherry went to her channel and she totally bastardized my message, put her own spin on it, and outright lied and put words in my mouth. So now I'm wondering, is she purposely critiquing my videos and not going to my actual videos on purpose so that she can bastardize my real message? And I come to the conclusion that the answer is yes. Now, even when I did that impromptu interview with Sister George, and later on when Sister George and I would go back and forth with each other, I never once said, oh, Sister George, you're manosphere. Oh, Sister George, you talk like the manosphere men. Oh, Sister George, your thoughts are not your own. You got that from the men. I never did that to her. Because I realized that it's disrespectful to tell another grown woman that her thoughts and her feelings are not her own. But Bomb Cherry continues to do this to me for some reason. And I'm 46 years old and she thinks I'm supposed to just take that. Faith is not manosphere. As a matter of fact, there are a lot of guys in the manosphere that do not like Faith, because Faith was going in on the manosphere. Because my channel is fair and balanced, I went in on both men and women. So my thoughts, my feelings, my perceptions are my own. It does not belong to a man. And I find it highly offensive when she keeps giving my thoughts, my feelings to somebody else. And I think I've said this before when she tried to tell me that my thoughts and my feelings are not my own. Every grown person has their own thoughts and their own feelings and their own reactions. I've been doing this for 10 years. I came on here because of men like Tommy Sotomayor, Angry Man, BGS. I came on here actually combating their messages. And I had been talking to Black women about bettering ourselves and having a different perspective on how we view ourselves and how we view life and how we can teach the next generation not to make the same mistakes that we have made. I used to listen to Kendall St. Charles all the time, and she talked quite a bit at great length about course correcting your life. And Kendall St. Charles would actually sit up and tell Black women that we out of order on a lot of different things that we had been doing. And she spoke out against glorifying single motherhood. She said, you don't have to beat yourself up about it. That's not what I'm saying. And that's not what I've ever said. Actually, I don't get down on women because they're fertile and they found themselves with a child. And I said that on Reaction Satisfaction stream and on this stream. If a woman decides that she wants to have a child and she's financially stable, she has a great support system, but she just has not found a mate, I don't have anything against her wanting to become a mother. Because Black women, not Black women, but women in general, we have a very, very short span that we are fertile. Whereas men can be fertile all the way up until the day they die. But we are the ones that have to worry about that. So if you want to be a mother, you got the means, you have the support group. I don't have anything against that. The only time I come down on a mother, and it's not just a single mother, it could be a married mother, is if you are a horrible mother. That's the only time. All right, I see you guys have started filing in. Let me go ahead and give a shout out to all my early birds. So I see Kevin C is the first person in the chat. What's up, Kevin C? He says it's a dishonest and lazy effort and not doing the actual research. He's saying that in response to Bomb Cherry reviewing a stream off of somebody else's reaction stream. She never reviews my original work, and that is offensive. If you're going to review somebody's stream, don't go to somebody else's channel where they have done a summary of the stream and try to review the whole stream based off of a summary. That is a slap to the in the face of that content creator, and you're being a hater again. Quit hating. Play the original stream. Stop being lazy. Exactly. What's up, Alpha Omega? He says the level up movement was definitely hijacked by prostitutes, basically. Exactly. And I agree wholeheartedly. That's exactly what I said. Demetrius Higash, oh my goodness, I cannot pronounce his last name. Forgive me. Higashikata says internet prostitutes. Black Dahlia says men are tricks. There are plenty of them pretending they have the means to afford a sugar baby, then get mad when she moves on to the next bag. This is true. I have to agree with this. There are some guys out here, they're not mad at women because they can't, they're mad at women because they can't afford the women that they want, basically. At the end of the day, that's what it is. So I do have to agree with that assessment. Reaction Satisfaction in the house. He says, thumb up and share to your YouTube community tabs. Thanks for continuing this conversation and clearing things up. Absolutely. Good morning, Brandy Davis. Tomboy Chronicles in the house. What's up? Diamond Princess. She says, hi, everyone. Hit the like and contribute to the channel. Demetrius, thank you for the $2 super chat. He says, oh, Higashikota. Okay, Higashikata. Okay, Higashikata. I'll remember that. Demetrius Higashikata. All right, but back to my commentary. So that's what Sierra said about leveling up, is basically you getting yourself together mentally so that you're ready for a man. And this is what I have been preaching on this channel for ages. I always tell women, before you even think about marriage or even having children, make sure that you yourself are a whole woman. Give yourself time to be with you. Give yourself time to develop as a woman. And that is originally what Sierra meant by leveling up. But it got hijacked, like I said, by the hookers, the bimbos, and the prostitute. And it was no longer level up. Then you started hearing the term, get the bag. Get the bag, get the bag, get the bag. That's all you started hearing. And then shortly after that, you start hearing talk about sugar babies. And if you think I'm lying, you go back and look at the timeline. Every day, a new guru emerges with these so-called trade secrets for Black women who want to learn to be feminine in order to attract a wealthy man. And it's called a practice called hypergamy. And that is the practice of marrying a spouse of higher social status or the same social status. And you know what? I get it. Okay? But I just fear that a lot of Black women have become so jaded in their pursuit of love that they've settled on the pursuit of money instead. And that is what Reaction Satisfaction was saying. There's a lot of broken heart women out here looking for the bag because that's what they settled for. And I do agree, Black women, we do deserve to level up. We need to level up in every way imaginable. But I'm just wary that the ideas peddled, and I'm talking about these ideas are being peddled out here. Literally, they're charging you for this stuff. These hypergamous hives might be hindering you from leveling up because they're not being completely honest with you about what that entails. So, in my opinion, just in my humble opinion, you can go down these YouTube rabbit holes. You can look at titles like femininity training and how to become high value and what masculine traits to avoid and how to change your hair to be feminine. I'm talking about these are real video titles to where the level up movement started out, okay? And it didn't start out teaching you about educating yourself or bettering yourself by becoming better women from within, like Sierra was trying to tell you. No, the level up movement, the gurus were not teaching that. And see, Bomb Cherry doesn't know what she was talking about because I followed these level up gurus. I listened to Crystal Carey. It wasn't until later that Crystal Carrison came out with Pink Pill for business women. And then you had to pay an exorbitant amount of money to partake in those lessons. So they wasn't trying to, teach you about bettering yourself and getting educated at first. It was all about the superficial. not fixing what's inside, like Sierra was trying to tell everybody in the first place. But her message got bastardized by people like Bum Cherry. Like Bum Cherry's over there on her channel right now, bastardizing my message. Lying. And see, I think it's really dangerous because Black women, we are seeking love in a society that believes that we are better suited for labor and sex. Okay? Think about that for a second. And see, we should be very wary of advice that attempts to solve problems that were created by racism and misogyny by leaning more deeply into racism and misogyny. And that's what the Level Up movement has been doing. It's been telling you that you're not feminine. First of all, the problem I have is with telling women that they need to be more feminine is that there's a presumption that Black women are not feminine. And much of the Level Up literature, it insidiously perpetuates racist antebellum stereotypes that characterize Black womanhood as an antithesis of fragile, respectable, and chaste femininity. And that's a status that was historically reserved for white women, by the way. And so you have a lot of Black women stumbling into the Level Up community, and they're coming in on the heels of heartbreak and romantic disillusionment. That's why they're going over there. That's the reason why they ran over to Kevin Samuels' channel. They're vulnerable. So they're willing to buy into any ideology. And I'm not saying that connecting into your feminine intuition isn't valuable. Okay. I think that femininity and sensuality, all of that can enhance your relationship with yourself and others. Okay. But not femininity glorified in the false circles of man-made, a man-made construct. Okay, and it's designed to distract women from their authentic power. The current view of femininity is misogynistic and man-made. Who told you that you were not feminine? What gave anybody a right to tell you that? I see Black women seeking love in a society that believes that we are better suited for labor and sex. That's how they've always seen us. When we encourage women to conform to a narrow, one-size-fits-all feminine ideal, rather than owning and developing who you are as a woman, we're teaching women to dim the very qualities that makes them interesting and attractive. What makes Faith interesting and attractive is not the same thing that makes someone like Black Dahlia interesting and attractive. Black Dahlia is going to be interesting and attractive in her own way. Can't Hide is going to be interesting and attractive in her own way. So there's no one-size-fits-all cookie cutter idealism for femininity. Every woman has her own brand of femininity. And more significantly, I hate how a lot of these Level Up movement or Level Up coaches, they send the message to Black women that we are not enough. And what that happens is that creates a feeling of fear, guilt, and inadequacy. And that will sabotage your relationships. And it primes you for exploitation. How is this going to help you secure the bag? By handing women even more emotional baggage to carry. So now, if you think you had emotional baggage before, you go in and listen to some of these relationship coaches and they tell you you're not feminine. You got to fit this narrow, one size fit all feminine ideal that's misogynistic and man-made. Well, you just pretty much stumped all over the woman's self-esteem all over again. And this is exactly what people of Kevin Samuels' ilk did to women. So I don't think that a lot of these movements were good for us. And another thing is that the media, social media and the media at large, they push a narrative that the idea that a good man with funds is hard to find. So this fuels a sense of desperation. And now there's a desire to prove yourself worthy of the high value man. So now you're skirmishing. So Black women, we perhaps feel the most pressure by this. Because it's true, we marry less. And that marriage gap coexists with the growing wealth gap. We make 62 cents for every dollar paid to white men. And even though women outnumber men in education, marriage persists as a woman's most likely route to the top 1%. So in that vein, you know, a lot of men like Kevin Samuels, he was right about that. Married women do get to that top 1%. Majority of the time by coupling with men who have an income that surpasses hers or matches hers. "75% of Black women marry before age 35. I married in my 20s. Contrary to popular belief, most Black women do marry young. And while some people want you to believe that a Black woman pursuing higher education and career success hurts her chances at marrying, that could be further from the truth. Statistics actually show that it actually helps. Furthermore, while Black women do outnumber Black men in education, white women outnumber white men in education too. So let that sink in. So I'm just sitting here and I'm going through some talking points and I'm debunking them one by one using the actual facts and figures that you can yourself look up. Something that Bomb Cherry, you know, consistently accuses me of not doing. When I came on here, anybody that knows me, anybody that's familiar with my channel from way back in the day when I was getting 10,000 views per video, I was the first Black woman coming up here chopping up the statistics. I was the first one. I even had an email where I contacted the place that does the statistics. I contacted them just so that I can get accurate information and facts. So that's another slap in the face. And it also shows you how little this woman that seems to want to critique my content so bad knows about me or my content. But she wants you to believe that she loves Black women. But she'll sit up and subscribe to my man's channel and watch my content through his channel. She calls me a hater, but she will not critique my actual video from my channel. She wants to critique my actual video from my man's channel. So she supports my man, but she does not support me. But she loves Black women. She wants to say that she knows all this stuff about me, but she has to sit up on her channel and make up lies and bastardize my message. What's up, BMT? Blue Devil Gee, Master Viper. Oh, Kent Had. Kent Had has been here on my channel since day one. So when she says facts, she's referring to when I used to come in here breaking down the statistics, because I was the only Black female content creator who was not afraid to do that at the time. And that was 10 years ago. We had a lot of Black men beating us over the head with that 70% statistic. Kent Hyde said that's right. Yeah, so the people that have actually been here and that actually know about my actual content and my actual talking points, they know who I am. People that's coming in on the tail end, they're not getting the whole story and don't even want the whole story. But they want to sit up and bastardize and talk like they know the whole story. I remember when I came out and I said something that Kendall St. Charles herself had said when she was telling Black women not to go around here, you know, beating their chests and being proud single mothers. It's not saying that you're supposed to be ashamed of yourself, but you're supposed to be teaching and warning the next generation to course correct from the mistakes that you made. And when I told women how men view them when they have all these children, multiple children by multiples of men, I said they view you as used up wounds. And this is not my feeling, but this is how a lot of them see you. And a lot of women were not ready to hear that. That was too much honesty. That was too much truth. And I got a lot of backlash from that. And I said that being a single mother myself and having told women, hey, I made this mistake and now I understand and I process how men view me. And so I have to know this information, because when I go out here and I'm dating, it's good to know what the vast majority of men are thinking about me. And so I go with this information in mind, and I always remember that this could very well be the case. But the problem with a lot of Black women is that when you talk about turning that mirror around on yourself and being honest with yourself, we don't want to be honest. We don't want to turn the mirror on ourselves. We want someone to tell us some good lies. We want people to tell us what we want to hear. And that's not going to help you grow. And that's what Sierra initially meant by leveling up. If you don't get that lesson first, you're not going to be able to level up. Sierra wears a lot of sexy clothes in her music videos. She dresses sexy for her man, but she's sexy in a very classy way. Sierra is not doing Instagram videos playing with her poom poom. She's not doing it. She's not going to pose in any pictures that's going to compromise her family. And that's what she meant about course correcting and changing the way that she thinks and becoming a better class of woman. And see, when she talked like this, other women came out the woodworks and bastardized her whole message until you don't even recognize the original message anymore. And see, you have the lower echelon of men, even though Sierra has made her choice with Russell Wilson, the lower echelon of men will insist that she wants a future, even though she has clearly made her choice. And that goes back to that crabs in the barrel mentality that I was talking about. And this isn't just with women, but this is also with men. Okay? If I can't have it, neither can you. I'm not going to let you level up your mentality. I'm not going to let you course correct. You just like me, bitch. You ain't special. This is the language of the crabs in the barrel. This is what Bomb Cherry told me on I think it was either Atari or Oracle's channel when I told her I was conservative. You ain't special. You just like me. When you hear people tell you that, when you're trying to course correct and you're trying to do something different with your life, here they come, stampeding in to pull you back down to the bottom with you. And this is what CK reaction satisfaction means about our group constantly racing to the bottom. Any one crab could easily escape, but his efforts are undermined by the others. And this is ensuring the group's collective demise. So you're not going to get a better community until the individuals become a better class of people individually. But if you have individuals in the community that try to pull the others down, that are trying to rise up in their mentality, then that will ensure the group's collective demise. Now I see in the chat, you all are still talking about Sierra and Russell Wilson. That's a sore thumb for a lot of Black men, by the way. That's a sore thumb. How long have Sierra and Russell Wilson been married now? Sierra is not even looking back. Every picture that I see of them, Sierra is smiling, and you can tell when a woman is genuinely happy. There's a glow about her. She is genuinely happy and at peace with that man. Y'all leave that woman alone and let her be happy and at peace with the man that she chose. DMT said they've been married for 9 years. Exactly, can't have. She's smiling from ear to ear. She's happy. Leave that lady alone. Let that woman be happy with the man that she chose. But anyway, what was I talking about? Okay, so as far as the whole level up thing goes, like I said, it got bastardized. Sierra's message was lost because nobody wants to work from within. Inside out is what Sierra was talking about as far as leveling up and wanting more for yourself. Sierra could not want more for herself until she first learned to see herself, like she said, as God sees her and see what God wants for her. Now, I'm not a religious woman, but these are her words, so I'm not going to change her words. But you got to first want good things for yourself. You have to first truly believe that you deserve something better. Sierra looked and she said, I deserve something better than Future. And she began to believe it. And she said, married or not, I deserve better. And she began to change her own personal life, with her first being a woman, single, raising a child by herself. She did that first, before she even met Russell, and she became a whole woman. And so that is the reason why she was able to present herself to a Russell Wilson. This is the reason why Russell Wilson was even attracted to her, because she did not come to him a half human being. She came to him whole and fully healed. That's what Sierra was talking about. So I have spent a lifetime around poor, happily married women and affluent, happily married women. Okay. As far as the affluent, happily married women, these women are not a monolith. Okay. And neither are their spouses. There's no skeleton key formula, but I'll tell you this. There's no magic bullet when it comes to finding love amongst men who are of a higher echelon or a higher class. But there is one common denominator of all these women that got with men who are in the higher echelon. They were dynamic women themselves. Okay? And their life path put them in the same orbit as like-minded men. Did you guys hear me? See, the one thing that all of the women that I knew that married high-value men had in common was that they themselves were dynamic women, and their life path put them in the same orbit as like-minded men. So these women found the best partners while they were living their best lives. They were traveling, they were pursuing their passions, and they expanded their social circle. Ooh, so expanding your social circle, what does that mean? Well, if you are a woman that lives in the hood and you want to find a man that's of a different class that makes a certain level of money, 6 figures or more, If you're in the hood, you're not going to find that there. And 9 times out of 10, this man is looking for a woman that's classy and cultured. So you have to, pursue your life passions. You have to travel. You have to expand out of your social circle in the hood. And that means you can't be hanging around prostitutes. You can't be hanging around cam models. You can't be hanging around those types of women. Now, a man of high value might spend a little money and play, but they're not taking those women serious. And any woman that's in that field telling you that they got taken seriously, they're not being completely honest with you. Now, there are some exceptions, like Melania Trump, but the exceptions are not the rule. Overall, most men who are high value, educated, and have money, they marry money. Money marries money. Education marries education. That is the rule. So you can go and listen to some chick that's, cam modeling and all this other stuff and, sugar babying it up and prostituting. You can listen to them all you want. But the numbers bear out that women who are educated, they're the ones who are most likely to get married. And everybody's angry about that. But it's a fact. So these women, they make smart choices, even when their hearts are on the line. They recognize that having high standards without healthy boundaries is hustling backwards. So you can have all these standards, okay? But if you don't set healthy boundaries, you're hustling backwards, sis. So I'm saying this to say this. There's going to be a lot of people coming at you with their idea of what class is, of what their idea of leveling up is, of getting the bag is, all of that. But the woman that originally did it and was successful at it, her original message wasn't about getting a bag. Her original message wasn't telling you that you're not feminine enough. Her original message was actually telling you to love yourself and look within and know that you deserve better, that you deserve more. So with that, that's my monologue. I think I got out everything that I wanted to say. Let me check my notes here, because I usually try to, give myself a good guide. Okay, and also, as far as being a classy lady goes, I'm going to talk about that just briefly before I offer to open up the panel. Now, while I'm talking about this, I need you all to do me a favor. I'm going to ask you to make up your minds again today. Put 1 in the chat if you want an open panel. Put 2 in the chat if you do not want an open panel. 1 if you want the panel open. 2 if you do not want the panel open. But I wanted to talk about what is considered to be a classy woman. Okay, because we're all on the road to bettering ourselves and course correcting our lives. So what I would say is that this is a woman that displays self-respect, class, appreciation, and etiquette. She doesn't allow her mood to affect her manners. And being a classy lady by no means mean that you ought to be snobby or stuck up, but that you have some sort of sense of dignity about yourself. You have consideration for others, and you do things in moderation. Okay, so your daily actions, it pretty much, you're considering things in moderation. Like I talked earlier about in the other video about the young woman when we were younger, how she used to get toe down drunk. That's not doing things in moderation. Or if you're out here and you're thinking that you can get ahead by sending, risque pictures of yourself out to people. That's not self-love. And then you're doing it over and over again to different people. You're not moderating or even setting standards and boundaries in that regard. Alpha Omega says Sister George and C. Rose set the example realistically, and they are now buying a house. And that's great. I don't have anything against Sister George or Concrete Rose. So if they have set that standard and they're showing women what it is to be classy and to level up, then I say go for it, because they actually diminished a lot of manosphere talking points when they were able to, be past the danger zone of the age of the wall, and they were able to get married, and they were single mamas, and they were able to get married. So when I see women knocking down those barriers and setting those examples and pretty much being the example, whether they want to or not, to other women that it is possible, I cheer that on. I'm not a hater. But what was I saying? Back to what I was talking about. I was talking about the characteristics of a classy lady. And I want to say that that's one thing. A classy lady is not mean to other women. And when I say this, I'm not talking about a woman is being honest with another woman about something that she's doing. Because a lot of people say, oh, she's being mean because she told this woman that, she needs to be careful with sending her news out to people she don't know. That is not being mean. But see, there's a lot of people that have a perception of what is mean and what isn't mean. And I can't stress this enough. Classy woman is not a mean girl. And she actually ignores women who are spiteful to her and goes about her life on her own terms. And that's generally what I like to do. That's why I tell you, I'm not going to get into it with anybody. Not that I can't, and not that I haven't, but I choose not to indulge like that. Because it does something to my peace when I have to deal with a spiteful woman. Also, a classy woman does dress tastefully. And see, I know that this part hurts a lot of women. And like I said, my video yesterday wasn't all about how women dress. Like I said, Bomb Cherry is reviewing Reaction Satisfaction's review of my video. And a lot of stuff that she is projecting onto me have been the thoughts of the people on my panel. But there are other parts of my video where I talked about other things besides how a woman dresses. But like it or not, a classy woman dresses tastefully. And the key here is to dress with dignity. It does not have to cost much So, the cost of the clothes doesn't matter. But it's more important to find clothes that actually fit you right. They're wrinkle-free and it covers, your body. Like I have tops that show a little cleavage. But you're not gonna the dip in the cleavage is not gonna go down so far where if I just raise my armpit, you just a one armpit raise away from seeing my areolas. If that's the case, then it's probably because you're wearing something that don't fit you right. It's too tight, you're restricted, and your girly parts are gonna pop out at any minute. And that is not classy. Another thing is that a classy woman is very well read and she's intelligent. A classy woman speaks confidently. Now, a lot of times when I'm speaking, people will tell me I'm aggressive. Especially men. Men hate when, I would say the lower echelon of men, because my guy, he doesn't hate that I speak confidently. I'm assertive, not aggressive. I talk clearly enough for others to understand me. And I do my best to speak in a refined manner. I'm also very mindful of other people's time. I try my best to be punctual. If I'm running late, I'll try to call or text. A classy woman also has good manners. You're not sitting up burping in people's face, interrupting, that sort of thing. You're not showing up to the family reunion dressed inappropriately. That's not good manners. You're not showing up to the graduation dressed inappropriate. That's not good manners. A classy woman knows this, and she exercises good manners. Also, a classy woman gives authentic compliments. She only gives compliments that she sincerely means. If a woman is insecure, those insecurities are easier to read than we think. That's the reason why I know there are some things that Bum Cherry is insecure about. Just like the other day when she hopped off that panel, when she was trying to shame me about being a single mother. And CK told her, well, because she was asking me, why ain't I married and all this other stuff. And CK interrupted her and said, we're working on it. And it's mighty funny. She got quiet. And then shortly after that, she dropped off the panel. So insecurities are easier to read than we think. And if a woman is threatened by another woman, it will show. A classy woman offers to help others. She's considerate of those around her and will help in any way she can. Doesn't mean that she overextends herself, but if she can extend help, she offers. Also, a classy woman is a woman of her word. She has a respectable reputation based on her consistency of her word. She keeps her promises and obligations. She is known amongst her friends and family as someone who is dependable. If I say that I'm going to do something, I mean it. I always try to keep my word. Also, a classy woman does not pursue a man. She knows her worth, and she knows that she deserves to be pursued. If you feel the need to have to initiate contact, you should know that you are not dealing with a gentleman and you should move on. Also, you should know that you are probably dealing with a man that has not chosen you. Also, a classy woman is dignified. And I know there's going to be a lot of folks that hate me saying this stuff. Now, sure, we get angry, we get upset, everybody does. But the classy people that I've known, they stay calm, even when they're angry and upset. And they respond to the issue and not the person. Remember, I always say, attack the talking point, not the person. That is the dignified way of carrying yourself. If you see a woman that's constantly attacking an individual, she's not a classy woman. She's not attacking that person's thought process, their talking points, or the issue. She's attacking that person. She's not a classy lady. And she's jealous of that woman. A classy woman is also a woman of substance. She is talented and she inspires other women. Other women, not just inspiration to a man, but be an inspiration to other women. A classy woman shows gratitude. She practices having a heart of gratitude when she says thank you for specific actions and generosities, and she gives to those who are in need. A classy woman also her heart. This is very important. A classy woman has her heart and her thoughts. She understands that looks can be deceiving. Expensive clothing does not make up for classy. However, it is her thoughts and her heart that separate her from others. Not your Birkin bag, but your thoughts and your heart. That is what separates you from other women. A classy woman also actively listens, and she's engaging when in conversations. A classy lady seeks the truth, and she does not believe everything that she hears. If you listen to me long enough, you'll always hear me say, I research everything. I don't take anybody's word for it. I will go and I will look up something to get my own edification. And I will defend the truth even when it's not popular. I have a strong sense of right and wrong. And I'm passionate to see people who are oppressed redeemed. And that is also a characteristic of a classy lady. She's a truth seeker. She doesn't just believe everything that she hears. She's able to dissect things and do her own research. Also, a classy lady respects her elders. She calls her elders sir, ma'am. When she addresses a man, it's always Mr. and his last name. When it's a woman, it's always Mrs. or Miss and the last name, until they've been given the green light to use the first name or the nickname. Or you can read the room and you kind of know that, this is the norm. But you do this so as not to offend other people. So, I'm not trying to tell you how you should be, but I'm just sharing my thoughts and letting you know that it is okay to be a classy lady. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, you'll have a lot of women stampeding over. I'm going to throw the link down here. You'll have a lot of women stampeding over and they're angry with you about your message of wanting a better class of women, angry with me in particular about my message of wanting a better class of women, as if there's something wrong with that. They'll come at you as if you're doing something wrong and you're saying something wrong. These are my thoughts. My thoughts do not come from a man. These are my thoughts. These are my opinions. This is how I feel. Tomboy Chronicle says body positivity versus etiquette. I don't know. I mean, I think that women should, be comfortable in the skin that they're in. So even if you're 300 pounds right now, I wouldn't tell a woman not to love herself the way that she is. But if those 300 pounds are making you unhealthy and you know that it's limiting your lifespan, then loving yourself means that you are going to increase your lifespan by doing something about it. Let's see who we got here. Oh, we got BMT. What's up?
Hey,
What's up, BMT?
good message, sis. Good message that you put out, um, and well spoken on breaking down that of what it means to be classy and have some decorum. And I think some people equate that to she's weak or she's timid or she's being trampled over, and that's not true. Because that takes a lot of strength to actually be classy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh
and
yeah.
and I think people look at that like, oh, she ain't say nothing back, like she's being pushed around. No, like I think people are mistaking people who have class as weak or easily pushed around when that literally takes a lot of self discipline and restraint, and and they get such a bad uh name or frame. I've seen women throw shots at women who are are in stable relationship. Oh, she let her man run her. She let her man do this. But I'm like, wait a second. So he's providing for his woman, and she's just listening. There's no disrespect or anything going on. But some people just want to see destruction. They just want to see chaos. Um, I never knew. Listen, I get it. If you like sex and doing what you do, that's your business. However, you're not gonna try to promote that like that's the way to be profession. That's not something that you want to say. Well, this is a profession. It paid my way. Like you do what you do, but you're not gonna try to paint that like the norm. Versus having some type of merit of value on yourself. And when we're talking about accountability, I can appreciate where um, you hold because a classy person holds accountability to like, hey, sis, we don't dress like that. I'm not sure if they ever been to like you ever been to like a party where there's a dress code
Yeah, they
and
they have black parties and white parties, yeah. And they'll tell you that it's either
that,
formal or casual or etc.
now right there, you think they would allow a woman to come there with a see-through clothes? around other women, they stop right
Well,
there.
now it depends on what type of gathering it is, because I've seen
Mhm.
some formal gatherings where a person will, wear some see-through clothing. But if it's not that type of gathering, then they'll pretty much tell you that.
Well,
You
see,
know,
right. I can,
yeah.
and you know what, and you're correct about that, and I have to reassess and look at it that you know what, that this is how you're saying that the times are changing. Where I was seeing at a prom event, the girl was wearing a see-through outfit, and I was on Instagram, everybody was like, that's not something a proper young lady should wear. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Like,
not for a prom. The school wouldn't even allow that.
you know, and the reason why we get at that, and we bring this up, that hey, that we want our people to have self-respect. We want our people to have self-respect. I want good, decent men and women that we can grow intact in healthy relationships and families. You know,
Well, see, the shaming and silencing comes in when, say, for instance, that same girl that's wearing the see-through prom dress, another girl that's not wearing the see-through prom dress says, "Hey, you can't wear that here. That's not the proper attire." Then you'll have men and women pointing at her, shaming her, saying, "You're just jealous. She looked good in that see-through prom dress." But what this girl is doing is she's trying to uphold the standard.
right, right. It, it's no different than if there was a man. If there was a man coming to a, I like to go to events where you got to have a dress code. And I remember one guy, he couldn't get in because he wanted to bust a sag.
Mm-hmm.
Guy at the door said, "You ain't coming in." He said, "Well, I paid $20 to reserve my fee to come in." He said, "Well, here's your money back." Because it's not about the money. We ain't hurting about the money. We want to keep a standard. So if you can't pull up your pants, which I don't know why you have a belt. Why do you have $125 belt, but you don't use it? You know,
But see, that right there, I was having a conversation with Love Wisdom, and I think you and I had this conversation too, as well as CK. And I was talking about how a lot of women, they want protection, but they also want protection while they're out here exhibiting, how can I say, um, ratchet behavior. So I want to be free to partake in my ratchet behavior. And I know that I got protection from the police, the security guard, because you got your security company. I know that they're going to protect me while I'm in the midst of doing my ratchetness. And when I get called out for doing my ratchetness, I want further protection from the community, because I'm going to shame the person for calling me out on doing my ratchetness by saying they're jealous and they're victim shaming. So now they have been successfully silent, and now I can go and continue to drive down the standards of the entire female community. And this is what a lot of these women have successfully done. And I'm ringing the alarm on it because we're just sitting back and letting it happen. Like I said, the level up movement was okay. It was teaching women about, being more feminine and, dressing up and stuff like that. It was nothing about education until later. And I liked the whole idea of them speaking about that, and women, doing things to better themselves in their own life. But slowly but surely, the message got bastardized and turned into get the bag. We don't want love. We just only want the money. Oh, and here's how to be a sugar baby. And if you sound the alarm and you say, hey, I think that the bimbos and the hoes are taking over this movement and they're giving some bad information. If you ring the alarm and try to tell people this, the bimbos and the hoes will crawl out of the woodwork and they will try to stump you down and silence you. And I'm
I-
wondering, how is that empowering to other women to
it's
take advice from bimbos and hoes?
it's not. It's actually backwards. And this is where that protection, like I said, like and y'all and those who see me do my job in my company, listen, I've told many girls when they coming out there half loose, naked, and drunk, hey, listen, maybe you should go inside, drink some water, sober up. You can't tell me what the fuck to do. You got it. Go on.
Well,
Have
just on Reaction Satisfaction's panel yesterday, I asked a simple question. I said, if your son came home and said, "Hey, I'm dating these two women. One is a prostitute, but she's a good woman, great heart. The other one is a nurse, and I like her too. She has a good heart and everything else, but she's not as freaky as the prostitute." As a mother, would you seriously tell your son to be with the prostitute? And out of 3 out of 4 women said, no, I would tell my son to be with the nurse. And the women went on to say, because I'm looking out for my grandchildren. So now, if you know within your heart that your son being with a bimbo or a prostitute would not be good for the future generation, why would you listen to advice from a bimbo or a prostitute?
it. This is where, and I'm gonna tell you right now, Faith. This is where that yes, sis, I agree, sis, sisterhood shit has gotten dangerous because you have to just ride that goddamn burning sleigh of turd all the way down. Rather than just say, I'd rather just jump off and hey, I might break an arm, but I ain't going down like that. When I'm hearing women say, "Don't get in a relationship for love, get in it for the money," I'm like, "Oh, word." But then you get mad when niggas when y'all attracting niggas that literally just see you for a check. You can't
Right.
you
And see, see, BMT, I know that I'm gonna be alone as a woman in
then,
my message. There
then
are
go
few,
alone.
very
You
few,
won't be
yeah,
alone. You will never be alone. You will never be
there
alone.
are very few women that are going to co-sign it because they see themselves in some of these women. I'm gonna be honest with you. If I tell them, hey, the sugar baby is not the way to go, they identify with the sugar baby though. I don't know why and I don't know how, but they do.
It's just like the young boy who identified with the dude who got all the chicks and got to drive the goddamn the truck to work. I mean the truck to school. Like dudes wanted to be that guy, but then after a while we saw that dude was flunking out of school and stupid. But y'all want to be that girl who showed up with the baby fat pants on and dumbass talking points and damn she even crossed the stage. She got to go to night school with 3 kids. Y'all go, oh, don't shame her. Only God can judge her. No, no, we saw where that went. Why y'all trying to make it seem like it's cool? Like this is some nighttime BET baby boy movie or some shit. What's wrong with y'all people? Y'all know these things are destructive and dangerous.
Yeah, they know it. And now shout out to Tomboy Chronicles. She said, I will be here with you, Faith. I appreciate that. Thanks, Tomboy. I appreciate it. But yeah, it's gonna be me and just a few women, rocking this message.
I'll be right back, Faith.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me go ahead and post down here in the comment. I'm going to throw the link out again to anybody that wants to come up. This is just a laid back discussion. So anybody that wants to come up, if you got something that you want to share on the subject matter, feel free to hit the link. But definitely, I'm going to be rocking this boat by myself. And it's lonely, sometimes being the only person that has a voice of reason, because for the longest time, the loudest voices have been the loudest and the most dumbest people, shouting from the rooftops on their platforms and giving out bad information. Now, in the monologue that I just gave today, what bad information did I give out? It's a message about loving yourself. What's up, bro? Speak, D Darrell.
Hey, what's up?
Hey,
What's
what's
going
up,
on?
Faith? How you doing?
Man, I'm out here on the island by myself. Me
Yeah,
and
I hear
Tomboy
I hear
Chronicles.
people. I
Yeah,
heard what's been going on.
yeah. You when you keep it down the middle, yeah, you're gonna be by yourself. That's just the name of the game.
Yeah, but did you have anything that you want to share on the subject matter, bro? Speak.
Yeah, well, that's how people are. They want to they only give half truths and everything, and then they want to say you did this when you really didn't, and it's just kind of weird. But that's how people do on these YouTube streets. If they want to slander you and discredit you, that's what they'll do. They'll take any way they can to do that. So it's sad, but that's life, you know.
God damn, I thought I could have swore I was the first nigga to hit the link, man. Y'all, these niggas beat me up here, dog. What the fuck, man? Hey, so Faith, so Faith, so look, so you and CK, y'all official? This is what you telling me?
Yeah, we been came out weeks ago.
Weeks ago.
Yeah.
So that's all right. So that last time I came up here a few months ago, and I was getting at you, and that nigga kicked me off the panel. It was him who kicked me off the panel. It wasn't you.
You know what? Why
I'm
why are
asking
you constantly going back to that?
because we were fighting over you for a little bit, right? You remember that, like back in
But I
November.
told you it was me. I said it was me.
That wasn't you though, because you came to my chat and
That,
told me that wasn't you. You said, "Boy, that wasn't me."
no, no, no.
So
I told you. I said that was me.
nah, you didn't say that. I said, so Faye, you keep my banner. You like, boy, that wasn't me. Nah, I figured it out. I said, oh, that was old
No,
buddy.
why you this wasn't that like 6 months ago or something?
That was around November. Yeah. Probably October because I came
Why
on. Yeah.
are you still fixated on that? Ain't you been kicked out for other panels?
No. Not by no. I've been kicked off, but not like that. Not when I'm talking and all of a sudden person is keeping me off. I was talking to you and he just kicked me off the panel. That was him. But it makes sense. You've been with this dude, man. God damn, that's been all right, Faye. All right, Faye. I gotta respect that, right? Hmm?
Tomboy Chronicles says she figured it out 7 months ago.
But all right, look. I'm not mad at it, man. Hey, I guess the better man won, huh? Okay, cool. I'm out.
Pyru. All right. I see that I got against weirdo on the panel. What's going on?
Hi, Rue took the words right out of my mouth because I wanted to ask you if you and CK were really married or together.
Yeah.
Wow, that's pretty awesome. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay,
Did
that's
you
all.
did you have anything that you want to say about the topic?
Um, Actually, no. I just wanted to congratulate the new couple. That's about it.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And come again.
Thank you. Have a great one.
All right. Wow. Nobody wants to talk about the topic. They want to talk about my relationship.
Yeah, that's how it is. But as far as like the actual topic about the shaming and stuff, I think that like you said, there are women that want to do what they want to do and still want the protection of the community, especially of men. And I'm like, and when you got people saying, okay, you want this protection, but you have to act a certain way. And the first thing they bring up is, well, predators will grape anybody. Okay, that's true. We know this. But the point of it is that which it's the risk factor that they're trying to convey is that you're at more at risk acting a certain way than you're not. And nobody's going to be one to come to your rescue if you want to just do whatever you want to do. And you're acting in a way that's going to bring unwanted attention. And the other thing that I think some of these women forget is that, yeah, you, we know that some dudes are pervs, some dudes are thinking with their penises, but there are a lot of men who are not thinking with their penis all the time. And they're seeing you act a certain way. They're just not going to deal with you. They might look at you for a bit, but then they're just going to leave you where you are. And then they're not going to be rushing to come to your aid because nobody wants to deal with a drama from a person that's acting all out of pocket and bringing unwanted attention. And same with a guy. I was saying that on my live stream. You got a guy acting a certain way. You want to do, but want to be a thug, steal, and all kinds of stuff. But then when you get hemmed up by the cops, that's when you want to call Black Lives Matter. You want the Brotherhood to come in. No, we're not coming in to protect you if you want to act a fool. We're not doing that. And then you want to shame brothers when they want to tell you the right way to go. You want to shame, oh, you shaming me. Okay, well, all right, fine. Then you just go over there. Same with the women, just go over there. Leave the other women alone. We might need that kind of separation. That doesn't mean that we hate you. That doesn't mean that we're gonna shame disrespect you. I don't believe in that. But at the end of the day, I have to have a separation because if I can't tell the ladies from the women of the night, then we're gonna treat each other. We're gonna treat you the same, and we shouldn't be treating everybody the same. Just like if I can't tell from the decent men from the thugs, then y'all gonna treat us the same, and you should.
Exactly. Exactly. But the thing about it is, it's the onus is on the man to separate himself from the thug
Right.
so that the woman knows that you're different. And that's why I said that's why reaction satisfaction CK always says we need a better class of men. So,
Absolutely.
this is me speaking on a better class of women. You have to distinguish yourself from those women so that the men know that you are not, in that same category. If the men don't know that you're in that same category, they, like you said, they can't tell the difference between you and the streetwalker, then that's a problem.
Yeah. It's and then you want to cry about protection and all that. Well, if I can't differentiate you from the streetwalker from the lady, then I don't know who I should protect, who I shouldn't protect. And like you said, same with the guys. If you can't tell between the thug, the player, and between the good guy, then you don't know who you should give your submission to and all that, who you should be loyal to and all that. Then you'll just be going after the bag. So it's kind of like, yeah, we, like I said, the men got to separate themselves from these thugs and these players and all that. and the women gotta separate themselves from these women who wanna dress however, do whatever. You wanna be a sugar baby, all that kind of stuff. Hey, okay, yeah, you just go over there. Right.
Exactly. And I will say I think that, and now this is where I differ, because a lot of men will say that a woman that's a woman of the night or a prostitute doesn't deserve protection. But like you said, you can't really judge a book by its cover either. So, if you see any person that's in trouble, I think that, they deserve a level of protection. And that's just me, just me personally. But I see Kevin C's over there. What's up, Kevin? Oh, I think you're muted.
Yeah, hey, how you doing? I was just trying to get centered up here. I kind of shifted around in the room. Everybody doing okay today?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
what are your thoughts on the subject matter?
yeah. First of all, appreciate what you do. Excellent commentary. I kind of look at your channel off to the side. I don't really come in too often, but it's kind of a slow day to day. And you actually have a really good topic, and it's very interesting as to what you're talking about. And as it relates to what you're trying to do as far as helping and advising and even critiquing other women to some extent, I'll just say that I understand it's a real serious challenge for you guys because I see the pushback that a lot of the women get. That's probably your biggest challenge on this. You guys got a lot of pushback from the other women, women who just don't want to be a part of anything. They want to do with their own thing and kind of be off to the side and just kind of, I guess, wild out. And then when they get critiqued on that and how it's actually not helping them, but hurting other people, to include the community as a whole, they get, they kind of push back on it. And I see where you guys are trying to help, and it's just a huge challenge for you. It really is. So I kind of feel bad.
It really is. It is because, like I said, whenever you start talking about what's right and you try to give a picture of what right is, there's always somebody from the lower echelon of society that runs up. Like that's the reason why I describe the crabs in the barrel thing, because it's kind of like, if I can't have it, you can't have it either. And so they want to pull you down to their level. I've had women tell me all the time, well, you're a baby mama. Yes, I was. Sierra was a baby mama too. And her initial message for leveling up was she had to change her mentality and how she thought. And that's the reason why she had to turn away from men like Future, because it started with her mentality. But her message got bastardized, and a lot of people monetized her level up message, and they turned it into femininity, courses and, things of that nature. And that never was what she was talking about. What Absolutely. She was talking about was elevating your thought process and, making sure that that you deserve better in life, no matter what it is. But nobody wants to do the first thing, and that is elevate your mind.
You know what? I'll go ahead and say something. I'll make 2 points here. As it relates to all the women's movements, the things that you guys start, whether it's started by white women, black women, it doesn't really matter. I actually like the movements that start off, and because a lot of times it starts off in a way that's supposed to help women and empower women, and actually make it better for everybody. I actually like that. The problem is that it's just like you talked about. Along the way, it takes twists and turns. The wrong people come in, the wrong people start leading it, and they start getting louder voices, and then the whole message gets corrupted, and then it turns into something completely different, to where men are like, that whole body positive movement, that was a good thing, but now it's corrupted. That whole sex positive movement, yeah, it was a good thing if you do it right, but now it's turned into just, you can't check me on nothing. So so it's just very interesting how that happens. I notice that happens a lot. I'm not trying to talk bad about women, because I know this is a women's channel, but at the same time, I just notice that happens more with women's movements versus what the men do. When the men do something, we try to stay pretty stable to it, and if somebody comes in and try to disrupt it, we kick that guy out. Yeah, we do have some offshoots and some branches and stuff like that, and it does get out of control sometimes, but those guys are usually they get punted out real quick, and they have to literally separate and go start their whole movement someplace else, and they have to take that the crap with them. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, oh no, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we try to stay pretty consistent with that. I mean, there's a lot of complaints about the red pill and the manosphere and even the black manosphere, but you know what? The message is relatively consistent, And when dudes come in and try to disrupt it, they get pushed out. And then this is the other thing too, because I know we got single mothers in the chat, and there's we have single mothers and some single fathers, guys who have kids too. And one thing I kind of want to say on that is that there's still always, I always look at it like this. There's still always hope for single mothers to actually, even if you have a kid, sometimes two, you want to try to limit it to one. Absolutely. If you had a kid with somebody, then it is what it is. We're not going to be mad at you about it. We're not going to punish you for it. You don't have to, suffer for it and all the other stuff. But what it is that, guys are looking at coming in and being like, okay, you know what? Yeah, she's got a kid, but she's still a good woman. She's still, feminine and fit. She's in shape. She's very intelligent. She's a very responsible woman, even with her kid. Her and I, we vibe, we have great compatibility, and she's got a great personality. So if the only negative thing, if you want to look at it that way, is that she has a kid, then you know what? Then a guy's more willing to overlook that if all the other areas of a woman's personality, a woman's character, a woman's traits and her behavior literally, don't, set it up to where that doesn't matter as much. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. And I'll tell you something else too. So we know a lot of people get married and we get divorced. When I got, I was married, obviously with my first wife, got divorced, so I had kids. And I literally could only date women with kids. So that's literally what I was seeking out. Now, I tried to limit myself to like one kid. And, there were times when I had accepted a woman with a couple. And at one point, I actually was considering marrying a woman with 4 kids. We were actually talking about marriage, but that's how good she was in the overall scheme of things. The only reason we didn't get married is that she decided she didn't want to do it. She had her 4, I had my 3, and we were like going to get together like the whole Brady Bunch, the Black Brady Bunch, right? And just be in this one big old house and do the whole thing. And it just kind of fizzled out because she just didn't want it. But outside of that, I was married because even with that, I guess you say, high number of kids, one more than I had, she was still a good woman all around, and she still is to this day.
Can I ask you something? Because I want to piggyback off of that, because that's my point as far as class is concerned. Yeah. See, a lot of people think that when I say a better class of women, that that excludes single mothers. You can be a single mother and be a classy woman. So what was some of the traits of this woman that made you really want to be with her and marry her?
Well, so I kind of have this thing where I came up with there's 5 areas that I look at. I look at aesthetics, which is how you look, your intelligence, responsibility, your compatibility with me, and where it is we're going and what we agree on and what we don't agree on. And if it's really high, then I'm good with that. And then your overall personality. So if you meet those 5 criteria, then I'm good with that. And I'll even take 4 out of 5. 4 out of 5 is actually good. With my wife, my current wife, I'm telling you right now, as far as I'm concerned, she's irreplaceable. She hits all 5 categories. Like, she is killing it. And I tell her she should be teaching classes and killing and not so much trying to make money or anything, but just kind of advising women, just kind of helping women out in the family, helping her friends out, the ones who are having trouble. I'm like, look, you do what you did with me, and you kind of explain to these women, hey, look, this is how I snagged this dude. And she had a kid too. Her relationship didn't work out. I wasn't mad about that. The only thing, I'm gonna tell you what the real disqualifier is. You know what the real disqualifier is, Faith?
What is it?
The real disqualifier is this. If the ex-husband or the baby daddy, if you want to call it that, but the ex-husband, basically the guy who's not in the picture anymore, or the ex, whoever he is, if he's a problem, that'll tank the whole show. I'll tell you that right now. My wife and I, we had a conversation about that. And that, as far as I was concerned, would be the only disqualifier, is if her ex and I could not get along. And because I didn't want that guy coming into my house, trying to run my family, doing all stuff. Because I get it. He wants to be involved with his kid's life, right? I'm not trying to take that away from him. I don't want him to stop being a father. But I'm not going to have another dude telling me what it is. It's going to how things going to go in the house that I'm, running, the house that I'm leading, that I'm leading. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And it's up to her to also make sure that she conveys that information to him as well as to the children as well. So if she was the type of woman that set that foundation, then she's an awesome woman. She's an upstanding lady.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's done, my wife, she's done a really good job with that. Our youngest daughter, I just call her my daughter. I don't like saying stepdaughter and all that. I just say my youngest daughter, she graduates, she's going to go to college. And at that point, all of our kids, hers and mine, will be adult age and, eventually out on their own doing their own thing. Mine are already doing their own thing, but the last one, the youngest one, she's tracking, she's straight, and him and I, we've had no issues or problems, nothing major. A few minor bumps in the road because everybody has to get used to each other. But outside of that, I'm telling you, it's all fine. So, and I'll say something else too. I know black men as a whole, we're actually more forgiving in every area. We give women a lot more latitude than all these other groups. That's what I know for a fact. Because when I'm over there in the red pill manosphere and I'm talking to these white dudes, and I don't tell them I'm black or anything. I just, I got my little screen name that has nothing to do with indicating with race. But them dudes, they rail on, women who are overweight, women who don't do this or do that, or women who are sexually promiscuous, women who are, single mothers. Like, they go hard on their women, pretty rough. And
that's what I was saying. Like, white men make their women jump through hoops.
Yeah. You got to even my wife to some extent jokes that, hey, it's hard being married to you sometimes, a little, because I got my little quirks and whatever. But for the most part, across the board, I kind of joke. I say, hey, it's easy being married to me. I mean, you just be you, do what it is you're doing, all the stuff that you were doing when I met you, and she's going to be that way from start to finish, all the way up until the day I eventually, unfortunately, pass away. But that's how I expect her to be. So I want women who have kids to just kind of understand that and understand that. Men are more willing to take a woman with kids. Again, if you do have one, I would try to limit it to one. You got a minimum. The work you have to, the obstacles, right? But if you're one of those women that's, you look good, you're in shape, you're keeping yourself taken care of, you put together well, and you still, even if you can produce another kid or one or two more, kind of like what Sierra did, right? That's how Sierra kind of got over, if you want to call it that. She came in banging. Everybody knows what she looks like. It's not just her celebrity and the fact that she's got some fame and a little bit of talent. She's really beautiful. Okay. So that right there, she was in on the looks. She's very intelligent. She's not an idiot. She's very smart. She's very business savvy. To include, she's very responsible. You can see, where she made some mistakes or whatever. But she was talking about how she fixed it up and said, look, I'm course correcting. And so there goes that responsibility. And then she found somebody who she's very compatible with, kind of like how my wife and I did. And then overall, with that great personality, I'm not really sure how you couldn't still be able to figure out how to get a husband, even if you are a woman with a kid. I would just say if you have 2 or 3 or 4, now dude's going to be looking at you funny. But if you got one, especially men who already been married and divorced and we have our own kids, I'm not going to judge you behind that because I'm bringing my own kids too. See what I'm saying?
Exactly. And you know what? That's what's needed to be heard, because a lot of times you hear a lot of men come in and the first thing they want to do when they hear a woman has a child, just even one child, they want to shame that woman and bring her down a peg. And I think it's usually to lower her self-esteem and get her to lower her values and her standards. So it's real refreshing to hear a man come up and give an honest assessment. So I appreciate it.
Just gotta be with the right dude. I'm not saying I'm the right dude. I'm saying I'm the right dude for my wife. See what I'm saying? So you only need one. Now, Faith, I will say this, and I'll go ahead and get off because I know there's some other guys that need to talk. It's actually kind of surprising. I thought more women would come up on your channel. I'm always looking for the women to come up. I don't want to bum rush your show or anything. But I will say this. Here's what I don't do. If you have a guy who's unmarried or never been married, he's single, childless, I can't direct him towards a woman who already has kids. I can't do that. And if he still wants to do it anyway, then I give him advice on some of the things he's going to run into, what he needs to do, what he needs to be prepared for. If he's like, hey, yo, Kevin, hey man, I really love her though. I mean, she's a really great woman. But I don't push him over there in that direction. But if he wants to go in that direction, then I give him advice on the things that he's going to run into, because a lot of these guys don't really understand who've never been married, who are childless, all the challenges that come with raising a kid. There's some adjustment period. There's a whole stuff that even the kids have to go through in order to get used to you. And I'll tell you, my daughter, she's been with me for about 6 years. So she was already fully developed to the extent that she had a personality and stuff. And boy, getting used to me was kind of hard for her at first. But then now she's like clicking on all cylinders. She's really settled into it. We have a really great relationship. It's all. I'm not saying it's all peaches and roses, but I'm telling you, it's a loving situation. I mean, I love her. And, I look out for her. I do all the stuff I'm supposed to be doing as if, she was my biological daughter. And I don't have any issue with that. So, and no dude can come at me and say, oh, you're a simp for doing that. I'm like, hey, remember, I have kids too. So a woman accepted me with my kids. See how that works?
Exactly. And that goes to show of what class of man you are.
Oh,
I
well,
just
thanks.
want to put that out there because reaction satisfaction always talks about we need a better class of men. And I think that you and people like reaction satisfaction, CK, Dita
Mhm.
Rail, Bro Speak, you guys, I don't know who this is on the panel, but you guys that I know, you are, pretty much the standard for that better class of men. And I'm not saying that you're perfect,
Yeah.
but this is the standard that we need
Yeah.
to be going after.
Well, that's the thing. So we have older people like us, we've done our things. We kind of made some mistakes a little bit earlier in life and we've self-corrected and we've become better people. What we're trying to do is prevent the younger folks from going through that same thing. And if they listen to us, it's crazy because I'll tell my kids, I'm like, man, I'm giving you the answers. I already took the test. I got some of the answers wrong. Now I'm giving you the answers to the test. Just follow my advice and guidance. And, I kind of, I just try to do that with all the younger folks and the guys who will sit down and talk to me. I don't do it too much with the women because my philosophy is this: women should be talking to the women because I can't really advise a woman how to be one. I can just give you some perspective on how men look at you, but I'm really focused on helping young men. And if we do that, I feel if I'm doing my part on that and to that extent, then it's helping everybody all the way around. Because women, what are y'all asking for? Better men, right? Okay, then. Well, I'm looking at these younger men. I'm looking at these dudes who are messing up, and I'm trying to make them better men. Now, those are only the guys who are willing to work with me. The ones who are like, hey, I ain't trying to hear what you got to say. Oh, man, get out of my face. Okay, then. Well, then that's the dude I'm going to tell you to stay away from.
Exactly. Well, thank you so much, Kevin C., for coming up. I see you a lot over there at Information Man. And I think I saw you at the 5 Comics, too. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of pop up here and there. I'm trying to do something. My wife and I, we were talking about something that we were, at least I was trying to do. And then we have a plan for like the next 3 to 5 years as to how we want to develop and where we want to go. And it actually involves, doing something like this. So, yeah, hey, appreciate it. And I'm getting a little bit of, experience and knowledge. And then on top of that, how I can be a better voice for our people. Because you know what? The thing is that we got a lot of external forces pushing against us. But, the way that Black people have always survived in America is actually us working together and just blocking out the noise and just doing what we're supposed to do as a group. And that's why people are frustrated. They're like, you know what? Oh, we've been trying to take them out for 400 plus years. How do they keep winning? Why are they still here? It's because we work together as a group. And if people know that if they break that up, then it's easier to attack us. It's easier to attack the women. It's easier to attack the children. It's easier to kind of get at us. And you got people out here like us fighting against it. So that's what we're trying to do. Oh.
That's right.
All right.
All right,
Thanks,
Kevin C. Thank
right,
you so much for coming up. You too.
I appreciate
All
you.
right, so next I have Mr. D. Durrell on the panel who's been waiting very patiently to speak. So D. Durrell,
Hey, Queen,
what's
how you
up,
doing?
brother? Oh man, I'm up here on the island by myself, me and Tomboy Chronicles.
Yeah, I seen the content that was critiquing you and CK and so forth. I checked that out early this morning, and people are not, I guess, in line with some of the things that you stated and so forth. But my thing is that um, when I look at I guess those that are not in agreement with you, I'm kind of wondering, are they like understand like where our community is and where we're at and why we're last in a lot and almost everything. I mean, it's not like we're functioning and thriving at this level where we're leading in statistics in different areas. That means, and with being a better people, we have to have a better class of women and we have to have a better class of men, because the better class of men and women create a better class of family and children and future generation. That's just like logical. So I don't get the issue with wanting to be better. I mean, don't we all want to be better? I mean,
But that's what I'm saying. There are some people that don't want to be better. Again, going back to that crabs in a barrel. If I can't have it, you can't either. You got some people that's like that. That's what they
yeah,
think. Like
I'm
with Bomb Cherry, like when you heard her, I don't know if you ever heard her talk, but we was over at Sweet Life of Atari. I believe that was her channel. Me and Mrs. Oracle was up there, and I
right,
was telling her that I'm more of a conservative woman, and that bothered her.
right.
And she kept telling me, you're no better than the rest of us, And I was wondering why she was using this language and why she want to drag me down to a lower standard.
Well, yeah, I mean, I saw the content and so forth, and I understand the position that she took and so forth. I think, in my opinion, um, I like Bomb personality. I don't agree with everything she says and certain things, but I do like her personality. I like her content. But in this particular situation, I'm more in line with what you're saying in regards to having a better class of women, because the thing about it is that the black community needs a better class of women. Just like I would be the first in line to say we definitely need. There's definitely a shortage of good black men. I'd be the first to raise my hand. I would never get up here and act like we
Right.
gotta
And
just.
you don't feel threatened. You don't feel like that taking anything away from you.
You said what?
I said, and you don't feel threatened by that, and you don't feel as if that's taking anything away from you as a man to say that.
No, of course not. Definitely, because I know what I'm doing, and I can speak for myself. And I mean, my thing is this: the biggest problem is you got people who's speaking on what should be done, and they don't have the life experiences nor the success to be talking on stuff that they shouldn't be doing. Like you can go into almost any um platform, and you see a bunch of single people talking about marriage. And then a married person to get up there and talk about marriage, and they'll try to gaslight you like you don't know what you're talking about, and you're a person living in. You're the only person on the panel that had a successful relationship, but they trying to tell you about not the ills of the ins and outs in the day to day of marriage, and they ain't never had a long term relationship before. And so that's the problem. Like you said, there's the people who talk the loudest. You know, these people that are wrong. They talk the loudest, and you know they're the ones squeaking. They're the squeakiest wheel, and that's what people tend to gravitate and draw to. But my thing is
And
that
also they're the loudest and the most dysfunctional. Like
yeah,
there's a lot of dysfunctional people out here trying to give advice. And when you take advice from a dysfunctional person that has a dysfunctional situation, they can only show you how to have the same situation they have. So whatever situation they got, that's what you're gonna have.
right. I'm gonna have this. I gotta ask this. I'm gonna ask you this question, Faith. Like when we're talking about, because you brought up a thing about people as far as, and I guess when they're talking about a better class of woman, they're looking at how you're living, the lifestyle you're living, and when you talk about things like sex workers and prostitutes and stuff like that, right? So
Right.
why are we not talking about the end result or the long term consequences? Because our women are not equal in what it's that, I mean, as far as your creation of being created equal, but there's different levels to that based on what you bring to the table and what you have achieved, what you're working on, how you carry yourself, your value systems. Everybody is not on an equal playing field. It's just
Well,
not,
see,
and that
the
goes for
reason
men too.
the reason why I don't really delve into that because there's a lot that I want to say on the subject.
You should say it.
But
You should
here's
say
the
it.
thing. I have to tread lightly, Peter Rail, because you already see the upturn of the backlash that I'm getting already
But
just for
you're gonna get
mentioning sex
backlash
workers and
anyway.
prostitutes.
You're gonna get backlash anyway. So why not just they speak in their mind? Who's jailing? Who's basically closing in, departmentalizing what they can say or not say? You have the right to speak your opinion, just like anybody else. All they can do is agree to disagree. I mean, so my thing is, whatever you feel like you want to do content on, do it, because I feel like it needs to be heard. And if you have an alternative viewpoint, let everybody that listens make their opinion on that. Everybody, we can pick and choose whether or not we agree or disagree. But our women are not on the same playing field. They're
No,
not.
they're not. They're absolutely not. That's what I was saying earlier. Like you can't sit at the same table being a woman of class and you're carrying yourself in a way that you respect yourself. But then here comes the hooker, the prostitute, the sex worker, and she doesn't have any type of boundaries or respect for herself at all whatsoever. And she wants to be put in the same class as a woman that does have respect for herself. She wants to convince you that even though she's partaking in doing these things, that this is self-love. Like a lot of women will say, I love my body. That's the reason why I'm gonna show it off. I'm gonna show every nook, every cranny. You'll hear that and they'll package that as self-love to other women. But what it really is you're screaming for attention and you're going about doing it in the wrong way. And
And
I
you
have
attracting the wrong kind of man also.
Yes, yes. But if
You
you
know.
say that, you're going to get the backlash of being jealous. Like Bum Cherry could not wait to go to her channel and say I was a hater.
Well,
That's the narrative. So
right.
you can't, you know,
Yeah, yeah, I get that. My thing is this, man. When it comes to that, and I think that's a problem in our community. The black community excuses a lot of dysfunction. That's just like saying the dope dealer, the pimp, they ain't no better than the lawyer or the doctor or the engineer or the real estate agent, or that we're all on the same plane. No, we're not. I mean, that's a differentiation of that, and it should be. And we can't allow the people who engage in these type of behaviors to put them on a level that they don't deserve. That's actually keeping the community at a low level. Black men are
exactly.
not marrying prostitutes and Instagram models, and these people are not getting married. Matter of fact, when you really look in the lives of a lot of these women that do sex work, a lot of these women have issues. They had bad childhood. They've been products of sexual abuse. I mean, there's a lot of things that are not stated, and a lot of these women that engage long term in those type of vice, they end up dying alone, broke, without family, and things like that, and they regret, and they live with a lot of regret for the stuff that they did in their 20s and 30s. That's the real story of women that do that.
Right. And that's the same thing that I was trying to tell Bomb Cherry and I think it was Atari on CK's channel yesterday. I've used Kim Kardashian as an example. I don't know if you heard the story about how her 8-year-old son stumbled across that video that her and Ray J did,
Right.
and she was going nuts, to the point where she was like, going back and forth, with Kanye, just pretty much panicking, wanting to know what she could do about it to, stop it from happening because she didn't want her children to be affected by something that she did so long ago.
Well, but see that's the consequences of your behavior. You did it to
Exactly.
make money. You did it to put your name out there, and then now you're reaping. You have to deal with the consequences. You see how things go full circle. She was not thinking long term. She was speaking now. Now, did she capitalize and make a lot of money and all that different stuff? She became a social media reality star slash business. Yes, she did. But there are consequences to that, and now you
Exactly.
don't want to deal with
And
the
and
consequences.
and see what Bomb Cherry was saying, she was trying to say that her kids, wasn't really affected by that, and that she, somehow prepped them and told them about it. I mean, how much prepping can you give an 8-year-old?
uh, kids would be affected by seeing their parent participating in pornographic stuff. Not only that, Kim Kardashian did all kind of. Remember, she posed half-ass naked or something on a right before I forgot it was a music uh it was some type of music festival that they had, and she damn near posted naked on Instagram or Twitter or something. Man, Kim Kardashian has did a host of things that is embarrassing as a child. Why do you think a lot of these children of famous people, they grow up screwed up? Look what happened to Anna Nicole Smith's son. Growing up, seeing all the stuff that he ended up killing himself because he had to deal with the fact his mom was doing all of this different stuff, and kids were teasing him, and they every time he having he trying to interact with people, they bringing up his mom. I mean, that stuff affects children.
It does. Absolutely. I agree.
Yeah.
But let me go ahead and move on to TB in the upper right hand corner there. What's up, TB? I see that you're new to the channel.
Oh, it's me, Faith, the Tomboy Chronicles.
Oh, Tomboy Chronicles.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you just fine.
I just
What's
didn't
up,
feel like.
sis?
Hi, I just want to say first of all, you are not alone on the island. I am the coconut in the tree. Somebody else is the sand on the beach.
I know that's right. So
I
what do
just
you
wanted
have
to
to
give you
say?
guys homage for you. I want to give you guys homage, especially for you and CK. I don't. You guys just don't know. I'm trying not to cry. Ooh, I better not cry. I'm so emotional. I'm so sorry.
No, take your time. Take your time.
Trying not to cry.
But did you want me to give you a minute, TB? You want me to give you a minute?
I'm okay.
I'm
I'm
gonna give
okay. I
TB
just want.
a minute, okay? I'm gonna give you a minute, TB, okay? But take your time, okay?
Okay.
Hold on. Um, okay, so bro, speak. What's up?
Yeah. Not much I could say. I mean, it's just I think again, people want to do what they want to do, and they don't want to be shamed for it. And I can understand you don't want to be disrespected for your actions, but at the same time, you can't expect, like I said again, you can't expect to be sitting at the table with the ladies if you're doing stuff that's going to cause problems for them, and that, like I said, it has to be a separation. That doesn't mean that you hate them. That doesn't mean you can't learn certain things. But like I was saying on my live stream, ultimately, sugar babies, sex workers, hoes, sluts. Not trying to use that language, but a lot of them are expendable, just like the thugs, the hustlers, the drug dealers, and all that. A lot of them are expendable, and you don't want to be a person that it's expendable because, like the sugar baby, for example, yeah, you can get another sugar daddy at any time, but guess what? He can replace you as well. You're literally no different than a cell phone. We replace our cell phones every 1 to 2, 3 years. So if I can just pay and get you for a couple of $100, $1,000, whatever, if that's all I have to do is just to pay you some money and you be with me, how valuable are you? I could just go get a better version next week. And then now
That's the same thing that CK was saying. He was saying that if a man can pay for you,
Mhm.
you really don't have any value beyond that. And I think that went over a lot of women's head because a lot of women think that all they have to do is be pretty.
Right. That's it. And because they think like all these men are the same way. Well, if I just be pretty, all I have to do is show him a little cooch and he'll just fall all over me. No, that's not the case. They'll pay for it. Yeah, they'll enjoy you for a little bit, but when it's really time to invest in you, to give you the real protection and provision that you say that you want, he's not going to do that because you have shown that you're not loyal. You're nothing more than a cheap thrill. And I think kind of women don't get that. And then what also is saddening that they take protection and provision for granted. You know, they just boil it down to just money. Money is great, don't get me wrong, but money can't protect you from everything. You know, and I think that women tend to forget about that protection piece, and they take it for granted, and probably because they never seen it, or just they just never had it. They had to depend on themselves. So it's just that's what it is, and I think that a lot of women don't know what it like CK was saying. They don't know what protection is, and they don't know how to use it effectively. And part of that protection is self protection. And you know, I don't think a lot of women understand self protection enough.
Um, somebody is in the back by the name of Kinder, but your stuff isn't working, so it's not letting me add you. Okay. Well, I appreciate that, bro. Speaking, you're absolutely right. CK does do a lot of talk about protection, and part of the protection is self-protecting. A man will tell a woman, under his leadership, this is what I feel you can do. Like, I think this is what BMT was saying yesterday when he was trying to tell the young lady that he was dating that she needs to tell her daughters to cover, themselves up, when he's coming over there. And for that matter, her brother even told her that she needs to, tell her girls to, make sure that they're presentable when any man comes to the house, And that is a layer of protection, even though nobody should be, violating these girls, no matter what they have on, but it's a layer of protection and also teaching them self-love and to basically care about themselves when people come over, that you're not just laying all around the house, not looking presentable when company come over, period. I was taught that when I was a little girl, so um I had that self-love, right off the bat, because I knew that I wasn't going to be, dress inappropriately, period, when any type of company come over, whether it be male, female, or whatever. And I'm that way even to this day. Like Mahogany Ruth said, if the pizza guy shows up at the door and I was butt naked in the apartment, I'm gonna get up and I'm gonna put on some clothes just to answer the door for the pizza guy. Being at home and being comfortable is one thing, but when company comes over, you're supposed to be presentable. But I want to check in. I want to check in on Tomboy Chronicles real quick. TB, TB, are you there? TB?
Baby.
Okay, I guess. Okay, I
Okay.
hear you
I'm
now.
sorry. I'm here. I said I've been trying to I've been trying I've been trying to tell you and CK this for many months and I couldn't get it out because I keep crying. So clearly I'm a crybaby. I want to give you guys your homage, including D Durrell and Bomb Cherry. For one, I want to say to both you and CK that your work is not in vain. Um, you don't know how much your content means to me, and it's like, especially it's like the convictions or the correction of a father and a mother, or the conviction of the message to the point where you can't even sleep without hearing the echo of something that was said on a panel or a show, to the point where it has caused me to change personal things in my life and course correct in my personal life. For Bomb Cherry, she's a creative personality, but what she doesn't know is that years ago, it probably was about 3, 4 years ago, she saved my life from an attempt. And I don't know how I stumbled on her channel, and she just made me laugh and made me not feel alone. And even though I don't agree with everything that she does, like the creators in this space, everybody's bringing something different, and people want the best for the community as a whole. And someone named Kevin C was up there earlier saying the point that I was making in the chat, that the body positivity versus etiquette, and it's getting masked with the ratchetness. The unetiquette is being masked with the terms of body positivity. And when I grew up, because I'm only 34, when I grew up in the 90s, there was women's groups from elementary school all the way to high school, like etiquette classes that was free in public schools, mentorship programs, how to eat, how to have poise, how to how to control yourself as a little girl growing up into a woman. And I don't think a lot of schools have that nowadays, because the teachers, it was like that era of teachers have died out or whatnot. But I also wanted to say, like, feminine is not like the clothing. It's not wearing pink, because I always hated the color pink, but that's just personal. Um, I also wanted to say that I like the points that some of the panelists brought up about single motherhood. And I think the whole movement with Kevin Samuels and the Manosphere, it actually helped move some bad people away from single mothers, versus someone who would have just masked to be a good person, and then be put, have the children put around a certain person or whatnot. And when I used to have a channel, I used to talk about how they wanted single motherhood to be like a scarlet letter, like a felony that a person has to carry with them for the rest of their life. And then that felony cancels out your personality, your character, your attributes, and who you really are, including the child. You could have an awesome child, you could be an awesome person, but you get canceled out simply for being a single mother. And I just want to say thank you for everything that you guys do, and the time that you guys have taken out to help me behind the scenes and everything.
Hold on a second. I appreciate it. Hold on a
Hey,
second. Let me,
I'm here. I'm here. I was just
no,
cooking.
no, no. Hold on. Let me just finish up with Tomboy
Okay.
Chronicles first.
Noted.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me go ahead and mute you because there's a little bit of sound coming in. Oh, TV, that was beautiful. And I'm sorry, I have to put my banner up because there's somebody on here that I haven't seen before. So I always put my banner up when it's a new person. But I am so grateful and gracious that you came here and shared that with us. And also, grateful and gracious that you even gave a shout out to Bomb Cherry. And, in spite of the fact that she and I are not in a good space right now, I appreciate any woman that can inspire other women. And I'm glad that I could also inspire you as well. And just knowing that my work isn't in vain. I guess I can speak for CK too. He isn't here right now, but he's out there working hard. We love hearing these type of testimonies that we were able to actually reach someone. So when someone is brave enough to come up and give their testimony, it inspires me to keep going. And I am so moved right now. I'm almost like in tears myself. Oh my God. I just want to say I'm so grateful for you coming up here and sharing this with me. And being vulnerable enough, to say that, we need all the voices in the space and that we're not a monolith. And I just want to say, girl, I love you. I love you so much. You just don't know how right now. You're just my
Thank you.
shero.
Thank you. I'm trying not to cry and cry at myself. Thank you.
No, thank you. And I mean that. I appreciate you for coming up here and sharing this with us. And Dita Rail, did you want to say something? Because she also included you as well. Dita Rail, are you still there? Uh-oh. Well, I guess Dita Rail has taken a little break. But I'm going to go ahead and move the conversation over. I have a guest, Kinder. Are you there? Hello? Kinder? What's going on? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, but I don't know about everybody else.
Oh, wow. Oh, well, I don't know what's going on, but okay. Kinder, if you're there, unmute your mic so we can hear you. Okay, well, I'm going to just drop Kinder down. Dita Rail, are you there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was just listening.
Yeah, I was saying, did you want to say anything? Because Tomboy Chronicles also mentioned you as well.
Yeah, I think it was. I just wanted to tell her. I think that it was courageous for you to kind of talk about your experience and the positives of some of the content creators and how they've influenced you and so forth, and things like that. So I think that's good to that shows strength to be able to talk about some experiences like that and so on. So as as content creators, we don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, like Faith said. We're going to have differences and so forth, but see, Faith, that kind of sees you never know how your content resonates with people. There's people from all over. You never know how the positive effect you have on what you're doing. That's why I say whatever you feel in your convictions to say and do, just put it out there, because you never know how that's going to affect or influence someone in a positive light.
Yeah, I guess so. I guess I'll probably be more courageous. I be trying my best to be delicate with people and just kind of handle things with kid gloves, because I know that people get so offended so easily. So, I think I'll probably be a little bit more courageous myself in sharing my point of view. But I see Miss Womansphere is here.
Yeah, I also wanted to come up and talk to D Real because I've been shouting him out in my videos lately, mentioning his name because I feel like it's a lot of heavy topics that's been talked about lately. And he's the only professional in the space for therapy. And a lot of people have been drowning him out, whether you agree with him or not, or the stance or whatever. Because me and D Darrell don't get along all the time. That's just real. But I do respect his professionalism and his education and his position on certain topics. And I feel like he should not be disrespected in that way. We are talking about some very significant issues lately: child abuse, self diagnosing, all of these things. And here is the professional, and nobody wants to listen. It's just, it's really disrespectful, actually. Because if you got somebody right in your face that can educate you and they educate you for free, he ain't got to do this. Just show some love, show some respect, have a real conversation. And I've been shouting him out in my videos lately. And so don't be surprised if I share some of your videos, D Darrell.
I appreciate
Um,
that.
yeah, because we ain't always got along, but I
Right?
would
Yeah.
never.
Somebody mad at me about you right now.
Yeah, that's how people are. But it's like the professionalism is needed. Like we need, professionalism. And I was saying, there are a lot of black women. A lot of us don't feel like we need leaders, but there are a lot of black women that are going to follow black men and listen to what they say. And if you can listen to D Darrell over Taz, I will be thankful. Okay.
I know that's right. You ain't said nothing but a word on that one, for real.
Seriously. So yeah, I'm thankful for you with the autism subject, as
Right.
well as the child abuse subject. And I know it's risky for professionals to give their opinion in certain areas because they can't diagnose online. So I
Right.
understand that it's risky. So we do appreciate what little, scruples you do give us, because a lot of us is just running our mouth, and the narcissism turn needs to be did away with. And we all up here running, she's a narcissist, he's a narcissist, and there's a whole therapist in the space that's not saying a word, and y'all ain't even asking for his opinion. That's the crazy part.
Well, no, they're going to argue with him. They're going to tell him that they know better than he does. I've
Right.
actually had women come up here and challenge D. Darrell and tell him that they have more credentials than he does. And that to me is an ultimate slap in the face to anybody that has his credentials and his experience. Um,
Do
I don't
you
know.
remember when he said, Faith, I think it was on Miss Olivia's channel, he said he had over 400 cases, I think it was, of
Right.
dissecting and diagnosing child abuse in certain situations. And I was just like, okay, that's what really catapulted me into promoting D. Darrell, because I was like, okay, this topic, because I don't do well with, I don't know if there's a difference between being mentally challenged and being mentally ill. But
When we're talking about mentally challenged, you're talking about, we don't like to use the term mental retardation. We kind of like
mhm,
to use, like, we have intellectual deficits or intellectual deficit disorder. But when you talk about mentally challenged, we're talking about more like mental retardation. Like you're
yeah,
born
Mm.
genetically with a lower IQ, along with maybe like Down syndrome and things of that sort. That's what they mean.
okay. Because
Yeah.
I get confused on it. And I don't do well because I have a very like tragic experience of when I first got on YouTube. I dealt with a woman that was suicidal and kept me up at night, all hours of the night, threatening to harm herself over the cyberbullying she was receiving on YouTube.
Right.
And it really put me in a traumatic situation because I'm not a professional, y'all. I'm just up here like y'all. I'm not D Darrell. I'm not a therapist. I don't know how to deal with that. And it almost felt like emotional abuse towards me, because when I chose to just pray about it and leave it alone because I didn't know how to handle it, and I
Mm-hmm.
referred her to some therapists in her city. I even offered to pay for it, and instead she chose to bash me and say that I was fake and phony and didn't want to be her friend. But it was really
Wow.
because I could not handle the situation emotionally. It was too much. I'm not a therapist. It's too that stuff. I can't deal with that.
Yeah, that's a
Right.
lot.
And it's not your responsibility to either.
Right.
Yeah, so
I
I
would
really
encourage you
appreciate you, D.
in
Darrell.
those situations, uh, you know, refer them to whatever therapist. Or there's also there's a national crisis hotline. Every
Mhm,
state should have their own crisis hotline, or they should call 911. And that, to me, or and also, I would also say, in case somebody did do something, if you're communicating with them by email, I would email or text them the proof that you tried to send them help, just in case something did happen, and they would try to get information on your interaction with them, so you'll have
mhm.
proof that you gave them alternatives to dealing with the issue. So it's not like you didn't try to help them. You have a paper trail to show that you actually gave them alternatives. They chose not to listen to that.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
that's what I really just want to say is that I appreciate your professionalism. I know that These people on here, like it would be like Faith getting up talking about truck driving. Somebody gonna come up here and tell them how they driving a Toyota Corolla and they know more than Faith. So it's just, I mean, it's at this point, it's like, please just listen to the professionals, y'all. People who know what they talking about and learn. Why are we so afraid to learn or take accountability or responsibility for anything? Why?
That's true, and that's what
That
I'm
is
talking
true.
about. And as far as going back to the topic of black, a better class of women, what do you think about this subject matter?
I think a better class of woman, because what I'm thinking is what you're saying is the differentiations of social and peer groups. What I'm saying about a better class of woman is this, because this is what I learned, because throughout all this stuff that I'm going through on my channel right now, what I've learned is a better class of woman is a woman, Faith, that takes responsibility and accountability. And I am learning that women don't want to do that. They don't. It has been a knuckle dragger. So the better woman to me is this, the woman that is willing to fall on her own sword, no matter if she's wrong or right. Like you cannot you can't sit and not take constructive criticism and consider yourself to be a good woman. You can't. How are you supposed to grow? So the better class of woman to me is the woman that's willing to grow. And a lot of women, they don't want to listen to us. They don't want to listen to other women. They want to listen to men, and they need to just say that instead of instead of acting as if they're a part of some affiliation or allegiance. Because the better class of woman is the woman that stands there in front of you, flawed and all, and is willing to accept the change and the growth if needed. You may not need it in all other areas. You may need it in just how you assess things, how you operate, how you judge people, how you deal with people. You may need it in just that area. You may not need it as a so-called level up. We got the level up channels. You may not need it in that area as far as when it pertains to your self-care and your beauty, but you may need it when it comes to who you are socially. How are you affecting people in your social peer groups? How are you responding to constructive criticism? Can anybody tell you anything, or can you just shut everything out and never grow? That's the better class of woman to me, the woman that takes accountability and responsibility for her actions, even if it's embarrassing.
Yes.
Mm,
Thank you. That's
that was
all
well
I've
said.
been saying. Whoa, girl, you lit it on fire. Peter Rail, she lit it on fire.
Yeah, that was well said. I can't say nothing against that.
In a
That was
nutshell.
you couldn't have put that any better. I mean,
Because
uh,
I'm embarrassed right now. I'm embarrassed on YouTube right now for everything that I'm doing to prove a point and show what things are. But I'm still taking accountability. I'm still falling on my own sword. I'm still saying what I chose to affiliate myself with. I'm still doing it. Do you think that's not embarrassing? It's very embarrassing. It's very embarrassing. But guess what comes with embarrassment? Growth.
right?
You're absolutely right. Now, yesterday I was over there at Reaction Satisfaction, and thank you so much for giving him a shout out from us there, because his channel is growing. And a lot of people, I think you sent to quite a few people by sharing to your live stream. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. But I was over there, and Bomb Cherry is right now doing a review of the live stream that I did yesterday, A Better Class of Woman, the part one. And she's doing the same thing she did with the other live stream that I did with Sister George. She's not actually using my live stream. And
Wow. So taking
I'm
your
beginning
content, right?
yeah, I'm beginning to think that that's a little hateration right there. Now she accused me of hating black women, not supporting black women, and being this hater. But how big of a hater can you be to critique my stuff from my man channel? And see, I've been peeped this for a long time. I supported Bomb Cherry's channel. Go on her chat. I support your channel. I support a lot of black women.
Mm-hmm.
I would never ever critique anything from your channel from somebody else's channel.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't do you that injustice.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
my
think
thing
that
is, mhm,
I think that sharing you and Commendable K, um, first of all, you guys are doing great. Y'all work very well together. That's you guys are a good team. I like Commendable K's edits. Is straight to the point. It breaks everything down. So that's a beautiful thing. And I don't know what it is with Bomb. Bomb is I don't know what to say about that lady. Like I
bomb
said,
is being a bomb right now.
yeah,
She's doing
Bomb.
some bomb shit.
Yes, yes. It's like you can't. It's like even when I tried to get her, like I said, the accountability thing of to tie it all into the topic of your video. The better woman is the woman that just stands true in what she is. Bomb has never done that. Bomb has never done that. I've been watching Bomb for 5 years. And Bomb has always navigated, manipulated, went around the topic, just did everything possible to not just say I was wrong. I've never heard her say it. So you're not going to get that from her because she feels threatened by you. Um, I've received a lot of hate lately, and I think this is what it is for me and women like you and like Mahogany, even Mahogany. It's the women that are really just, I hate to say it, but trash. Because it ain't about what you got. It's who you are at the heart and core and essence of who you are. And to not ever just stand firm in your womanhood. We never get to see that part of you. That's weird to me. And you've done it. I've seen Mahogany do it. So the better class of woman is that. And what we are witnessing with Bomb is a woman that is intimidated by the lady. And you know what, Faith, it would be beautiful if you could do content on the lady because there is a problem with women against the lady. The
I
lady
see
is,
that now.
yes.
Because, and let me not cut you off, but did you notice? I don't know if you saw Sweet Life of Atari when I was up there and I was
Mm-hmm,
saying that to Bomb that I'm conservative and that
mm-hmm,
bothered her.
yeah,
And I'm like, why would me being conservative bother you? And she was like,
yeah,
oh, you're no better. You're this and that. And then she talked about people shaming women. She went to my community tab and tried to shame me for these pictures on my community tab. And
yeah.
my pictures are kind of mild.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, what
I
the
don't think
hell
you
is
do
she?
yourself enough justice though, because girl, you was fine. I don't know what you be thinking of Faith, but girl, you be looking good in them pictures, okay?
But yeah, but why would she
Mhm.
try to use those pictures to shame me? Like the stuff that she accuses me of doing, she does herself.
She's a hog right now. She's going to use those pictures to shame you. That's why I said it's a tactic that women that are hyena-ish want to use against women that are conservative, that are ladies. JV gets it all the time. I was breaking that down to her. I said either y'all gonna do it or I'm gonna do it. I don't know who gonna break it down, but the lady theory needs to be broken down because ladies are being attacked just for not being wild and aggressive. I was attacked because I didn't want to argue with Nyla on Bomb's channel. Everybody called me weak, and I said I have a platform that I've built. I would talk to her from over there. I was friends with the girl for 3 years. I tried to talk. Y'all don't think I tried to talk to her? As confrontational as I am? Come on. So there
Yeah, but
is,
you know what? But you're practicing what they call course correction. So
yep.
you're actually taking yourself and you're going in a different direction. And what I noticed about Bum when she told me I was no better, and then she tried to pull me down to her level and say
Mm-hmm.
that my pictures was on the same level as her being on all fours with a thong up her ass. And I'm like, I don't have nothing like that on my page.
Nothing. You look like a lady in every photo. You just look like a beautiful lady. So I'm telling you, that's her problem with Mahogany. That's her issue with Mahogany. She got the same issue she got with you is the same issue she got with Mahogany.
Right, but I don't have an issue with her. Like I knew what she was. She said what she was. I thought she was proud of who she was. I didn't
Nope.
know that if I came being myself, that I would be attacked for being myself. So now I'm not free to be me.
She didn't like me because of my level of liberation. And a lot of women don't like me for my level of liberation. Hell, a lot of men don't like me for my level of liberation. They think
I
I'm too
love you
free.
for your
I,
level of liberation because it's a whole different conversation. And
mhm,
whereas I don't agree with everything,
mhm,
there are a lot of things that I do agree with, and I admire about your level of being sovereign, or if I'm
mhm.
pronouncing that correctly.
Sovereign, yes. Sovereign. Yep.
Right, because the whole concept of sovereignty, I got that from you.
Yep. She don't she got mad at me. She's mad at you. She's mad at Mahogany. She's mad at me that I held her accountable for her support of abusers. And I didn't say anything too wrong. I said it straight up to her. But like I said, a woman that does not ever want to take accountability, you can't say anything to her. When I started telling people Taz was worse than Kevin Samuels any day, they cringed. They were like, "What do you mean?" I'm like, "Well, he said you was average at best. Taz doxed you and your mammy. What do you? Which one do you want? Hmm? Do you want you and your mammy doxed? Or do you want somebody just saying you average at best? Do you want a man with 11 domestic violence charges? Or do you just want somebody saying you're average at best? He's
No,
worse.
I don't want
Mm.
either. But if I was chose to forced to pick,
It's like
right.
women couldn't even agree with me on that. And Bomb is that type of woman. So you not going to be able to make sense out of her faith. She is mad at your conservative nature. She's mad that you are well composed. She's mad that you know how to present a video like a bullet PowerPoint presentation. And she just gets up there in her robe with her nips damn near out. So listen, you aren't going to receive this woman literally has an issue with you for just being you. You ain't gonna be able to figure it out. It ain't nothing that you did. Trust me, nothing.
Well,
Might as
you know
well just
what?
keep on doing your
I'm
content,
just
child.
gonna keep doing my thing and just be
Yep,
like, hey, to hell with that.
yep.
Because
That's why I said you.
I tried to figure it out. Because like I said, well, I did a video called the F you button, the fuck you button. Because
Mm,
I totally like just block bomb. I was like, man, I don't know. She ain't feeling me. I ain't feeling her. Fuck her.
mm.
And I went on to do my thing. But then she subscribed to my guy's channel and she was watching my videos vicariously through his edits. And I'm like, how you gonna watch my stuff vicariously through his stuff? And you claim you love women and you support women, but Bomb never supported me. She never supported me. So you only support the women that are like you? Is that what this is?
I've
Women
never
say,
actually seen her support anybody, to be honest. I've seen her talk to people on her panels, but like share videos and support. No, I've never seen Bomb do that.
no,
Bomb don't like
I
women.
have
You don't
never.
y'all I don't know if you know, you've been in this space for a while, but I don't know if you know how Bomb showed up here. But Bomb don't like women. Bomb took on a new role lately, maybe the past 3 years. Bomb don't like women. She don't. That's all a facade, baby. I'm telling you
Well,
that right now.
I'm starting to see that because I subscribed to her channel and I supported her channel. Even sent her a few super chats. I never got any support from her whatsoever. And then, but she goes and subscribes to my man channel, a man's channel, before she subscribed to man. Then she makes a big announcement on her channel. Oh, I subscribed to you, and she didn't know that I knew that she already subscribed to my man's channel first before she subscribed to me. So I don't know. I mean, the
I
woman
think it's
love,
a level.
I'm not feeling it.
It's not there. That's why you're not feeling it. I'm telling you, like I know so much about Bomb. Bomb is she's not a woman's woman. She's not. She's not. She ran a channel with a white man against a black woman for years. A homeless black woman on top of that, and berated and stalked and harassed her for years. She's not ever going to be on your side ever, ever, ever. If she's made a decision to not like you, she'll fake it. If I go to Bomb's channel right now, come up there, she'd be like, "But I like you. What's the problem, woman sphere?" Bomb can't
Yeah,
stand
I
me.
noticed that with you and her. Like it's a love-hate relationship back and
Yeah,
forth.
I
And
just
I'm like,
tolerate her, but Bomb can't stand me. Bomb can't stand me, and it's a lot of women she can't stand. That's just her behavior. That's just you ain't gonna come to no resolution with her. She's a lot like Danini. They it's a reason why they were so close for so long. So
wow.
it's like it's she yeah, you ain't gonna be able to make sense out of that because it's really you just being conservative. And if Commendable K is attached to you, what she's going to do is try to get at him. Because I'm gonna tell you the truth, even though I rocked and rolled and roasted on Sister George, I don't believe none of that stuff Bomb said about Sister George. I have been watching Bomb live for 5 years straight,
But that's
which
what
is
I was
why
saying. Like
yep.
initially with that thumbnail that she posted, I was like, oh, she just fishing. And she
Mhm.
got mad at me because I said she was fishing, but I know fishing when I see it.
Yes. That's why when I came up on your panel, didn't I come up supporting Sister George
Yes, you did.
on
And Sister
defending her
George didn't know
husband?
that you were in her corner because I was like, oh,
Right.
here comes
Oh,
woman
I
still
had her
got the
back.
support.
Yep, because I know Bomb, and Bomb likes to intercede in on people's relationships, especially men and women. And Bomb has been after Curlin for a while. She has called him handsome on so many videos. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't get how a married woman can sit up and talk about ratting another married woman's husband's face. I heard her say
What?
on her live stream,
Are you serious?
yeah, that she would rag Curlin's face. I'm like, ain't you married?
I mean, it's just ridiculous, D. Darrell. Like, I done heard her on several panels. Like, Curlin is handsome. Like, way before any of
Yeah,
this
now
happened.
I've
So,
heard her say that. I've heard her say that.
yes. So I knew she was just fucking with Sister George because of Curlin. Y'all don't even know Bomb started on this YouTube platform as a swinger. She used to brag about having swing parties with her husband. The only reason why she fell out with Sansa Ray is because she wanted to be a swinger with Sansa Ray. Like y'all don't, man, this lady is off the chain, man.
And she got a nerve to take issue with me talking about we need a better class of woman. She the reason why we need a better class of woman.
I'm telling you. That's why I said that just even mentioning her ties into the conversation of a better class of woman. Because it's like, even if you is a swinger, girl, stay with the swingers. Everybody not swingers. Faith ain't no swinger. Stop looking at Faith thighs, Bomb, because that's probably why you attacking her. Telling you, that's probably what it is, Faith. Keep them thighs locked down, child.
Girl, no, but
This is wild.
To
I'm
Sansa
just
Ray,
like,
literally, I have messages of Bomb trying to swing with Sansa Ray. And Sansa Ray was like, no, I only did that one time because I was into this guy. And she was like, well, me and my husband do it. She got it's several videos of Bomb bragging about her and her husband renting out whole hotel floors to swing. She said they would be running naked from hotel room to hotel room. I kid you
but
not.
that's the thing. I don't care. You know what? If that's what her and her husband do, that's what they do. And I tried to throw a bone last night on Reaction Satisfaction channel. I said, look, I said my uncle dated a woman, and I didn't even know until I got to be a grown woman that she was a hooker because she carried herself with so much class. You wouldn't even know that she did that stuff. But I said, some of these women, y'all don't have an off switch.
Yeah, that's what
Bum
I'm
don't have an
saying.
off switch.
No, she turned it off in the past couple of years. She don't talk about that stuff no more. She used to be very bold about everything. Her phone sex work, her cam
Wait a
modeling.
minute. This is her tone down? It
Yes,
must have been even worse.
it was on 1,000.
Yeah,
It was on a
she did a
thousand.
lot of sex talk. The freaky was it Freaky Friday or the stuff
Yeah,
she used to.
Freaky Friday.
Yeah, she
Hmm.
used to do all kind. I mean that's how I learned about her through the sex talk stuff. You know.
Yeah, it's just this is toned down, bomb. This is I'm gonna clean it up, and that's why she be up there with that voice like, "Hey, leak, leak." Um, I'm trying to. Bomb is a chameleon. She's a chameleon, baby.
But
You
and I
ain't
don't
even got to
have a
worry about it.
problem with a woman trying to course correct, but
No, she ain't course
don't
correcting.
talk about me, and me telling young women to course correct and other women to course correct. If she's in the process of doing that, I say more power to her. I'm not a hater.
But see, when we first, I'm gonna say, I think I know what the change was. My own personal opinion. I may be wrong, but when I first met Bomb, she talked to me several times about being unhappy in her marriage and wanting to leave. But this was 5 years ago. Okay. And this woman has been married for a very long time. So I don't even judge her for that because I think people that have been married that long, they kind of go through highs and lows and stuff like that. But she would say she wasted her youth. She is regretful that she never really got to, get out there and do the things she wanted to do. And then when she had that grandbaby, she settled a bit more. So that could be the reason, just to show her a little bit of grace. That could be the reason why she's less as hyper vigilant as she was when I first met her. Because when I first met her, she went hard on women. I mean, hard on women, and she would have panels of men up on her panel. They had private discourse where they would discuss the women online. They would attack. It was really bad. But now I noticed when she had her grandbaby, she settled a little bit. So and she's a little bit more happier in her marriage. But she wasn't happy in her marriage when I met her. She wasn't.
And you know what? Sometimes you get a little dissettled. I mean, that happens.
That's a long
That's the reason.
marriage.
Yeah, that's the reason why they tell you got to find a way to rekindle the fire, or sometimes it's you got to figure out, what your goals and aspirations are outside of your
Yeah,
marriage.
yeah. Yep, that's true. Because that's why I try not to even really judge people in marriages that long. Because I don't have that type of experience. I will get rid of somebody for blinking wrong.
Yeah,
So
but you
I,
but you know what? The whole thing with going back to Sister George, I didn't have anything against Sister George. It's probably except for that lingering resentment that I had about what happened up on her panel with Mr. Fantastic. But
yeah,
outside of
yeah.
outside of that, I didn't have nothing against her in concrete, really. I just
Me
wanted to
either.
fuck
Me
with
either.
her. I just
Yeah,
wanted to
me
fuck with
either.
her a little bit.
Yeah, I ain't have nothing against her either. Like I felt like she was doing the right thing. What you supposed to do is your husband. You're supposed to just not defend your husband. Like, I mean, that ain't normal. Like, so I felt like she was doing what any wife would do, defend your
No,
husband.
but what I would have did, I would not have taken that bait though, because like as soon as I seen that first text message and it wasn't like a shell account and you couldn't really see no messages you could read, I would laugh that shit off. I would have been like, nice one. You know what I'm saying?
But see, you a Capricorn. See, we Sagittarius is me and Sister George. We coming out swinging. And over my husband, I'm taking your whole head off. So we a little different now. We a little overly emotional. We fire signs. It's like I'm throwing boulders. I'm throwing haymakers from the Himalayas over my husband. So it's a little
And
different.
I
And I
do the
don't.
same, but
Yeah,
I'm just a little bit different. I'm more strategic and
strategic.
sneaky in
Yeah.
how I do things. Yeah.
Yeah, that's an earth sign for you though. And that's why I love y'all because I be overly emotional. You say something about my husband, I'm fucking jumping out moving vehicles. Like I'm on your ass. So I understand why she was acting the way she acted, but I also understand what you saying because as a married couple, they probably should have addressed it if they were going to address it as a united front together.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, because like I don't know if you saw that reaction satisfaction thing with yesterday when she was up there and me and her were
Yeah.
going at it, and she tried to shame me for being a single mother too. Now this is a woman that loves
Mm,
other women, but I
mm,
shared that I was a single mother before I got married, and she
mhm.
promptly used that information against me.
But why? Because she was a single mother before she got married, and Curlin is a baby daddy to an
No,
Asian woman. Mm.
not Sister George. I'm talking about Bomb Cherry.
Oh, bomb chair. She did that.
Yeah, she was up there. Oh yeah, you a single mama. Well, how come you ain't married now? Because I told her, I said, well, I got married and I got married young. My husband passed away. Well, why you ain't married now? And then when CK chimed in, he said, hey, Bum, let me help you out. He said, we're working on it. And when he spoke up and said that, Bum got real quiet.
Okay, so that's your man.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, I did not know that fact. But I understand why, because that's a smart one right there. That's a smart one. Okay, you got you a catch. Okay, Faith, go ahead, girl.
But yeah,
So
I'm highly attracted to men who are intelligent.
he's very smart. And you know
Yeah.
what? Expect women to start attacking you now that they know that's your man. Okay, just expect it. Just expect them to start trying him. But I don't see him as being the type that'll bend or fold, not at all. But just
No, he
expect it.
didn't because he checked Bum. He was like, hey, Bum, let me help you out. We working on it. And she got super quiet. Then next thing you know, she dropped off the panel.
Oh, so yeah, she about to really come for you now. She about to really come for you now. A lot, and other women are going to come for you as well. So just expect it that you got a man that got your back. He got sense. He's intelligent. His channel is growing. Oh yeah, they about to come for you, baby. I wouldn't even waste time entertaining it because y'all both do such good content together. I wouldn't even waste time entertaining it, Faith.
No, I'm going to continue to talk
Mm.
about a better class of women, talk to women about, something that's an alternative to level up. I think level up is a failed strategy, to be honest with you.
I do too as well. I think that is because me and JV was talking about, once I get done with this dust up, doing content together, and because we done found out, that we got so much in common. As far as our thinking points and just synchronization and thought, and we've been thinking about what content we gonna do together and stuff. So the better class of woman content, I think, is definitely built around the hatred of the lady. The hatred of the lady is not talked about as much, but it's a real thing. It's a real thing. And me and I'm gonna try to get Nicole Michelle. You remember her, Faith?
Yeah, I remember Nicole Nichelle. She's still doing content.
Yeah, me and her we talk quite often, and I want to bring her in on the hatred of the lady because it's a theory I've been working on for a while, and she does ladylike content. She got a whole business around being a lady. And where it gets you with the man, and I'm be real, ladies be out here winning with men. They get wiped up quick. You
But
know what
if
I
you
mean?
listen to the stream from earlier, Bro Speak was on here talking, and there was another gentleman by the name of Kevin, and they were
Mm-hmm.
talking about the type of women they like. And Kevin said that he was even considering marrying a woman with 4 children, but
Mm-hmm.
because of the way she carried herself and what a woman she was, he really couldn't pass up on her because she was just that great of a person. And
Mm-hmm.
see, that's what I'm talking about. The ladies are winning. And
Mm-hmm.
this is a great conversation, because there's going to be a lot of women out here that have been bamboozled because that level up movement, like I tried to tell Bomb, it was infiltrated by the bimbos, the hoes, the sluts that
Yeah.
came in, and all of a sudden it's not level up, it's get the bag. Get
Yep.
the bag came from the bimbos.
Mm-hmm. Girl, it's crazy because that's what I call a pitbull. But listen, it is true. The better class of woman conversation is great. I say keep up the good work because it has always been noticed by me, but I've never been the woman to hate on the lady. My best, I have 3 best friends that I've been friends with since middle school, and they're ladies. They're all married, been married for years, and they think my behind is crazy than the Betsy bug, but I bring the joy to the party. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm me and they're them. You don't need to hate on women, Bomb. If you feel you want to be a lady, I think it's actually a birthright. I'm be honest with you. I think it's actually a birthright. I don't think it's something you can teach, and that's something me and Nicole argue about all the time. Not Nicole Nyla, but Nicole Michelle. That's something we argue about all the time because I actually think it's a birthright, just like I think being a sovereign woman and being as liberated as I am without a F to give is a birthright. So I think it's just different women that operate differently. But I do know for a fact a better class of women, when you talk about the lady ain't got no problem getting married, baby. None.
None whatsoever.
Men love a lady. They will literally break their ankle to pull out her chair. Like, you know, men love a lady.
Yeah, and that's one thing I have to give Sister George her props. She's a lady. And so is Concrete Rose. And how they carry themselves is very classy. And I and put up shove all differences to the side.
Yep, look
They
at
are
Pink Pill.
yeah,
Pink Pill,
they're
she's a lady.
emulating that to their audience.
Yeah, Pink Pill is a lady. You know what I'm saying? And I would tell her that all the time. Like, you get a lot of the hatred because you're a lady. Like, it's not about level up. I think lady-like behavior is natural. Like, my grandmother and my mom, they're ladies, and all my aunts. My grandmother be sitting dressed, perched on the couch at 98 years old in her kitten heels every morning by 6 a.m. Lady. She does not speak out of turn. She does not raise her voice. It's just certain women that have a sense of decorum about them, and they don't deviate out of it. And men like that.
Yeah, and it takes a lot for you to get that woman to deviate from that. Like when Bomb Cherry pushed Sister George's buttons, now the lady left and the savage came. And there's nothing wrong with that because we as women have all types of different sides to us too. And that's the other thing. Expecting the lady to be a lady no matter what, you got me fucked up.
I know that's right, Faith. Like, I can't. I'm just me all the way around the board, but I respect so many different women that are completely different than me, and I wish that women were capable of doing that. What is with this echo chamber of sisterhood? What is with that?
You
It's
know what?
weird.
I think the whole level up thing is like I blame Crystal and Carrison because Crystal and Carrison was very exclusionary with
Mm-hmm.
her rhetoric and her talking points, and that's why a lot of women turned on her because
Mm-hmm.
she was basically saying, "Hey, if you don't look like me and if you don't talk like me and you don't act exactly like me, then you
Mm-hmm.
can't sit with me." And there's different levels of ladies and different levels of class, and every woman has her own charm. And I think
Mm-hmm.
she failed to convey that.
I think so too. I agree with that. I think so too. She did exclude a lot of people. She did.
She did. So
Mm-hmm.
that's where she went wrong, and that's where people like yourself, me,
Mm-hmm.
what you're doing over there with JV and
Mm-hmm.
Miss Nicole. That's
Mm-hmm.
where we have to make sure we get that part right.
Mm-hmm.
Don't exclude anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not there yet, let a woman know that she can get there.
Yeah. Growth is inevitable, and you can have it no matter what. You can be 88 and grow. It's just these YouTube talking points and politics that are preventing certain conversations. That's why I said this conversation was a good one. As soon as I saw the title, I knew it was going to be a good one. I was like, this is going to be a good one. The better class of women, that's a good title. That's a good breakdown. And I wasn't surprised to see Bomb over there trying to disparage it. I wasn't.
Yeah, because what's going to happen is when you start with your talking points and you really get off and running, the
Mm-hmm.
very women that are going to try to knock down your message are the very women that you are telling women to avoid being like. For some
Yeah.
reason or
And
another, they got that crab in the barrel mentality that, hey,
Mhm.
if I can't get there, you can't get there either. And they're
Exactly.
going to try to hold the women down.
Exactly. And I was actually talking about that on my channel. I was like, when I get done with this and I get back to my content, um, I want women to know that this was my way of letting you know where you're going wrong. Once again, it ties into your conversation. This is why I came up here, a better class of women. Because to me, this whole situation has been about accountability. Like, there's no way we were supporting the likes of him
No.
and being mad at the manosphere for telling us we shouldn't have babies out of wedlock and we should get married and well, you shouldn't have did this. You should, just all those conversations we would have. I remember back in the day. I haven't been in the manosphere platform for a while, but even Angry Man came out the clouds to share and say, listen, man, I see what you're doing and I respect it. It's crazy. I would have never thunk it. I would have never thought, going on this process of just being accountable to me, and that's what I see as the better class of women is accountability. And it's like just being accountable and saying, you know what, I really did wrong. I really
Well, you
didn't
know what?
have my thinking
Just
cap
this
on.
year alone, Woman Sphere, I've seen you grow. I've seen a lot of
Hmm.
growth with you personally. There's a spiritual thing going on with you. And like I
Wow, that's
said,
what everybody been saying. Yes, they've been saying
I
that.
noticed last year when you were in that relationship with that guy, when you're with somebody that you're actually happy with and satisfied with, that also shows too. And that's what I was saying about Sierra. A lot of black men are angry with Sierra because she chose Russell Wilson. And they want to be these crabs in the barrel to try to bring her back to the mentality to where she was at. But she has outgrown that. She's a phoenix for real. She's outgrown all that. You're not going to get her back to that mentality, no matter how much you guys sit up here and say she's only with Russell Wilson for the money. Men that say that, they pretty much telling themselves they are the lower echelon of society.
And that's weird to say too, because it's weird to say because he's a professional. He's worked hard his whole life. Like, so it's that's why and that's literally what I've been seeing. I'm like, so you mean to tell me because this fool, this toothless funky foot felon did a video saying I brought the manosphere and the womansphere together. Shout out to me. I'm the GOAT. You're 13,000 subscribers. You don't have an occupation. You you don't have a residence. You don't have a vehicle that's not rented. And these are, I had to look at black women for real hard, Faith. I'm talking about hard. Because the amount of black women coming in my comment section telling me I'm jealous of Tabs literally blew my wig off.
Wow.
I'm like,
Jealous, really? That
yes,
you, oh,
so
wow.
that's why I'm happy you having
Jealous
this
of what?
conversation. That's what I was trying to think. I said, well, let me. I'm like, I'm swinging with my head down, and I'm talking about it. If you go in his chat when he goes against me, it's like 500 women. Like, she's jealous, she's bitter, she's just mad she a baby mama. Nyla is.
That's the shaming language that I'm talking about, and that's to silence you and to make you draw up in the ball and go back in your corner and not say anything. And don't let them do that. You just stay firm on your message as well. The same way that you tell me to stay firm on mine, you stay firm on yours. Don't let that shaming language stop you, because that's exactly what it is. And you'll see it in my description. I put down there the lower echelon, and that's what you're describing, especially if they're talking about you ashamed of Tabs. That is the lower echelon at its finest. How the hell do you not think you deserve better than something than that? And this is what you're idolizing?
That's what I'm like. Like, when it was such a weird ride, y'all. Like, for me, it's been a weird ride, but it's been a very educating ride. It's made me look at different, like, the men that came to my defense was men of the manosphere, angry man, all these men. that was like, we've been trying to just tell black women for the longest, don't listen to that dude, but nobody wanted to listen. And they over there listening to that dude. And I'm just like, and when he first said it, I looked at Manosphere content again because I used to be on their panels when I first came on. And I looked and I said, dang, they don't talk to women like how he do. We've been Man, that says a lot about you. That says a lot about you. That says you need to take yourself back to the lab. That says you need to do some shadow work. You need to work on yourself. Because why did you choose Taz? Why? Why? And why are you swinging for him? His lips died 5 years ago. It's, I mean, I couldn't believe the amount of women. Like, she's hating on you, Taz. We know he has 11 domestic violence charges, and they said it was because he snatched the phone out somebody's hand. 11 times you snatched the phone out somebody's hand?
Wow.
But you're celebrating Kevin Samuel's death. It's like I said, better class of women. Better class of women, man. They want to be, some women just want abuse. It's nothing we can do about it, Faith.
I see Mr. Research TV down here. He said because you hated males so much, that's why you did it. What is he talking about?
I think what he's saying is that Taz was going against the manosphere during the time. And I will be arguing with the manosphere too. So I looked at it like I thought what I thought at the time in the beginning until I was around for a while. I realized after being around them for a while that it was not him, going against the manosphere and their talking points. It was him being rejected by the manosphere. He was rejected. And I didn't know that. At the time, I didn't know that because I was going at the manosphere too. So I said, hey, he doing what I'm doing. But then when I got to know him and I got to know her, I peeped it. I said, oh, I see what this is.
Oh, okay. He said applies to her seeing my point, applies to her honesty. Okay. Okay, I got
Yeah,
it.
because I get what he's saying
I
because
got
at
you, Mr.
that
Research.
time, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Research. At that time, I was going at the man. I was arguing with the manosphere all the time when I first came in this space. And then when I met Taz and Nyla and all of them, I saw that Taz was doing it too. But then I saw Taz kind of vying for their affection in a way, like, begging to be on panels, mad that he couldn't come on Obsidian or O'Shea or ruining O'Shea's Sunday Rumble. I was watching. I wasn't just sitting around like being a cooked goose. I was paying attention and I was like, no, he's upset that they don't accept him. They don't value him. They don't have these black men. Basically what is summarized is the collective of black men did not value Taz. The professionals, the working men, the men that take care of their families, they did not value him. They thought he was a joke. So it wasn't protection. It was his feelings being hurt. And what
So
does that say?
basically,
Once again, ties into your theory.
basically the manosphere men that were working and taking care of their families said Taz was not on their level and he can't sit with
Yes.
them.
He couldn't say. I remember the day he was denounced by Angry Man. Angry Man would try and tell this dude to calm down on panels repeatedly. He would be like, dude, chill. You too disrespectful. Chill, dude. And Taz would be, you know how he do. You be, you pee, you, all of that. And they discarded him. The Black Manosphere, which in our space on Black YouTube is the collective of black men. They discarded him within 2 months, Faith. All of them said, you got to go. And they never let him on a panel again. But guess who picked him up? Black women.
Wow.
And that says a lot. That literally like ties into your theory of the better class of women. Because why was he picked up when the collective of men aren't like women. Women will not like each other over who they sleep with and all kinds of stuff. Men be loyal to each other. Just imagine a whole collective of men saying, oh no, but we saying, oh yes.
And that goes back to, do we really want protection? Because if we
Yep.
would harbor somebody like Taz, who does have that many domestic violence charges on his record, do we really want protection, or do we want to be protected in our fuckery?
Protected in our fuckery. I can answer that. Protected in our fuckery. Yep.
And see, I said this before, and I got a lot of pushback because there's a lot of women coming out here and they want to be victims, but they do things to put themselves in situations where they're constantly being victimized. Not that they're not victimized, not that they're not victims, but you keep putting yourself in a situation, giving these people the ammunition to do this to you.
Yeah.
So if you keep putting yourself in that situation, you want protection while you out here being ratchet.
Yep. Yep. Pseudo BWE is what I call it. Pseudo BWE. That
That's
fake level of sisterhood.
That's toxic femininity at its finest.
Yep.
That is the best example of toxic femininity, because I'm going to cry that I'm a woman and I need to be protected and I need the community to also protect me, but I'm not going to be responsible for my own actions.
Nope.
That's toxic.
Never.
Let me take a moment to say something helpful, if I may. I think what happens is some of our ladies, several of our ladies, don't realize that being angry about stuff is not logical at the end of the day. And spreading anger, even the dudes, like I said stuff about O'Shea, uh, Angry Man, Tito, all type of dudes, okay, known for doing it. The dudes who don't rock with me because they don't like accountability or balanced conversations, it don't mean I can't come on and have that discussion. And when I come on and have a discussion, you hit me with the same, it got to be this way. You got to listen to only us philosophy. I'm gonna hit you back with logic. I told D. Durrell when he first came on YouTube everything that was going to happen to him, and D. Durrell himself will tell you, Mr. Research didn't lie, because I started in this space in 2006. I know how it goes down. A lot of people are here to get checks off of YouTube, and they're willing to poison your daughter and your son with hate in order to pay rent. That's it. I used to see Woman's Fear. She had a concern. She felt how she felt, but then it turned into something else when people saw that they could weaponize Woman's Fear. And Woman's Fear didn't realize it at the time. You got people coming in. Matter of fact, let's take her out of it. Let's look at Sinji and the guy Liberator, or whatever his name was. This guy came in. You dudes are terrible. You do, and guess what? Part of his conversation is correct. See, I'm keeping it balanced. Part of his conversation is correct, Faith. But then it became into Cynthia could do no wrong. And that's when it became dangerous. Because
Yeah, it did.
at some point in time, he came to disagree with Cynthia the same way her own brother disagreed with his sisters. And then it became a man woman issue. And the children can't benefit from that. Ain't no logic in that. It's just women are doing this, men are doing this. And I'm going to end right here. When he went into that space, Sin looked at him as an enemy toward her narrative. This isn't about sin. It's about whether it's the manosphere, whether it's the women. People are out here cashing checks off spreading hate. Meanwhile, Pakistanis are taking over your neighborhood. Meanwhile, Chinese people are buying their third house on your block. Black folks are sitting up here getting entertainment like a crack addiction from tuning in, hating each other. And ultimately, that goes nowhere.
That's true. So hold on a second. I see someone down here in the chat room. I'm here says she's trying to bring her personal. Okay. Well, here's the thing. Women's Sphere, I don't know if you or Dita Rail want to address this, but Women's Sphere and Dita Rail actually talk to each other and they squash whatever beef they had with
Right,
one another.
right.
Okay. And I've never had any beef with Women's Sphere. I've always spoken my mind to her. I've always been free to express myself to Women's Sphere, and Women's Sphere has been free to express herself to me. And we give each other that level of respect and allowing each other to communicate with each other, even if we don't agree with certain things. And just because you see two people disagreeing doesn't mean that they're at war with each other. And that's another lesson that I would like to convey to my audience. I can be in disagreement with another woman, but that doesn't mean I hate that woman. Did you want to go, Dita Rail?
I mean, Woman's Fair apologized. We had our situation. I accepted her apology. We good. And there are people right now got a problem with that. You know, I've gotten emails as a particular person. She's not happy about that. And I said, listen, I basically like this. Look, people don't have to beef. You don't have to go at each other. You know, we're grown. We can be cordial and have disagreements. You know, particularly in one situation, and like I told her 2 days ago, if you have issues with her, and I told her I'm not advocating for you every year. It is the same situation. Whatever you got going on with Woman Spirit, you're gonna have to deal with that on your own. I'm not. I think that you did certain things to put yourself out there, and just people just have to handle these, whatever issues you get in, you have to handle them on your own. You can't look for other people to support you through problems you created for yourself.
Exactly.
And that's my position. We have no issues. She good with me. I'm good with her. I mean, we good. I mean, I don't see what's the problem.
I just hope people before a woman speaks says her part. I just hope people start to learn when they're being weaponized. I just hope people start. It's something I told D. Durrell when he first came to this space. D. Durrell, didn't I?
Yeah,
First,
you did.
first time, D. Durrell said, "I'm brand new." I said, "Well, let me tell you what the Black Tube is all about." And have I lied to this day, D. Durrell?
Yeah, you told me the truth.
Hey, look, every argument D. Durrell got into, I said they're trying to weaponize. They ain't serious. It's all
Well,
for attention.
the first clue is new people in my chat talking against Woman's Sphere that I've never seen before. None of you people have supported my platform, at least that I know of before. But now you're here talking against Woman's Sphere. I'm not going to be weaponized against anybody. I really have that much in my own mind that it doesn't work on me at all. So any of the Jedi mind tricks that you pull on other people's platforms, it doesn't work over here. It's different over here. But go ahead.
Me or Mr. Research?
Whoever
I,
wants to go.
I was just
Oh, you
y'all.
Woman Spirit.
I can't have a conversation nowhere. I mean, I'm pretty sure y'all have noticed that. Like, I literally can't take field trips to nobody's channel. But I will say this: what I was just trying to talk about is the interesting part of what Faith was talking about, because she said I brought my problems to your platform. We was tying everything into your main topic, which is the better class of woman. It's like I said, the most brilliant thing I've learned, because I've learned a lot. on Black YouTube. Believe it or not. I know it's a lot of messery on here and arguments and all that stuff, but I have learned a lot. I've learned a lot, and I take my lessons to the lab. Like, I don't let them go over my head. And the reason why D. Darrell was tied in is because there was a situation of child abuse, and I only know D. Darrell as being a therapist in this space. I don't know of anybody else. It's probably some therapists in this space, but only one I know is D. Darrell. So I wanted him to speak on it because he was getting drowned out on things that he should be the leading voice on. So I'm just, y'all, to be honest, I'm kind of tired of the gender war.
Who you tell?
I mean, I speak my mind on things and say what I feel, but primarily at the heart and core, if you look at my content, I'm about women's rights. I'm a feminist. I'm a womanist. And yes, I drag and drill sometimes, but it's like that's at the core of my message. So it's like, honestly, I'm a little sick and tired of the message of gender war. I think it's silly, and I think it's a weird echo chamber that holds nobody accountable. Nobody.
Oh,
It's just
you know what?
you.
That brings me to a point, and thank you so much, Mr. Research, with the $5 super chat. He says, D. Darrell providing therapy to Black communities. He sure is. And Black YouTube. You all need to be paying him. But you mentioned something that made me think of something, Woman Sphere. I actually did a little research on that term, mammy, because you know a lot of people like to throw that term around all the time. And when I pulled up the information, come to find out, the mammy is actually a Black female caricature from slavery.
Yep.
And her main goal was to take care of the white establishment. She deferred to the white establishment. And the first white establishment was the mistress and her children and the master, but mostly the mistress and her children. And she deferred to the white establishment so much that even if she had her own family, she would most times often be neglectful to her own family and her own children, because her first priority was that white establishment and their family.
And I tell y'all that all the time. I tell everybody that the biggest mammies is the divestors.
Baby, you beat me to it. You beat me
I've
to it.
done several videos on that. You go over there with them, the white man is the best man until they get one that want to slang them from a tree.
Exactly. So women like me, women like Woman Sphere, any Black woman that even loves men, because also the mammy hates men. And she's particularly has a disdain for her own Black man. Now she's passively aggressive, to the white man, but she's really overly angry and aggressive towards the Black man. And that right there describes the divestors to a T.
But see, I want to make this point, but I don't want to, because I don't like to use people talking points without them getting credit. So, Gynocracy had said on one of her videos, Faith, that the pro-Black woman, she's tired of the pro-Black woman being shamed in this space. And that brought like a news flash to my eyes. I'm like, dang, that's true. So it ties into the mammy theory, because the pro-Black woman is being pushed out in this space. You can't be about Black people in totality in this space without being called a mammy. You can't.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me make a logical point though to what you and Faith have just said. Everybody got to admit, women created this term for women. If people are really about womanism, then the first thing should have been, wait a minute, why are my fellow females making stuff against females? This isn't a man-created term. Neither is pick me. And this is what always baffles me about this part of the game. When you're really about womanism or feminism, you're then supposed to say, why are you, my fellow sister, attacking other women for something you don't do. Same thing I say over in man spaces. D. Darrell has heard me say it. Why are you going to attack dudes or try to shame dudes for something you ain't doing? That's when it becomes illogical. So yes, both of you ladies are right, but just like Mammy and just like Pick Me, what should have happened amongst women, instead of taking it as an opportunity to bring men into it and make it a gender war, because we all agree we're tired of the gender war. What should have happened, women of standard, women of better class, should have put on their Maya Angelou hat and went to their fellow women and say, wait a minute, just because you don't rock with this, don't make a hate term for another fellow woman. But it didn't happen.
And that's real. That's real. Like we all listen. At this point, we all need to be reprimanded. Need to be. I said we need to put the dunce hat on because a lot of the talking points have been so non-productive and no solution in sight, no resolution. And I think that's just what I'm tired of. I'm tired of.
But wait a minute, woman fear. Now, remember, when I tried to tell everybody that having a co-ed platform was healthy for
Mhm.
Black men and Black women, I got shouted down.
Yours is healthy. Others aren't. That's the thing. And we know who those others are. You would not
Well, that's
allow
true.
you wouldn't allow me to disrespect a Black man on your panel, and you wouldn't allow a Black man to disrespect me.
No,
So
I
yes,
wouldn't.
they are beneficial to people who really have solution based ideology. But people who just on here for the effery, no, you're not gonna. They're not gonna have the conversation we're having right now. No, they're not.
Well, you make a good point, and
Hold on a second. Wait. Black Dahlia, what is you? I don't even know you. I just saw you yesterday. Who are all these new people? Talking about they be ignoring me in chats unless I say something they don't agree with. Then they
show them how
attack.
to cash that.
Angela and Faith have both done it to me for no reason. I don't know you.
I don't know you
Who
either, Black
are
Dahlia.
you people?
She
Do
probably
you
talking
know
about
these people?
me. She probably talking about me because yesterday, she was disagreeing with reaction with CK, and people got into it because she was trying to disrespect him there. And then today she started talking some goofy stuff about men that she can't improve, and so we got into about that too. So that's where it is, and she wants people. She want to say her piece and not nobody question her on anything. I'm
Oh, okay.
like, no, that's not going to happen. Just like, yeah, you got a right to say what you want to say. That's fine, but we have the right to question you. And then she feel like I'm attacking her. I'm like, why I'm in your business? I'm like, ma'am, I wouldn't know you unless you're on you. If you weren't on YouTube, I wouldn't know you exist. So,
Exactly.
and just like you get the right to say against Faith, CK, we have that same right against you. So, okay,
You,
that's
you,
it.
let me make the point about that a woman's fear made. So I was on one of the co-ed panels long time
Mhm.
ago. This happened a long time ago, and this just
Mhm.
proves her point. And I was patient because most people know me as patient. I like debates. I
Mhm.
don't have to win them. But one of the popular male YouTubers on this co-ed panel, led by a lady, said something to me off code, something un unmanly, something you wouldn't do on the block.
I already know who it is.
And I said, bruh, hold on, man. I ain't interrupt you. I'm just trying to make conversation. Let the audience decide. And then the dude kept going on to the point, and normally I don't get angry, but to the point I had to really say something. The female co-host came out the woodwork to defend this dude. Now, let's stop right there. Two men are having a discussion and working it out as men. Whether you the co-host or not, If you allow it to get to that point, if you don't check the person that's interrupted, and now you're trying to check the person who is stopping the interruption, now you're doing a show and you're trying to get revenue. You're not having a discussion no more. And if that's the case, say that up front. So we don't have the illusion that we're having a discussion. That's when it becomes chaotic. That's when people jump off their mic to diss other folks instead of putting your most logical theory to the forefront. I'm a classy man. I'm a dude from the block, so I'm a violent type of dude, but I'm a classy dude. I really don't stress a lot of stuff. But then when you get these people who don't allow you to walk away, or you get these people who don't allow you to, digress, it's like, come on, bro. Now you're gonna see the other side of me, and then you're gonna ask me to turn the hot water on. Don't do that. And so, yes, she is right on that. There are spaces that are co-ed that, even in her example or my example, they allow too much fuckery to initiate. You got to stop it before it initiates.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. Against weirdos wants to come up. Does anybody know who this is?
Never
I mean,
heard
I
of
don't
it.
know none any of these people. You must be doing something right. You got people triggered that we don't know.
Tell them to donate so they can come up.
Okay, yeah. If you want to come
Shit.
up, hit a $20 donation. I'll let you up. But anyway, I don't want to dwell on that too much.
Yeah, Against Widow was up here earlier, like way
So,
earlier.
Was that
so,
against weirdos?
Uh
No,
huh.
I think it was somebody else. I blocked them in the chat room.
so, Faith,
That
No,
wasn't
I have a
against.
even
No,
question
no,
for
before
that
you.
that,
was
she was
against
up here.
weirdos. Yeah, yeah.
She
She
was
was
up here.
asking me about my love life. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, right.
That was the
Wow.
first thing she had. Love life. What?
That's what you
Okay.
doing? Y'all trying to date?
So, Faith,
No.
I got a question for you. Can you hear me, Faith?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so in regards to like when you came up with like a higher class of women and so forth, what how did you when you first was thinking about doing this topic, what did you think the how it was going to be received? Being that you kind of knew there's going to be some conflict, but were you surprised with the response, or was that what you kind of predicted would happen?
I thought that I was gonna get some backlash, but I didn't think that I was gonna like outright get backlash from the women, the particular women that I got the backlash from.
Okay.
Um yeah, I knew that there would be some questions and some backlash because I was really treating the whole subject matter with kid gloves. But it was just kind of like the women that came against me, they are the ones focusing on talking points of surrounding around clothing that they wear. And I talked about more than just clothing in yesterday's video. I talked about women taking self accountability, and they won't talk about that though, but they'll harp on clothing, and I find
That's
that to
what
be
I'm
very
saying.
interesting.
I'm be honest with you, Faith. I didn't even watch the video, and I knew what you was talking about, and I knew what you were saying because it's synchronizing sequence behavior amongst Black women, the better class of black women. And we're all discussing accountability at this moment, all of us. So I knew when I saw the title of the video, I already knew what you were going to land, what point you were going to reference. I already knew because that's what makes you a better class of a woman. Like it's not what you got on. It's not whether it's cheap or expensive. It's not what car you drive. Listen, most men, if you are a functioning woman, they don't care if you got a 1998 Corolla. in a 2-bedroom apartment. If you are a good woman, you are a good woman. You have to be a woman that can take, I'm going to tell you what it is. And I just recently learned it, so don't make me a professional or nothing. I recently learned it, which is what I knew what I was dealing with certain individuals. With my ex, he held me accountable for everything I did. He did not allow me to manipulate or gaslight. And even though the relationship ended because I made a decision without his inclusion, what I took from the relationship was the level of accountability that I learned, and I've been in love with it ever since. Because it matured me in a way as a woman when it comes to the intimacy and connection with a man. You gotta be on a certain level of vulnerability that makes it easy for him to communicate without you being combative. Because just imagine if you trying to tell your man something that's just dead wrong, and he just screaming and shouting in your face all the time, or no, I ain't do that. You wrong. It's not gonna make for a conducive relationship. So accountability is at the forefront, and it's what I took from that relationship, which made it easy for me to assess and discern situations that I'm dealing with now. It made me a better woman. So
And
I
see,
get what you're saying.
and see, that's the part of woman's fear we need to hear more of. That's the part of woman's fear. That's the first time I heard something like that. I have a video on my channel about ex-wife calls her ex-husband because she realizes. Every guy on this stage, Bro Speaks, D Darrell, they can speak to what I'm about to say. I think women sometimes Faith don't understand the levels of self-checking, self-analyzation a man goes through when he's with his woman versus the world. Nah, I can't do that to woman's fear. She been loyal. Nah, let me get away from this big chested woman because I don't want to have to lie to woman's fear. Nah, fellas, I can't. I gotta leave because man, she ain't gonna know it. Yeah, but I'm gonna know it if she asks her. I'm gonna have to say something. See, these are the conversations women don't understand. Men are actually having with themselves when they're staying in love with these women. These women are looking at males only on the surface. So if I'm asking a woman to self check herself or self whatever the case may be, just like that video on my channel, she has every right to just wake up one day and say, "Nah, I can't do this. I'll go find somebody better." But then it takes longer to find somebody as loyal and dedicated to you as that 70% guy was. Of course, he had 30% problems, but he was a 70% dude. So now you back out here in the ocean with all these 20% dudes. Now you hate black men. Go get you a 70%, 80% guy.
Yeah, ain't nobody gonna be 100% perfect. That's for sure. Because I'm telling you, it was the silliest thing, y'all. Like it was when we first started dating. We was together for 4 years, and when we first started dating, I don't tell men the truth all the time because I'll be scared they're gonna tell my business. To be honest, and I didn't tell him the truth about something. It was stupid. It wasn't like nothing serious. It wasn't like I was out here messing around with other men or nothing like that, or about my status or, anything. It was something silly. And he literally came to my job on my lunch break, took me to lunch, sat me down, and he just stared at me. But see, this is why I like earth signs. This is why I'm so like into earth signs. Because he just looked me dead in my face and was like, "Why you lied to me about that stuff?" And I was like, "What?" Here I am immediately on defense. Immediately. I'm immediately going into my victimization as a woman immediately. I'm like, "What you talking about?" So you really came up here to ruin my lunch break? That's the shit. That's the type of time I'm on. Knowing I lied. Knowing doggone well I lied. And instead of accepting it, I argued. He dropped me back off at work. And because he's a petty earth sign, I got out the car. He skirted on me. He skirted. I kid you not. But then when I was at work for the rest of the work day, I was thinking about it. Like, that was so silly and childish. Why wouldn't you just tell the truth? Like that, I felt childish. And so I let a
Hold
couple of
on a second. Okay, so now y'all starting to disrespect me on my platform. If you think you're going to come over here and insult me or anybody on this panel, you got another thing coming because you will be blocked for oblivion. So now, because I don't know who any of you are, you're coming in here under these different names and aliases. I think you all have an agenda. So my regulars, anybody that has a wrench, when you see these trolls in here doing that, block them to oblivion. As a matter of fact, had them from the channel. Go ahead, Woman Sphere.
And so a couple of days went by, and then I thought about it, and I said, this is really silly. I was wrong. Why can't you be wrong? I started thinking about it. I talked to my dad about it, and my dad was like, that's that fire in you. You don't never like to be told nothing, but you ain't gonna be able to have a relationship that you want if can't nobody tell you nothing. And so I gave him a call, and we made up. He was like, just don't ever do it again. We don't need to do that with each other. We can be flawed and imperfect. It's cool. And it was a lesson I took with me that helped me mature as a woman. It actually changed a lot. If y'all noticed, it changed a lot of my content because it was one of those powerful, monumental moments. So I think that's the better class of woman. Like Faith said, I agree 100% with Faith. It's about being responsible for your actions. It's not about what your hair look like, what bundles you got, leveling up with your nails and all that stuff. None of that matter. A man don't care about none of that at the end of the day. If your primary focus is a man, trust and believe he don't care about that.
D. Durrell, help me on something because I'm not qualified in this part of it. Hypothetically, what did the man feel when that small thing kind of came in his face? When maybe he spoke to his homeboy Bro Speaks on how great Woman's Fear was, and then this small thing came up that just kind of ate at him. Like I don't want to put much into it because maybe you disagree. But D. Durrell, how did that guy feel? Not this particular dude, but in this type of topic, how did that guy feel on that small little thing? Because I think women sometimes don't understand how dudes feel.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
You're saying how did he feel? Like I'm trying to follow where you.
Okay, let me paraphrase. Woman's Fear said there came a point in time where the gentleman she was interacting with felt a certain way behind what she did. And he did the action of came and took her to lunch, sat her down, and said, "Why did you say that?"
Right.
And she continued with the fantasy. She didn't come clean. And looking back, she realized that was inappropriate. But I think sometimes women don't understand what the guy is going through at that moment, where that small little thing feels like a mountain of betrayal. What are your
Okay.
thoughts? I'm wrong.
Well, my thoughts on that is, I mean, it's when it comes to relationships, there's always different different dynamics, and not all relationships look the same, function the same. But in thinking in the psyche of a man, a man is always looking at, uh, am I going to be with someone who's loyal, someone I can trust, someone who's going to have my back? Um, because we as men understand that we should provide, we should be able to take care, we should be able to lead. But we always, there's always a doubt in that journey whether or not this person, whether something good, bad, better, or worse happen, is that person going to stand by my side? So there's always some level of anxiety that a man may have before he's totally convinced that this woman is the one for me, or is she going to stick with me, like I said, through the worst of the worst? Because it's easy to be with someone when everything is going good. But if everything is going bad, will that person still be there? So when things like that may happen, it brings about a certain level of doubt, and that doubt in itself, it doesn't necessarily say it's validating what he was thinking or not, but it in some way gives a level of skepticism on whether or not, like, what am I doing? Is this the right thing for me? Did I waste my time? So there's a variety of things a man may think, whether or not, as far as relationships in itself and how they should function in those relationships. So it brings about a level of uncertainty.
And I was going to say, see the hood version of that, and that's why I wanted to hear his version first, his clinical version. The hood version of that is, am I wrong about this chick? And that hurts, man. That hurts to, for a lady, she might look at it, that's small. No, for us, it's a mountain.
Yeah, I know. He made me realize that it was more serious than what I was trying to minimize it to, you know. So yeah, it was a lesson learned that helps throughout a lifetime. You know, how you have those lifetime lessons that you take with you and carry. That was one of them.
I don't know, Faith, if this helps you, but like in that same scenario, I had a girl who, when I first interacted with her, she had acne. I had no real intention of keeping her, but she made me laugh. She made me feel good being around her. She had a severe stuttering problem. So even when I'm arguing with her, I had to be patient to allow her space to finish. You know how hard that is when I can just be a hood Negro and diss her or say something childish, to allow somebody who's chewing you out to stutter and still have the patience as a guy to allow you that. But when you betrayed me, when you did something off code behind the back, my love for you let it happen the first time. When it happened the second time, I said, sweetheart, I am from the hood. I can't do it a third time. I would be going against myself, love or not. And I think sometimes, Faith, and maybe you can correct me, sometimes women don't realize the level of self, whatever this dude is going through when he has decided you are it and all other females don't matter.
You know what? I think that I know what you're talking about, because there are a lot of times when my guy tell me, I'm here for you. I'm here to protect you. There's a lot of things that, I'm sacrificing. And it takes a special woman to be able to acknowledge, and actually see those things. It's the reason why I say, the traits of a lady. And I don't know if you were here earlier when I was talking about what I think the traits of a lady is. But a lady is also somebody who is grateful and thankful. And I'm not saying in a way where she's groveling or she's desperate, but truly grateful and thankful, and giving thanks to the blessings in her life. And when she sees herself with somebody that actually enhances her life and is willing to make those sacrifices for her, she can acknowledge it, and she can let that man know how much she appreciates him. So that also goes into being that better class of woman. And there is no shame. I think nowadays people are afraid to show people that they love them and that they care. They're afraid to be vulnerable. That's the word I'm looking for. People think that showing a little bit of vulnerability, not a lot, but just a little bit of vulnerability, they look at that as being weak. And you cannot build a relationship up if you're not willing to be vulnerable with each other. And that goes for men too. You have to be vulnerable with your woman. But I see that Mahogany Roots is in the building. What's up,
Hey,
sis?
hey, y'all. Hey, I've been listening back and forth. You know me, I'm always running around, and right now it's like so busy for me. So I was actually driving, listening, and I heard some. I thought it was really cool that guy who came up here, Kev C, what he said. I thought he made some great points. And just everybody. And I heard Woman's First say, and I appreciate the compliment, but I guess I'm just unclear to my. I'm gonna be honest. I'm trying to choose my words carefully because every single thing that I say, this person has a fucking scope on me. Every fucking thing that I say is restreamed. But I'm not here for them. I'm here for you, Faith, and I'm here for the people in the chat and all you guys on the panel. So I want to give you a compliment for this being an absolutely wonderful stream for what I was hearing and listening to. Very interactive. But I want to say something for myself because I felt like Women's Fair was about to say something far as because I even heard you say even mahogany. And I think that's because there's this perception that I'm not sure what the perception is, that I don't know what I'm talking about or what's going on. And I don't understand that. You brought up a very good point. D. Durrell being a professional and being qualified to talk about what he's talking about. Well, you're talking another person that's qualified that nobody seems to want to listen to when it comes to certain things. Me being in the medical/dental field for damn near half my life. And it's like I'll say something and you get these people trying to rebut it. And I'm thinking I have way more experience in this than you. I was talking earlier about my son growing up in the community center. I've been a volunteer in the inner city community center for probably I'd say at least most of his life, 15 years plus. So it's just weird to me working with people in the community, men and women. Nobody wants to hear that. They just rather hear a bunch of bullshit. Now, I hope I'm not taking the conversation back, but I just wanted you to know that I was listening and I paid attention to that. And I appreciated the compliment that you gave me. It's almost like if a person actually knows what they're talking about, people just turn a blind eye to it. I don't know what it is about this space. This space is so freaking topsy-turvy. That's why a lot of people, to be honest, that's why a lot of freaking people leave. So I just wanted to say that.
No problem, Mahogany. I think you're great. I actually was referring to you being a lady. Um, I think that you get a lot of hatred from that certain individual because you're a lady. And the better class of women that are ladies, they get hatred. They just do. They do. I've noticed it my whole life. They
I'm
get
gonna
hated
say
by women.
I'm gonna say this though, and I'm glad Faith was talking about it earlier. I think you mentioned it. We're all women, but we all have different personality types. Yeah, I know how to be proper and all that, but I also know how to turn up, honey. And I'll be the first one to tell you I know how to turn up and I know how to shut it down. So we're all different. I just wish we respect each other for our differences.
But see, to me, ladylike behavior is not about being proper. It's an energy. I don't know. I really actually can't quite Mahogany put my feet on it. I can't because I'm a sovereign woman. And it's like a birthright almost. It's like a natural energy that certain women have that men adhere to. Men respect men and I don't know what it is. I can't really even actually describe it because it ain't the way you dress, it ain't the way you talk, it ain't your job. It is no category, like no way to categorize it, but it's an energy that's felt. You get what I'm saying?
No, I
Yeah.
do. can I say I think it is, y'all. I think it's for me. And Faith, you chime in. For me, I think what makes a lady is just holding true to her values and upbringings. And I do. I mean, that my values and my truths are what make me me. And so I try to hold truth to that. You know, when I feel like doing something that others might have an issue with, I don't care. I just do me. What about you, Faith?
Absolutely. And I wanted to say that it also has something to do with you having decorum about yourself. Like a lot of women have an issue with the men on my panel and them talking about ladies having decorum. And this is coming from men. So if you think that showing your body all the time and just skin is going to get you a husband, well, like Woman Spirit said, it's the ladies that are winning. Your skin is going to get you a man, but it's going to get you a wrong type of man to come into your life because he's only looking at that skin. He doesn't look at you as anything else. And so when we talk about having decorum about yourself, we're not telling you that, it's all about what you're wearing and how you dress, but it's about knowing that there is a time and a place for things. Nobody here is saying that you can't be sexy and rock your sexy outfits. You know, a lot of men will tell you that really they want that for their eyes only. And the men on the panel, y'all can correct me if I'm wrong.
Men.
Hello?
Right.
Men?
No, I agree. You're good.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Right.
I'm gonna get, I pop in and pop out. I just wanted to, let you know that I was listening and let Woman Spirit know that I was listening to what she said too, and just, I
No,
even
because Mahogany, I knew that was the issue from day one with you and the individual. I knew that was the issue from day one. I knew what it was. And it's the same with Faith. So it's
you want.
not nothing you gotta even disagree with. Just ignore it, to be honest.
Well, oh yeah,
Mm.
I've been trying. Child. Oh God, I swear I've been trying. Like I said, the video I made this morning was just something in my spirit that needed to be said. And that's pretty much the way I've been moving, just trying to whatever moves me, grooves me, I'm not thinking about that person, but I just I don't like what I'm seeing. Um, I don't understand it. I don't know why people can't just do their own content and just do them. I don't get it. But I'm a hop down. I appreciate you letting me up, Faith. Great job.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for coming up, Mahogany.
I was doing my kettlebell exercise, but I did want to jump into what you said about decorum and what the lady just said that she didn't understand. We're
Okay,
we
go ahead.
we are cashing checks. The community when she said do their own content and how that relates to decorum, people are running out of ideas for their videos. So attacking is all that's left. People are running out of ideas of how to just create better class of women as a series. So now they want to attack better class of women. That's going to happen because people are trying to cash checks at the end of the day. And decorum, even amongst the men, let me move away from the women and talk about the men. Dudes spend their time in these circle jerk panels saying the same thing for 110th time. If you notice, many of the guys who used to hang around those guys ain't going to those panels no more and publicly saying, I don't rock with Manosphere no more. I don't go over there no more. So while these guys think, oh, we're waking people up, you're actually turning people off and creating more women who hate men. Creating more women who hate men. And now it's only 10-20% of you who are getting together time after time, yelling and getting angry amongst each other. You have no decorum. Nobody wants to be around you anymore.
Absolutely. And I also want to send a shout out to Tasneem for the Cash App I just received. Thank you so much. He says, thanks for a great show, Faith. And I appreciate the Cash App and thank you again for supporting the platform.
Oh, one other thing, going back to Taz, and this is something for you and One Sphere. See, when we as the men, even disagreeing men, when we saw Cat Taz on that couch with a laptop next to him and a microphone, and he's sleeping on the couch, we knew what his agenda was. You have no life. You have no life. You on the couch with a full pillow and a blanket next to a laptop and a mic. Don't no real man live like that.
And just to settle that out, the woman, it was in Mexico, and the woman was a black woman, a 4-time deployment war veteran, USC graduate, currently enrolled at Columbia, and he stunk up her couch so bad that she had to throw it out.
Damn. Now that's messed up.
That's messed
You
up.
know, I had one person that stunk up my couch one time, and that was my uncle. But that was only because he worked at the garbage, you know, where they deal with the trash and stuff. I forget what they call it. It's sanitation, whatever. And he would come home smelling just like that trash. And no matter how many showers he took, when he laid on my couch, that smell just went all through it. I had to throw the whole couch away.
Yep. But just imagine meeting
Now
a man.
that's a pretty strong smell when you got to throw the couch out.
You talking about a better class of women. Just imagine meeting a man in a basement where you had to walk past a white woman because he wouldn't leave her house. And in Ohio, we have a freeze law where we're not allowed to put people out in 0 below weather. And you were willing to walk past a white woman who he was abusing domestically and physically, sleep with this man in a basement, and then drag him to a declared war veteran's house in Mexico on the couch. That ties into the better class of woman, because I'm telling you right now, that definitely ain't it.
No, a better class of woman knows that she's deserving of something better than that. But I wanted to send a shout out to real quick to Tomboy Chronicles and Chef Disaster. They've been tearing it up down there. They have actually been on Troll Patrol. So I just wanted to give them a shout out real quick. And thank you for keeping the chat room clean and safe. I appreciate it. Also, shout out to D Darrell for the $10 super chat. He says this was a great show. Appreciate the super chat, and thank you for supporting the channel. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And for the women out there on what Woman Sphere just said, how do y'all expect these dudes to get better if you keep helping a 50-50 brother? A work with me brother. That's 1980. That's 1970. Don't nobody really want you to work with us. This is the day of Bitcoin and stock investments. If a dude is over 26 years old, Alexander the Great conquered the world. Black African Hannibal the Great conquered at 20. Don't no dude need for you to work with him. No, some of you
They
ladies.
typically don't want it, Mr. Research. Typically.
Well. I won't. I will say this. I think some women like the pipe, or they like the look of a dude, and they want to keep him around for that. Because the corny dude, the not attractive dude, the more is more stable, but she feels like that's settling. So she wants to get the dude who got the pipe, but he's like a baby. He can't take care of himself. In Europe, we call them babies. Whether they woman or man. Somebody that want to be taken care of. So I just feel like sometimes it goes both ways. I mean, you can't, as women, they shouldn't get with people that they have to keep afloat.
Yeah, I don't agree with that either. I definitely think that it is the man's job to take care of the woman and any children that he has with her. That is his that's his God ordained duty, to be honest with you. So any man that is not capable of doing that, he needs to work on himself first.
So I'm going to ask Faith a question. What does the better class of woman go for as far as dating? Like, is she into the physical, or is she just into the communication and the attachment, the relationship aspect of it, the intimacy, or is physicality, is it even a question? Or I want to ask.
Well, physicality is very subjective, and every woman has her own idea of what she's attracted to. What I would tell women is this: go for what you like. You know,
Mm-hmm.
there has to be some level of attraction there. I would not be with any man that I'm not attracted to.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just going to be honest, because you know that is an important aspect of it. The same way that men will not be with a woman that they are not attracted to, nor should they.
Mm-hmm.
So
I've
you
been
know, but
attracted
there
to some
are
men
other
just because
things
they
that
was
are.
funny.
Yeah, I mean, and that could very well make him attractive to you. I've been attracted to a man just because he was intelligent and funny.
Mm-hmm.
A guy that can make me laugh and he's intelligent, that puts him way up there on the level of attractability. So
Me too.
anything that's on the outside is going to automatically be enhanced and look attractive to me anyway because I just like the man.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true.
And even though you didn't ask the male version, let me just slip it in a little bit. Like I
Yeah.
like dark skinned women. Okay, I
Mm-hmm.
like very dark skinned women, darn near purple. But
Mm-hmm.
but the problem is in some women's thinking, I'm fetishizing. What are you talking about? I
Mm-hmm.
just that's what gets me focused. What are you talking about? Or I like certain women's noses. Hey, that's just me. I like certain women's neckline. That's just me. But you
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't be shamed for it. What you will find amongst established men, and this is
Mm-hmm.
what I'm bringing to it. Established men do not necessarily have the most cutest girls.
Yeah, that's true.
They got women they
Yeah,
might get
look
along
at
to.
Bill Gates' wife.
Oh, yeah, well, let's do black people. Look at Morris Chestnut's wife. Look at Denzel.
Ooh,
I'm not saying these are
yeah, that's
terrible
true.
women. I'm
Denzel
saying
Washington's wife is beautiful to me, though.
again, I'm not saying they're terrible. I'm saying they're not on some what.
Society standards of beauty. I get what you're
Yeah,
saying.
they're
Yeah.
not
Right.
on. They're not on the black man's Instagram hit list. They are, but guess what? That particular dude loves coming home to that particular chick, and that's the
Mm-hmm.
one thing I think black women don't understand is that the concubine woman, yeah, she gets a lot of attention, but the married woman, her focus, she has a different level of focus depending on that husband. And if
Mm-hmm.
people focus on getting husbands, then they will stop saying stuff like I don't want to settle. We black men settle all the time. Y'all are not the greatest. Some of y'all come with kids. Some of y'all don't have your degree. We settle all the time. So women
Mm-hmm.
gotta understand that too. Maybe that fuddy duddy short dude is your love of the life.
Exactly.
I
To me,
wanted to
it's the what
I
is it?
I wanted to
Sapiosexual.
real quick because this is bothering me. What
Okay.
is this that they're talking about you shooting an older woman or what the hell is this?
Okay. Oh my God, girl. These people. These people. Listen. What a lot of people don't know is how deep the rabbit hole goes with Taz and Nyla. And I have not even begun to expose how deep the rabbit hole is. Nyla and Taz aren't content creators, they're glorified trolls. That is exactly what they are. Okay? And guess who's involved in that? Taz's mama. She trolls everybody. And it's quite irritating, to be exact. So I told him, because y'all got to understand. Can I explain the money situation so people can get where I'm leading with this?
Yeah, go
Y'all,
ahead. You got the flow.
Nyla was staying in the hotel for 2.5 years of me knowing her. And I felt uncomfortable with that. So I had a resource that could get her 20K. I offered it to her. Her. Okay. She used the contact to get it for Taz and to get it for her daughter. Her daughter didn't even get the money. Nyla got it. So Nyla was running around with way over 20K of what I hooked her up with. And there was only a $2,000 fee to get the money. Nyla would not pay the fee. It took me 8 months and I had to pay it on her behalf. And so during all of this, stuff was happening on YouTube. I kept hearing all the stories of everybody on YouTube. And I was just getting irritated with them because I knew what I was dealing with personally with them. So I'm like, these stories is starting to add up. Because look what you just did to me. You got all this money from me and can't even cut the 2K check. And you still living in Airbnb. So everything started adding up once the money situation hit. Come to find out, his mama is trolling me in my chat, saying all types of wicked stuff. So I told her I would smack the shit out of her. Because I know where she live at. And they said, oh my God. She said that about an elderly. I never said I would shoot her. I said, if you come to my house, I practice my Second Amendment rights. I wasn't talking about his mama. I said, if you come to my house, I practice my Second Amendment rights and I will blow your head off. And I mean that. I mean, I don't know what people want me to do. You think if I get a toothless nigga like Taz at my door, I'm just going to welcome him in and give him some cookies? Mm-mm. See, I ain't y'all on YouTube. I operate differently, baby. I don't even follow YouTube politics. I mean what I say and I say what I mean. So you can feel sorry for his trolling ass mammy with all her prostitution charges and disorderly conduct charges, but I don't.
Absolutely. And if someone comes to your house, I mean, you do have the right to protect your dwelling.
Exactly.
So
That's what I
I
said.
totally understand that. Now they're saying that they're asking about a time that you supposedly did in prison for shooting a older woman.
I did 3 years in prison and I never shot nobody. You can look my record up. My name is Angela Smith. Look me up. I'm 44 years old. Look me up. I give you the right. Listen, I've been doing what I've been doing for all these days, and look me up, y'all. They lying. I'm not lying. I'm not the liar in this situation, y'all. I'm not. And you're gonna see it more and more the more I reveal. You're gonna see it more and more. If you want to do an interview, Faith, I can go over my
You
charges
know
with
what?
you and let you pull it up.
I was just gonna suggest that maybe we set aside a time where we could actually do an interview, because it seems like this is a lot to unpack, because they're talking about shootings and all this other stuff. And I do think you need to probably get to the bottom of this once and for all.
I've never shot a woman. This is, y'all, what happened was when you get doxxed on YouTube, people have misinformation. So when they started saying a certain group of people, which is actually Bomb Cherry, to be quite frank, started saying I shot a woman. So I just went along with it. I ain't shoot nobody. You can pull up my criminal history. Like I said, pull up my criminal history. I don't care. I don't care what y'all pull up. Once I decide to go rogue like this, Faith, against somebody, trust and believe it's for a right reason. It's not for no reason. It's not, I'm not just going against Nyla and Taz for no reason. People are making it seem like I'm bitter, angry, and mad because that's what people like to do to women like me. I'm always mad all the time. Let them tell it. Nobody, I'm never a victim. Nobody ever victimizes me. It's like, no, she's not a victim. Even though these people got all this money from me, wouldn't pay me. I had to track them down to even get the money. And then they lying about getting it. They saying they never got it. When I got bank statements of them getting it. But y'all won't even give somebody $20 and they don't pay it back and you not mad. I ain't listening to nobody. You can look me up. We can do an interview. You can I will actually send you my criminal docket and history, Faith. I will email it to you. And we can do an interview. I've never shot nobody. I went
Mhm.
along with that. I went along with it because when you get doxxed on YouTube, which I was doxxed years ago by Danini, and so when I was doxxed, Danini and Bomb was the ones that doxxed me. When I got doxxed, I just went along with what they said because I knew it was a lie. But I will send you my criminal docket. I ain't shoot nobody.
Do you also realize that? And hopefully you realize that going along with it actually created more of a conundrum for your image than if you
Yes,
had.
but I didn't care at the time because I didn't want to clear it up because at the time, I'm going to tell you what made me do that at the time. I had a troll from the beef sector tell me never argue with people that dox you. Just let them get away with what they say. Because when you clear up, it really all it does is paint a path to who you truly are. And I didn't want them to know who I truly was. So I didn't clear anything up. I just let them create the lies. And I didn't care about it. But now that I'm doing what I'm doing to Nyla and Taz, I don't care about people pulling up my criminal docket. If you pull my criminal docket up, trust and believe me, you're not gonna see I shot nobody because I didn't.
Let me just say one more thing before Faith come in because you said you cared at the time. I
At the
tell
time, I was
everybody.
scared.
I
Yeah, I
know,
was
I know, I
scared.
got you. I got you. I tell everybody in YouTube space, white people, Asian people, I tell everybody, the minute you become a public speaker, you are no longer your own person.
True.
The minute you are on YouTube, you cannot say that's just YouTube. The minute your Facebook account becomes popular, the minute that you on Twitter and you become popular, you can no longer rely on the fact, hey, this is just my opinion. No, just like what happened with D. Durrell, but I told him before it would happen. Some jealous adult in the black community, keyword adult, went and took his information and tried to destroy his business based on an opinion that D. Durrell said that had nothing to do with the person trying to destroy his business. These
Mm.
black people are acting like Ku Klux Klan members. 19,
Hmm.
no, let me rock for a minute. The
No, I
1999
believe you.
The 1999 blacks ain't created nothing. In 1950, we had the most marriages. 1960, we had businesses everywhere, store owners, employers. 1970, you had Black Power movement. 1980, Ronald Reagan dropped crack cocaine, but we still invented this darn internet. And a black woman created the ability to speak over the internet. And in 1990, we ain't created nothing. 1999, we created anti-blackness. 2000, we created talking against other black people. That's where we're at. So the minute you become a speaker on your own little YouTube that only got 100 people, you are now a public figure and you don't
Yeah.
realize it.
And
Yes,
that's
I
why I'm
agree.
willing to do the interview with Faith. I'll do the interview with Faith. I'll send her my criminal docket. It'll debunk all the shit that they fucking saying about me shooting this woman and doing all that. I did do time and I did 3 years in the penitentiary. It wasn't for shooting nobody. It wasn't for shooting nobody. I just didn't clear it
Okay.
up at the time because I didn't care. And guess who don't care right now? Because I literally came on the platform telling everybody I was flawed. I came on the platform saying that. You can go back to videos when I was Angela. and see that I've been talking about my criminal history, my 3 baby daddies, the mistakes I've made in my life since I've been on this platform for 5 years straight. And they have weaponized it against me over and over and over again. But you can't weaponize what I release. I released it. I'm not you. I'm not hiding, Nicole. I'm not saying I never been to jail. I got all 4 of your mug shots. One for prostitution and the
Okay,
other 3 for theft.
bet it up, Women's Sphere. Now you know I'm gonna be impartial. You know I'm fair, and you know I like
No,
to call it
that's
down the
cool.
middle.
That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I ain't embarrassed
So
about nothing, Faye.
anything that I read, anything that I discover in my discovery process before the interview, I'm gonna go over it with you to be fair, and then we're gonna come and we're gonna talk about it in front of everybody.
That's cool.
I do think that it does need to be laid to rest. A lot of the issues that you have with these people. There's a lot of people in my chat room. I've never ever seen these people before. Look, as far as the uppity unicorn situation, I don't think nobody has treated uppity bad. I've been on the tail end of that myself. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
uppity. She been running around here every year, is a thing, that she brings this thing up that happened to her. And I'm not saying that what didn't happen to her wasn't bad, because I think that anybody sharing your news, that right there is terrible. But how can you be more mad at somebody that came after the fact? Woman Spirit was not around during any of the stuff that happened with Uppity, but she's more mad at Woman Spirit and got more vitriol for other women in this space and trying to make us part of her victimization. And none of us was there. You can't be more mad at people who weren't there than the actual people that victimized you.
But I, D. Durrell has a bigger certification than mine. I'm a counselor, but I'm a counselor only for men. I think what sometimes ladies don't understand is there are certain ladies within y'all community that want to be heard and are willing to reinvent for the sake of a pat on the back from another woman.
Mm.
It's the Amber Heard thing. You know what you and Johnny Depp did behind the scenes. You got enough money, you could have just left. But you fell in love with, let me audio tape this guy so I can get other women to pat me on the back. Let me create a narrative, a system of recordings so that I can strategically go to this newspaper and say, I have survived. And really, that wasn't your lived experience. So I have been attacked by people I didn't even know existed. I've been on YouTube since 2006. And I had 42,000 subscribers at one point in time. There's a lot of people I don't even know that they got oxygen going in and out of their lungs. Yet they will come to me and say, Mr. Research, you said blah, blah, blah. But here's the thing I just said to Womansphere, and I hope Faith can hear this too. I have been sincere about every message that I ever put out. And because I've been sincere, it's not an opinion. I tell all my fans, I don't do opinions. I say what's documented. Even stuff I don't like, I say what's documented. So that way my message to you is about how things currently are. It ain't about how I hope it is. It ain't about what I wish it would be. And when people come to me, they come to me with this narrative. Well, hey, calm down. Well, let's work it out. Where did I get it wrong? And now you can't articulate where I got it wrong. You just being emotional. And I say, okay, you got the last word because it just appears to me that you came here to diss me. Okay, cool. And I don't care. And we move on. And I never bring it up again. So people will say, Mr. Research, you're so calm with people because people have an agenda to fabricate so they can get a pat on the back.
That's true. But I'm sitting up here looking at all these new people, and they didn't come here for me. They didn't come here for me. They didn't come here to talk about the content at hand, and that is a better class of women. And I don't appreciate that. Not at all. I don't typically tolerate anything like this on my platform. And usually when I have guests on my platform, I ask only that you respect the people on the panel. And it's kind of disheartening because a lot of you have not been here. You don't know how my platform works. And you're being very disrespectful right now. You're derailing a conversation that was going great. I had some great speakers up here, and I'm trying to facilitate something that is needed, facilitate a conversation that has been missing from this space for a very long time. Now, the classy woman, as Woman Spirit would say, the lady has been scorned, she's been shamed, she's been silenced, and she's been put in the back. Now, there's a comment from someone by the name of Serial Options Trader, and he said that he has been in this space over a year, and a lot of these women promote selling their body. It's low-class behavior. And so now when you have trolls of men coming out and telling you what they view as low-class behavior, they're not telling you what they will sleep with, because what they'll sleep with is different than what they will commit to. You all come in here and change the subject to Woman Sphere and this thing that's going on between Taz and Nyla. I don't appreciate that.
Well, lead us in this whole better class of women. So when women are out here dating and interacting with males, what should their conduct be when they run across somebody who checks eight out of the 10 things, but maybe he don't have the 9 attractive, or maybe his sex game ain't what it's supposed to be. Put us up on this better class of women. How should she be conducting herself when maybe the looks or the sex game ain't what she wanted to be, but all the other 8 boxes are checked?
She should get what she wants. That's what she should do. That's how she should conduct herself. A classy woman is not fake or phony. And I know that a lot of men want me to say something different, but I got to keep it all the way real. If you want a woman to fake it, get a prostitute.
And I totally understand that. And she should get what she wants. So if she keeps picking what she wants, should she get on the microphone and complain about all men?
No, absolutely not. Do you know how many times I haven't gotten what I wanted? I'm not on my bullhorn, complaining about all men because I ran into a few frogs. Unfortunately, you're going to kiss a few frogs before you find the prince. But a woman of class is not going to sit up and cry about it. You're a grown woman. Grown women and grown men understand disappointment. They understand rejection. They understand that, there are going to be things that's not going to go your way in life. And mature people know how to take that in stride. Immature people get on their soapbox and whine about it.
And that's the same thing we say about those of us who go against what Manosphere is saying. Go to an orgy. Pay $200 and go to an orgy. Stop complaining. Pay whatever you're going to pay and go get a concubine. Whatever you're going to do. Oh, I shouldn't have to do that. Well, why are you crying? Women won't change. Women won't do what I want them to. Why? Why is that necessary? You're over 26 years old. The Jewish man ain't doing that. He going to a concubine. The Japanese man ain't doing that. Why are you crying so much about women won't change? And you're go and to your point, Faith, mature people don't have time for that. Mature people see that as a never. But guess what? Half of the manosphere stay with their baby mama, and I know this because I've interacted with these dudes prior to them becoming popular. Another half
Yeah,
of these dudes,
I just found out about Edward. What's his name?
I
Edward
ain't gonna speak on
Anderson.
nobody's name. I ain't speaking
Well,
on
yeah,
nobody.
I'm sorry, I forgot. I'm not supposed to
I don't.
mention names,
I'm
but
a
yeah,
person even on my channel. I don't drop names. But I'm gonna let you finish, Faith. It's your show. But
yeah. But I'm sorry. I was just so shocked to hear about that. I was really surprised. But anyway, go ahead. Sorry about that.
you got people who are on their third divorce, second divorce. Manosphere is a collection of people who could not make it. I am harder on women than any man I have ever interacted with. But guess what? I know how to walk away. I know how to not be part of a conversation. And then they say, "Well, we got to have a voice." Having a voice should be done at the legal level. Go change the laws if you don't like what's going on. Get together with the white men and tell the white men to go against their white brothers and change the laws. You don't want to do that, then it's all futile. It's 11 years of complaining and getting nowhere, and you done fell in love with complaining. And now the women have fell in love with complaining. The divestors can't get the white husbands because the white husbands only want to have sex. They don't want to put a ring on nothing. And if they do put a ring on something, he's from Germany or somewhere. He ain't even from the USA. Where are these white husband success stories? When are we going to get the white? We only got like three in the entire YouTube. These dudes are not doing that. I even made a video. One lady over in England, she's so proud of her white boyfriend. She's up here modeling, putting on lingerie, and he looked very uncomfortable when she was doing it. 1 year later, he back with a white woman making fun of the black girlfriend he was with. See, or some black man with a white chick. Oh, I love the heck out of this white chick. Cool, brother. Go be in peace. No, I'm finna come back to the black community and talk about black women. Why would you do that if you live in Thailand and you got a Taiwanese woman? Why would you do that if you over in England and you got a white woman? Why is it necessary to come back to the black community and stir up something? Shouldn't you be enjoying Taiwanese English life? That's why I said it's all about getting a YouTube check. These people are not serious.
Oh yeah, I've been knew that. Been knew they weren't serious. But I wanted to get Woman Sphere's take on the question that you asked me because it was actually a really good question. Woman Sphere, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, okay. Did you hear the question that Mr. Research asked me?
No, I didn't.
Okay, Mr. Research, can you form the question to her again?
Yeah, in a nutshell, first I had asked about what should the woman do when 8 of her 10 boxes are checked off, but maybe the looks or the sex game is not where it should be. Faith said the woman should get what she wants. And I said, yes, she should get what she wants. But if what she wants keeps backfiring on her, she shouldn't run to the internet and start complaining about all men. That's where we ended. So, what do you think the woman should do, woman sphere, when 8 out of her 10 boxes are checked, but maybe the looks and the sex game ain't what she wanted to be?
I think that's difficult because I think that's how relationships repair themselves naturally. Um, and there's nothing wrong with that. Communication is big, but sexual intimacy is big too. And people like to downplay that as if it's a bad thing. And I think that's silly because it's like if y'all going through a rough time, if y'all can't lay into each other and soothe each other, it's literally what it was for. what it was created for, what we were gifted to it for. It's to soothe each other, calm each other. And it's like people act like that's not a biggie. It is. Because if you don't want to fuck the person you with, you really just don't need to be with them.
Exactly.
That's
And
not a
I'm
good
I'm
look.
really I'm really tired of people trying to tell black women that we don't have a right to be attracted to the men that we want to be with.
Yeah, you need to be attracted. You need to, like, just imagine having a woman that don't want to give you oral sex. She doesn't want to give you no oral sex. You not gonna be satisfied with that. Like, you might like her as a person, but you're going to be unsatisfied. Period.
Right.
So
Exactly. We are human beings too. We have feelings, we have
yes,
emotions, we have desires, we have passions,
yes,
and we see what we like. We like what we see, and we see what we like. So the
yep,
same way you guys have that, we have that too, and you can't ask us to overlook that and just look at something else. Because that's kind of like us telling you, well, hey, if you like a more slender woman, well, I'm 200 pounds or 300 pounds. Oh, overlook that. Look at something else. You can't do that.
exactly. That's
So
why I said you gotta be able to be willing to meet somebody where they stand, and you gotta be. I think a lot of women are. I think it's called, if I'm not mistaken, sapiosexual.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's
Okay,
correct.
I think that a lot of women are sapiosexual because when I leave you mentally, you could be a tall walking glass of milk. I would not give a damn. Once my mind checks out, I'm gone.
And I'm glad we have this conversation because I think that's the difference between our male community and you guys put it out there very good. The guys who have what we consider as boyish, now this isn't saying nothing with you guys because you guys are free to, have your theory. Those of us who consider males who may be 40, 18, 15 as very boyish, you like what you like, we consider that boyish. The mature dudes, and I'm not saying they're better, I'm just saying certain dudes have a different thought process. We don't look at none of that y'all just said. None of it. We look at it as I might not be sexually attracted to her, but I enjoy being around her. She makes me feel good as a man. And I think in this 4 minutes that we've been speaking, that's where the disconnect is. Because the boyish dudes, they agree with everything that you guys said because that's how they operate. They want to bust and go. They want to pump and dump. Those are not conversations we are gonna have. And shout out to Sasha saying the lies. I understand the hate for men. I get it. I understand that there are women who don't want to hear nothing but dudes are evil, dudes are terrible because you've been dealing with boys, older boys, your entire life. So dudes who are established or dudes who are mature or dudes who have decorum, you're not used to that. So I get it. I get it. I'm not even combative about that. Shout out to you, Sasha Booth, for saying the lies. But I think that's why this community is going to ultimately fail because other cultures are not on this diversity. Other cultures are having arranged marriages. Other cultures are taking over your community. So while Sasha might say the lies, her grandma's property is being bought by a Chinese person right now because she's focused on the wrong thing. So I don't disagree with nothing that neither of you ladies have said, but I think that's where the disconnect is that we as dudes, half of us don't agree with what these boyish type of dudes do.
But
What
no,
do you?
what I'm saying about Sasha Boo is this. I'm not saying that we don't like nice looking men, Sasha Boo. What I'm saying is I don't care how fine you are. Once my mind is gone off of you, I'm no longer sexually attracted. If you're betraying me and you fine as wine, I still don't want to have sex with you. I don't. Like once I check out mentally, cause you done betrayed me, you done stabbed me in the back, you done hurt me, you got me crying all night long and all that, I start losing attraction sexually. That's a natural thing. Like
Yeah, and
it's
I think that's with most women though. And once a person betrays you, and each person has their level of what they consider betrayal. And once you gone, as far as mentally, like she says, that's it. Once a woman makes up her mind that she's gone, she's out of there. And there's nothing that a man can do or say. She could be laying in the bed with you every night,
Yep,
but
plotting on her way,
she's not
plotting
going
on
to
the day
love
that
you.
she gonna be strong enough to walk away from you. Women decide they're gonna leave you light years before they leave you. We literally plan it before we leave. We don't just up one day and leave. We plan it. We get tired of you. We start wanting to F you. We start wanting to suck you. We start wanting to do all of that. And then eventually we walk into leaving. That's women. That's like women is not going to play around with a man that has betrayed them. They don't care. Like looks don't mean nothing. Like it really don't mean nothing. Once we decided to walk away, it's a wrap. It's just amount of time. Like relationships don't end. Y'all think relationships just end right when the offense is made? No, they don't. Not for women. We sit up and we decide and we go back and forth and we do all of that and we because it's hurtful. It's not easy. It's not easy. You walking away from somebody you love, but you realize that you can't get over what they did. I done been in that situation 1,000 times.
Let me ask you this question, Woman Spirit, before Mahogany jumps in. Let me ask you this question.
Mhm.
So here's a conundrum. And look, you guys' version, I'm not knocking it, but here's a conundrum. If a man is dealing with other black women, black Germans, black French, black Caribbean, who don't have that philosophy, who because I find that guys fall victim to other women outside of America who are black, who don't have none of that philosophy. They're just appreciative of being with a guy that ain't a cheater or a hitter. They're appreciative of a guy who's a hard worker. They don't get into those other depths. So my question to you is, and whatever your answer is, it is. I'm not being combative. Do you understand why some guys may fall victim to a class of women who don't have none of those concerns?
What are the concerns are this is a woman's issue. This ain't a universal or woman outside the country issue. This is a woman's issue. This is all
But
women.
hold on, woman spirit, because I hate when black men compare black American women to women overseas, and I'm sure Mahogany can appreciate this as well. But you're
Yes.
talking about a class of women who are oppressed. American women are not oppressed. We are free to express ourselves. So those women that are just grateful for the small stuff, they're just grateful because they're oppressed. But when they get over here and they get a taste of freedom and they realize that they are free to express themselves in any way that they want to, then they're not oppressed anymore. They exercise their options the same way as we do. I'm sorry, but go ahead, Mahogany.
Yeah, I got to jump in here. I wanted to talk about the other thing that Women's Fair was talking about, but I got to talk about this. Because we not too long ago talked about this as somebody who's been overseas and just um it's very easy for first of all, this idea that they're over there and they're just appreciative is absolute foolishness. I know one of my good friends The moment that woman got over here, gone, I wouldn't even say less than 6 months. Just shoot, boom, catch her if you can. So then she got her visa or whatever, and she was out. Here, you take your kids, I'm out. So this nonsense, I mean, listen, I'm not here to hate on people. Date who you want to date. It's just a little sickening to me. And this idea that because these women are overseas and they've got so much more morals and so much better training is absolute bullshit. There, you can listen, you can find good women over there, you can find good women over here if you're looking. The reason, you even said in your own language, you use the word how these men get duped. Well, they get duped because they think in the first place that these women got coochies made of gold. They think in the first place that these women are somehow better than their own women. So they dupe themselves. And then the reality check chicks in the moment they bring their asses over here. And Faith is, and I'm about to let you go. Faith is absolutely correct. So even if you're not talking about a third world country and you're just talking about, I can give you an example. I did research on this. Even if you're talking about a country like, we'll say a very poor country, Jamaica. I have lots of Jamaican friends, right? I kind of spoke about this on my channel. What's accepted over there, because it's a very patriotic type of society. So a man can really, even though it's illegal, a man can slap a woman up in the street. Nobody will say anything to him. They'll just say, oh, that woman must have said something. She must have did something to offend that man. Nobody will freaking do anything. But let something like that go down over here in the dirty or up north. You know what I'm saying? And all hell's going to break loose because our train of thought is just different. And so it's not even a matter of they're being brought up better or different. They are used to kind of having a foot on their neck. There's lots of them that are not. We want to complain about 75 cents on the dollar. A lot of these women aren't even allowed to do certain types of jobs in other countries. So we got our issues, but compared to a lot of these women around the world, they got it way harder than us. And I think sometimes as Americans, we're just really spoiled and unaware of how other people live. And so we think automatically these people are living so much better, honey. Most people around the world don't even have indoor plumbing, let alone electricity. You just don't see that on television. But they don't. They're freaking taking a bath damn 3 times a week because that's when they get hot water. Like, trust me, that I got a friend right now. He loves to brag about how he gets women from Brazil, but he was the first to tell me, man, when he goes over there where he's visiting, keep in mind we're not talking about tourist land. Tourist land is gonna look good. But you take your ass on down there to the dirt roads, to the trailers where there's 3 and 4 women sleeping on the floor in a 2-bedroom place. You take your ass on down there and see how these people are really living. Oh, they're real glad when you wipe them up, honey. They can't wait.
Facts on facts. Tomboy Chronicle says, respectfully, how do you know all Black women aren't grateful, etc., as if we are complicated, high maintenance, LOL. And that's just it. Mr. Research, I'm just going to say this, and then Woman Spirit can answer your question. I'm sorry I cut you off. But the best way for you to know the sincerity of a woman is she has to be sovereign. She has to be free. And I'm talking about completely free. If a woman chooses you when she doesn't have to, then you know that that woman is yours. But if you go to one of these third world countries, or like Mahogany says, it doesn't even have to be a third world country. But I'll use a third world country as the best example, because a lot of y'all like to go down there to the what do you call it, Dubai, and get those women over there. Those women are oppressed over there. You take your U.S. money over there, you're living like Big King over there. These women think that they done grab the bag, but you're only big balling over there. Then you bring your $40,000-$50,000 a year making behind back to America with her, and you can't ball like that with her like you did in her country, because now you got to, live like you live with your American dollars here. She's going to know the difference. And you know what else? She's also going to see the difference in how women are treated here. And she's going to see the opportunity she has as a woman here. And she's going to get the hell away from you. Now tell me what type of gratefulness is that?
So to answer your question, that was nothing that I said. Mahogany didn't speak to what I said, but I'm willing to hear y'all answer. Y'all turned it into a woman thing. That wasn't even my question. My question was about the guy, but I have no disagreement with what Mahogany said because it wasn't my question. And what she did say, I had no disagree with. Faith, I have no disagree with what you said. I understand what Woman's Fear said because she more so answered my question.
Well, re-ask the question then, because I know damn well I answered that question, but re-ask it.
Can I speak, Mahogany?
Go ahead, you have the floor.
So, Woman's Fear more so answered the question. I'm not a combative person, Mahogany. I'm not an argumentative person. So I let everybody speak. I try to show patience. So my question was about how that dude interprets the part of Woman's Fear thing on when they fall sexually out of love with you, or when they have those concerns. And I even understood Faith part, which I kind of mixed into Woman's Fear, where she says she's free to have that. So maybe free is the answer that I took from Faith. But it had nothing to do with whether those ladies are destitute or impoverished. I totally get that. I mean, I'm a world traveler before the internet, so I totally get it. But I was trying to get the understanding of how these dudes may perceive uh, the whole point of interacting with a woman where that sexuality is at the forefront, as opposed to some women, even here in America, living free, where sexuality is not, or good looks is not at the forefront. We have, and I'm gonna end right here. We have women who are with shorter guys, shorter troll looking, midget looking guys, and they love they little dudes. But in our community, that's hated. So that's what I was speaking to. It wasn't the other thing. But hey, I'm here to learn. So I'll be quiet and listen to you ladies.
Okay, Woman's Fear, you want to finish answering that question?
I think that there's a when I actually do believe, as a woman that has dated outside of her race and ethnicity, I believe that it's a little different when black men do it. When black men do it, it's always a comparison of who's better. It's not really about the attraction. And to me, it's like I was attracted to white boys when I was younger. I thought they were cute. I was young, I was free, I was doing me. And I never really have ever really led by my race. I've been led by my gender, which is why I'm a feminist and a womanist. I lead by my gender. And so it's quite strange to me when I hear black men talking about dating outside of their race and when I hear the divestors talking about dating outside of their race. It's always about what black men don't do, what black women don't do. So basically, you got your heart broken in one area and went to another. It wasn't a natural, organic situation. You just did it because you was salty at somebody else. And I noticed that that is what black men lead with. When they are dating white women, they trash black women. And it's like, I don't see why they do that. This is why when we do content on interracial dating, we talk about that aspect because it's true. And so we got to get to the self-hating nature of the black man, because the self-hating nature of the black man leads to why so many black women are male identified and why they have a self-hating nature. It's because it starts with you. You so busy thinking everything that ain't black is better than you that you think these women that have been put on a pedestal by white society are better than black women. And you're going to have a better chance with them. You looking at these white men with their white wives like, man, I think you know what? It's almost like you want to emulate the white man. You want to be like the white man. You want to be like the same man that fed black babies to alligators, hung you from trees, buck broke you, raped you. They submitted you to a position of you so submitted. Now you want to be like them. And now you trying to convince black women to want to be like white women. And we don't want to be like white women. We're proud of what we are. But why aren't you? And until black men address the fact that they really aren't proud to be black, they aren't. Outside of the misogynistic and egotistical and chauvinistic tone of it, which is oppressing black women and children, they ain't proud to be black for real. Not like what we are. We've created whole organizations and movements. Like, why do y'all want us to be like white women so much? Why don't y'all accept us for who we are? That's the problem. That's what I got on that.
Can I say something, Faith? Because she said a lot, and I want to add on to that too. But first, I want to go back to Mr. Research. I wasn't being argumentative. I was just being passionate. Now, you said that everybody else answered the question, and I guess my answer just wasn't sufficient. But I literally said, Faith said that they have the freedom. So what do you think when you don't have financial freedom, when you have no money and you're poor and you're living in poverty, that means you don't have financial freedom, right? That means you're up under somebody's foot, right? So that means the first chance you get, you see an American, whether it be a soldier or not, you see somebody from America, you think money. You think he got money. That's what you think to yourself. So of course you're going to be everything that you think this man wants you to be. And then the moment you have freedom, right, you're going to act a different way. So I don't see how you can say that I didn't answer the question. You just didn't like the way I said it. You didn't like the way I delivered it. I was a little bit too firm for you. And I'm sorry about that. I do want to speak to what a little bit about what Black Women's First said. I'm going to say this. This is my opinion. I think once again, and people hate when I do this, but I think it's a people issue. I think you got a group of men and women that aren't proud to be who they are. I don't want to get too deep. That's a whole nother show. I think it definitely comes both ways, but I do wish that people would stop comparing Black folks to other folks of other nationalities and other cultures and stuff like that. Our American experience is so unique. It's just an insult. It's not fair. These people, as you stated, are given an upper hand that we're not given, that we will never be given, honey. They get the loan the first time for the business. They get the loan the first time for the house, regardless. And we have to struggle and fight and do this and do that and jump through hoops. And, if people don't believe it, then you just don't know. But I know what I know, because I've been through that. And there's actually studies and statistics to prove it. They've done blind studies where the numbers are showing that this is true. When people go to apply for business loans, when people go to apply for home loans, there was a huge story about it years ago down here in South Carolina. So I'll be quiet and listen.
So, the reason I said that, Mahogany, because just like what happened a second with the whole white woman thing, I never said anything about white women. But people believe on the panel that I mentioned white women. I was talking about black.
Yeah, and you know what? Not to cut you off, Mr. Research, but I just put it in our private chat. I wanted to say I correct that. You didn't say that. You said Black French women. So let's get back to the topic of what you said, because it's very intriguing, actually. Do you think that women because my family is first generation I'm first generation American. My family is from the islands. So I want to know, do you think there's a difference between Black women of different ethnicities and cultures? Do you think there's a difference?
So you interrupted me. Please let me finish first, and then I'll come back to your question.
I just had to get my thought out. I'm sorry.
Okay. So just like the thing with the white woman, I never said anything about that. So if a person were to mention white women, that isn't something, Mahogany, that I actually said or spoke to.
I
Again,
didn't say anything about white women either. What you talking about?
you know what? I'm good, Mahogany. I'm not
Yeah,
here.
I'm good too. Don't say something. I
I'm
didn't
just
say the
here to
word white.
argue,
Didn't
Mahogany.
the word white did
I'm not
not come
here
out
to.
my mouth?
You are
Okay,
listening to
okay, okay.
respond. You are
We
listening to respond.
established that he didn't say white woman. Let him finish.
Yeah, you know, this is turning into a you thing. I'm not gender warring. I'm having a discussion. What I was trying to correlate, let me make it Mickey Mouse. I asked a question about Donald Duck, and someone's talking about Mickey Mouse. Yes, they are both part of Disney, but I wasn't talking about Mickey Mouse. So that's what I meant. So when Faith said about Mickey Mouse is free, and when one woman's fear which said what she said about Donald Duck, I understood the two. I didn't understand the other part. So this ain't this is why this is how the gender war happens. People and men do it more than women. So let me not pander, but let me just keep it real. Men do it more than women. I'm not trying to control how you ladies answer a question. Whatever your question is, what your question is. All right.
Well,
But
there was a question for you in the chat, Mr. Research, and I'm going to try to go back to it because it's along lines of what Woman's Fear asked you.
okay.
It's just from the Tomboy Chronicles. She says, at Mr. Research TV,
Mhm.
I would like to hear your perspective on why you feel Black women as a collective aren't grateful.
Okay. The word grateful, I can't quantify. I'm a nerd. I can't quantify grateful. Grateful is an emotional expression. It's I'm grateful for this conversation that we having, even though we having some bumps and roads, because I'm learning what you guys are thinking. While somebody else on the panel may not be grateful. So you can't quantify grateful.
Don't Faith, so he can just take shots
Mahogany,
at
stop
me. He
trying to
can just
be at
take shots
war,
at me.
Mahogany.
Why don't you
We are
just
not
talk to the
at
people?
war.
Stop taking shots at me. You don't
Okay,
know
Lady,
first
me.
of
You
all,
do
this
not
is
know
not
not
me.
that
at
type of
war.
panel, okay?
Not at war.
Please refrain from taking shots at anybody on this panel. Attack the talking points, not the people.
Yeah, nobody's at war. Matter of fact, Woman's Fear, I haven't forgot your question. Let me back up and let other people talk because I don't want this to turn into a war.
No, go. Well, go ahead, Mahogany. You want to say something?
I just want to say something. No, and I'm gonna leave this alone. You're talking about breaking things down to Mickey Mouse and Daffy Duck and all this and that. You're being very, listen, nobody's stupid here. I know what you're doing. And you're wrong about me. One thing I don't do is the gender war. If anybody knows that, Faith knows that. And I'm sure Women's Fair is learning that about me. So I don't know what you think you know about me. You don't know me and I don't know you. I mean, you seem very smug and arrogant. I know that. But there's no disrespect coming from me. If I sound stern, that's because I speak stern. That's the way I speak.
No, you're assertive. You're an assertive
Yeah,
woman.
that's how I turn it too. Too.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Research. Let's just continue to. Did you
Okay,
want
but
to
as the
answer?
person,
Yeah.
yeah, I answer. Even though that's how you ladies interpret it, I'm the one getting the brunt of it. So I don't interpret it that way. I interpret if I was a man doing the exact same thing, then I would be seen as overly aggressive. That's just overly aggressive. That's a person who's trying to poke. So you guys are not at the blunt of it. So you guys are free to have that opinion. I have a person constantly interrupting while I'm allowing them to freely speak and come to their full conclusion, and a person calling, giving me the label of smug and all that when I haven't even done that to them. So you guys, so we're all learning something here. Hopefully in the audience. Sometimes people are just attacking for the sake of attack, and then they get coverage. It happens over in the manosphere also, and I pulled a card on it also. Don't sit up here and poke at women just because they don't want to agree. Let me ask you a question. Let her speak. I do that all the time. So
Okay,
I
well let's move it. Let's
okay.
move
Let
it
me move
past
on
that.
since I can't.
Yeah,
Move
because
on.
I
I
really
can't
don't
speak on
want to
what
get
I want
caught
to
up,
speak.
in the back and forth. But can I
Okay.
ask you, did you ever answer Tomboy Chronicles questions? I think
Yeah,
it's
I
a really
did.
good question.
Yeah, I did. I
Okay.
did. I did.
So you said you can't quantify
Can't
the word
quantify
grateful.
grateful. No, you can't quantify grateful because that's to each person's opinion. I work in counseling. A person may feel at one point in their life that their relationship at the start is grateful. toward the middle, they may not feel like they're grateful about it. Toward the end, there might be a life changing event to where they return back to grateful. Grateful is a thing that happens like a roller coaster. You know, it's appreciation at the end of the day. I like to use the word appreciation. It's the same thing I tell my male clients. You can't be mad at women because you have a different level of appreciation at your life. But then you get to a point in your life where you have what's called a God effect or a mother nature effect. And now that woman, you so grateful, appreciative that she's there with you. So people who don't understand that, they want a more frosting on the cake answer, which is this. Yeah, I believe women are appreciative, grateful all the time. Period. Full stop. Because that's what they want to hear. But the reality is this stuff is very complex. And so if I appreciate a woman, I need to constantly self-analyze myself like I did with my ex-fiance, like I did with many women that I love. Hey, look, don't mess this up. Do your part as this relationship. So if the relationship falls apart, let her be the one that tears it apart. You do everything you're supposed to do to make this a great relationship. Even though you don't feel like she's being fair, you check yourself because that's what a relationship's supposed to be about. So yes, once again, and to woman's fears answer, I believe this stuff all comes down to appreciation. You got to appreciate these relationships that you're in.
But I
And
was
now
I was more
go
okay.
ahead. Go ahead.
Okay. I was more like leaning towards the ethnicity factor that you talked about. Like I wanted to know why you feel there's a difference in vulnerability in relationships due to ethnicity of black women.
Oh, okay. So let me take women out of it. Let me answer your question just based on men. It's the same thing, but
Okay.
men is
Okay.
easier to digest.
Hmm.
Outside of this country, if you're a black German man, a black Austrian man, a black French man, you have a level of traditions and cultures that
True.
supersede how you feel about what women's feel did on Wednesday.
Yeah, true.
And these cultures are not religious all the time. These are just ingrained things that you've been
Well,
taught.
ethnicity, I actually do agree with you because ethnicity, uh, my dad being from the islands and also being a Moor, ethnicity and religion do play a huge part on behavior.
Right.
So I agree
And
with that.
just like the Backabush people are totally different from the St. Anne and the Kingston people. They have a different set of traditions on how they operate in their relationship. I used to live in the grill. I know.
So, what do you prefer women that are black but of different ethnicity and culture? You think you fare well better with women like that, or just American women? Because American women do still fall under ethnicity and culture. So, do you feel as if you like women of different ethnicity as far as like what they're bred from, like their DNA?
So I think talking about women is too triggering. I think I'm going to answer that question once again as it relates to man, but it's the same answer. I tell my male clients, you have a set of things you need to do, like an immigrant does for his wife, that supersedes your feelings about it. You signed up with this person as a team. Full stop. You are a team. So you as a dude, you have to self-analyze and self-reflect just like a woman does in order to make this team work. Because you guys have, if you guys allow your emotions or your, hey, woman's fear should be doing this because I'm thinking for her as a woman on what she should be doing as a woman, now you're not self-analyzing yourself. So yes, I think that outside of this country, people tend to do those traditions and cultures more so because it's ingrained in them all the way from sixth grade up. As opposed to here, going back to Faith's point, is so free that
But I'm gonna tell you something. My Listen, my family Mr. Research, my cousins that are still actively living in Barbados, they praise white men. So I don't know how well you would fare with them because
Yeah,
they don't even want to
I
date you.
I understand why they praise white men for the
They
same.
think they literally think white men are the better choice. They think that white men are the level up, and they think that they don't want to lose to a black man. They think black American men are trash.
I understand that. I totally understand that. And through my experience, I'll tell you why I understand that. It's the same thing that happens over in Africa. When somebody comes over there and white is all they see as the business people, white is all they see as the educator, white is all they see as the power structure. And here's this black guy that just wants to work. Of course, that's going to happen. Of course, she's going to try to bleach her skin to be part of that. The same thing happened in history when the Moors were running everything. You had Italian girls trying to get darker. You had Greek girls trying to get darker because at that point in time, the Moors were the educators. The Moors were the power structure. The Moors had the business. That always happens. So, yes, I totally agree. I am not in disagreement with you. It happens all the time.
Yes, and I know Mahogany knows this by working in the dental field. I work with a lot of women from Africa, Ghana. They want white men. Literally, y'all. That's what it is. That's why I don't know why black men are online talking about dating women in these other countries because they literally do not want you. There is a bad reputation on black American men and black women culturally, globally. We don't have that on us. We don't.
I agree. I agree on that part.
I didn't know if Faith was going to say something. I wanted to chime in a little bit. Were you going to say something, Faith? I saw you.
No, go ahead.
Oh gosh, it's a deep topic. I'm gonna say this, and I've actually had discussions with Faith about this. I'm gonna say I'm just lay it all out. Me personally, I am a chocolate sister, and I like chocolate. That's just me. But I've never gotten up here, not one time, and I never will get up here and tell anybody who to date because it's your life to live. You got one life to live, right? But I am wary. I'm wary of when we as people date out of our race for the wrong reasons, whether we're men or women, because we think that the grass is greener. Me and Faith have had so many conversations about this. You got to be careful when you do that because, first of all, it's not greener. They're people just like we are, and they have flaws just like we do. But like I said, there's this frosty glass, I think, that some of us have for many different reasons. And I'll even agree with Mr. Research what he said for some of the same reasons he was talking about not seeing that. Women's Fair brought up, I worked for 3 African American dentists, top of their class. I'm very proud. Been with them for years. I've also worked for non-Black dentists. And I did work for one of my dentists he was from the islands. It wasn't Jamaica. I don't remember which island he was from. Was it Haiti? I think it might have been. I don't know. But he told us the story because he ended up having to go back to dental school again because they didn't accept his license from overseas. But he was one of the best doctors we had. And you'd be surprised. Black folks are so messed up in the head. You'd be surprised how many parents they wouldn't want him. They would want the white dentist. So I'm saying all this to say that some of our people have some serious issues. If you think that the color of somebody's skin or even their culture or whatever, it makes them somehow better because, and I'm going to try and make this short. And I say I'm concerned for both sides because there's wicked people out here. If you want to date somebody from another race just because you love them, please, by all means, be happy. But if you're dating them because you think it's going to be better, somehow their shit's not going to stink and they're just going to be this perfect man or woman, you got news for you, honey. And they're going to run you in the fucking ground because you think people are stupid. You think people don't know what you're there for. Let me tell you something. Being surrounded by white folks in the service, for the longest time, I was the only female and the only Black soldier. I'll never forget. We were out in training in California when Trayvon Martin was shot by that dude, and you won't be if you know the military, but I had to sit there and listen to whispers and, oh, well, he must have did something. Oh, well, he overpowered him and he must have did something wrong. It got so bad to the point where I had to step away from the table. I couldn't listen to it. And these are white folks. Some of them had Black spouses. Some of them had mixed children. Some of them had this and that. So I'm just saying, and I've always said this, being able to marry them, mix with them, have children with them does not necessarily change their mentality. And we need to change our mentality and have some self-pride first before we go anywhere. Because if you don't like yourself, I don't see how. If you don't love yourself, and people that look like you, I don't see how on earth you're gonna travel the world and say that you love them. And these people are stupid. They know that. The second thing I want to say, before I pass the mic, is that well, that pretty much did it with that. And like I said, as far as the women I'm concerned, because we had just a couple years ago this guy, it was all over the internet, gave several hundred, they say several hundred Black women HIV on purpose. You think people not going to pretend that anybody will screw you? Anybody will screw you. We see that over and over again. They will screw you, have babies with you. It does not mean that they actually love and care for you. So find somebody you love despite the color. But when you're looking desperate and you're just doing something for the wrong reasons, you're itching for a bruising. That's all I can say about that. And I don't like to see us hurt. I don't like to see the women hurt. I don't like to see the men hurt. The same thing with the guys. You're going over there with cloudy glasses and you think everything's just going to be peachy keen because you think she's more feminine because of her culture. And when she go up, how many of y'all have seen this? I know I've seen it. The darn woman is going upside his head. And I'm looking like, okay, so you chose that over LaQuetta? I'm thinking, me and LaQuetta sitting over here laughing, watching your wife go upside your goddamn head. So I'm sorry. I mean, that's my take on the whole thing. You can have it, babe.
So I totally agree with what Mahogany just said, and even going back to what woman's fear. Let me answer her question very quickly. I think that what happens, people don't understand the history of being melanated, whether you're man or woman. Even Asia Boo says something in the chat room. So let's go back to before Faith speak. Let's go back to woman's fear question on why Black guys get fascinated with this whole uh, thing of dating outside. Like I said before, I got a certifications for men's issues. I've been counseling dudes since 2005. Doesn't mean I'm perfect. I just get guys into the realization on how this world works. And to your question, woman's fear, guys can't think beyond their penis. They are in boy mode. It doesn't matter how old they are. If you cannot think beyond your penis is your only power in how you think. You are a boy. Now, women will come along and say, don't call him a boy, he's a man. No, in the cigar room, you don't see a lot of boys because undisciplined dudes are kicked out of the cigar room. Dudes who are not stoic, please go look up that word for everybody who wants to understand men. People who are not stoic are not around the cigar room. We don't like boyish dudes because boyish dudes can be weaponized by white women, Chinese women, and white men because they're willing to do anything to feel sexually gratified. They only talk about dating. So if you want to understand that woman's fear, that's where the problem comes in because these dudes many a times they're making moves that has nothing to do with them being more powerful. It's making a bag of money and having free irresponsible sex. That's boyish. Going back to what Mahogany says, which is what I agree with, and I think Asha made a point. Black women don't realize when they're being weaponized. And here's what I mean. Yes, you can go fall in love. Just like Woman's Fear says, she always thought white boys are cute. No problem. Get with the guy. Y'all have a happy life. No problem. I don't think no black man should come into your world teasing you about it. But there has been a history of people, like what Asha said, that's going on in Africa right now, where Chinese guys are scooping up black women, but it's just to get their lineage. Chinese has done this in Mongolia. Chinese have done this in Taiwan, scooping up women to get their bloodline lineage, and then you never hear about that woman again. What happened
But
over
you know
in
what?
wait, let me just finish. What happened over in the Queen of Sheba? Took her lineage, killed her brother, and took over her land. What happened to the Queen of Lake Chad? She went against her traditions as an African, had a baby by this Iraq guy. You never heard from that queen again, and and he became sultan of the region. What happened to Queen Dido? What happened to Queen Nefertiti? All got weaponized. So what I'm saying is, just like what Mahogany said, in conjunction, women, just because you're finding love, or black guys, just because you're being sexually gratified, you got to realize, is this a sincere connection? And if it is, you as the black person, male or female, y'all gonna have to develop this. It's the same way when that African lady got disrespected by her white, the African lady with the two twin girls got disrespected by her white boyfriend publicly. Well, you never taught this dude how to appreciate blackness. You never taught this dude how to appreciate African. So quite naturally, he still have those anti-black jokes that he thought were just jokes. You should have been correcting that. And that's why I like that Mahogany just said, but I'm just saying it in a different way. Go ahead, you guys.
Oh, I just want to say one thing, then I'm gonna leave the panel. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate y'all, the whole panel. Um, yeah, Mr. Research. Sometimes when you're not the first person I kind of rubbed the wrong way the first time they met me. I've seen you around. I think a few places. I think I've seen you in Reg and a few other places. So, you know, holla at me if you see me in the chat or whatever. Make no judgment on me today. I'm just being me. But I'm enjoying the conversation, so no hard feelings or anything. Appreciate you.
No, we good. As a matter of fact,
No.
I'm gonna leave also so Faith and Woman Spirit can have a moment.
Right.
All
Well,
right.
thank you both for coming up. I appreciate you. Mr. Real Estate, this was a hell of a conversation. You really brought a hell of a lot of punch to this conversation. But oh, they're both gone just that fast. Wow. All right, Woman Spirit. Well, I guess it's me and you. I guess we're gonna end up ending it off tonight.
Yeah, I enjoyed the conversation. Can you hear me, Faith?
Yeah, I can.
Okay, I didn't see my mic moving. I'm enjoying the conversation. I want to say this. It's just, I'm telling you, as somebody that has active, I have done it for years, dated outside of my race. There is no better man, black or white. This is why I started going against the divestors, because I knew they hadn't dated out as much as me. I knew they were new booties. That's what I like to call them. New. In love with the idea of dating outside of their race, but not actually doing it in real time. And I knew that. I could tell by the way that they talked. And I said, there's no way you've been dating white men or non-black men and you don't know that they are no better, if not worse. So I started pointing it out. So I'm happy Mr. Research brought it up, because it's a very significant point and issue, and it trails back to the better class of woman. Because having those experiences made me a better woman. I realized right away my issue ain't with black men. My issue is with being oppressed by men.
Right.
Having men force their entitlement on me. Dealing with that on a day-to-day as a woman. You can't even go in a diner. Because if a man ain't going to do nothing else, he going to tell you he a man. And you must and will respect me.
Mm-hmm.
And that can be very oppressive, and as a very liberated sovereign woman, that has been very difficult for me. So I realized very early that it was just men, not black men. Black men are just in the closest proximity to us, which is why we have the most tragic tales by them. Because they're our brothers, our fathers, our cousins, our friends, the guys we went to school with, who we got children with, all of that. And because they're all of that, that's why we got the tragic tale about them. But if you ain't gonna climb up on these panels and be honest about that, you making it seem like there ain't nobody ever hurt you or none of that, and you don't give a damn. Well, you just need to shut the hell up because you ain't helping nobody
Woo.
heal.
Oh my God. Hold on a second, girl. I'm getting my whole life. Woman's fear, so much goddamn growth. Goddamn. Okay, first of all, I'm so glad that you said that it's not just black men, but it's men in general, because that has been my experience. I'm in the trucking industry. I'm in a male dominated field here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how many goddamn white men have stepped on my toes
Yes.
throughout my career, have tried to stand in my way, and have been jealous of me
Mm-hmm.
because I was better than them. And it
Yep.
wasn't just black men standing in my way, it was also white men. I'm
Mm-hmm.
so glad you said that.
Yep. I had to realize that it was the oppression of men and the entitlement that I was frustrated with. It wasn't black men. So once I realized that, I started pushing that message. And, getting black women to go on a ride with me is something I'm very good at. I drive it home so bad to where you can't deny it. You can't. So I get the plight of women. I get the plight of black women more than anything. And what we are upset about is that we feel like our raw and true nature is not accepted by our own racial demographic. But you got to be honest about that. You can't just be climbing up here with these large panels and huge following, making it appear as if it ain't personal. No, this shit is
But
personal.
here's the thing that a lot of black women don't understand when they talk about dating out. The white men are actually worse. They are. Now, our men, they do their little dirt to the best of their ability. But when you get a man that has actual power
Mm-hmm.
behind his doing his dirt, that's worse. I'm
And
talking about
I'm telling you, I've been in
whew,
situations, Faith, where I've checkmated white men and I had to tell a white man one time, you can never talk to me about being disrespectful unless you're ready to talk to your ancestors. And he
yes.
didn't have a word to say. See, if you ain't ready to have this real conversation and you want to make it seem like just dating white men is the answer, you are dangerous, baby. You are dangerous. Because I can tell you right now, I have checkmated white men. I have broken them down to their follicles, to the fact that they don't even have hair, they have fur, to the fact that they can't sit beneath the sun like me.
But here's the thing, black women, we have the ability to bring most men to their knees. And this
Uh-huh.
is why, because we have always been strong. We have always been in control of our own destiny and our own power. We have
Yep.
never, ever had to depend on anybody. And see,
Yep.
white men low key respect that. They
Yep.
do. Because white women have to defer to them for everything. And
Yep.
when I say everything, I do mean everything. But when you get a sister in there, oh, we gonna find a way around your ass.
But see, that's the
Trust and
thing.
believe.
The one they either respect it, Faith, or they can't stand you. Because don't get too proud as the little black girl. Don't get it twisted.
Mm-mm. Oh no, no. Like I said, they use their power against you then.
Uh-huh. I
That's
done
the
had
reason
them
why I
do it.
say they are worse, and they can blackball you.
Yep.
I don't
And
know
they
how many
will.
times I have almost gotten blackballed out of the trucking industry where I couldn't even own my own truck because
Yep.
of a jealous ass white boy.
Yep.
Not a
Just
man, a
jealous.
white boy.
Yep. Just jealous. Trust me, I done dealt with it on dates. When they see that I'm proud and I'm not gonna be the girl that's gonna let them slave sex me, they start acting a little weird sometimes.
Oh no!
So the
Oh,
bet.
try this. Try this.
Mm-hmm.
Try your boss, who is the director of the trucking company that you work for. You
Mm-hmm.
don't want to holler at him. You have a man. You're in a relationship. He gonna
Mm.
punish you by not giving you loads. That's what I'm talking about when they use their power.
Yes. Yes. Trust me, I know all about it. I know all about it. And I listen, this is why I tell black women all the time, stop thinking you're gonna find your white and knight in shining armor. Because when they are a F boy, they are a F boy with privileges and entitlement. And they
No, see,
use it.
Omega, he said, now we spreading scare tactics to scare away black women from black men. What is he talking about?
I don't know. I don't know. We talking about white men.
Yeah, I'm talking about white men. I'm not trying to scare anybody from anybody, but I have always wanted black women to go in with their eyes open. Like you can expand your options. I'm not against that. But please go in with both eyes open and understand that you're dealing with a whole different animal when you expand your options with these men. Because now you're not just dealing with regular jealousy or regular them just feeling inadequate about something. You're dealing with that on top of the power that they have to fuck you over.
Yep. And they will use it, especially if they're in a working position with you. Oh my God. Oh my God. They will use it to the highest extent.
Mm-hmm.
So it's they ain't no knight in shining armor. That's why I don't know why that narrative when I first came to YouTube was pushed around the way that it was. I said, what is wrong with these women? Do they not know white men? Clear, and that's what let me know. I said they ain't never been dating white men like that. They ain't never been dating white men like that. Because if you've been dating white men, you know that they can be ruthless.
Yes, they are. And that's the reason why I don't fuck with them like that. I'm gonna be honest with you. That's the reason why I don't have time for the constant. You think dealing with a black man is a man game? Go and fuck with these white boys and see what happens. You
Yeah.
really got to be strong to deal with that. Now, if you got a pretty basic mindset where you know it's all about dick and pussy and the submission and all this other type of stuff, kowtowing and all that, they already get that from their women. So when they get with you, they're not looking for that. I'ma just burst your little bubbles.
Yeah. Yeah. And I done it several times, child, with the women in divestment. I got them together so many times, because I was saying, the movement of black women and the upgrade of black women as far as our plight goes when it's due to oppression won't be carried by the likes of certain people. And that's divestment. That's people talking about abort black male babies. All that does is paint us under a bitter brush. That's all that does. It doesn't elevate us at all, y'all. Not at all. You so mad at black men, you won't even just have a suitable and sensible conversation with them. And say the fact that you are what? Hurt and angry. Because that's what you are. Hurt and angry. And I'm tired of black women just not saying that. Just say you hurt. It makes for a better conversation. You sitting up here
Mhm.
looking at how deep in the ground you can go. Say you're hurt when it comes to the gender war rhetoric, because I'm sick of it. And just move along. But y'all ain't gonna do that though.
And I want to address Alpha Omega real quick. She says the divorce stats speak for themselves with black women and white men. And here's the thing, that has nothing to do with how the longevity of black women and black men and black woman and white male couplings, because black women and white men don't get together under the guise of fetishes. We don't fetishize each other when we get together, like black men fetishize white women and white
Yeah,
women fetishize black men. They do a lot of fetishizing, and it backfires on them, and that's the reason why their couplings don't last. When black women and white men get together, it's not a fetishization. It's all about things clicking together, and the cooperativeness of each individual, and the two
yeah,
people actually liking each other for themselves. That is usually what the coupling is between black women and white men, not fetishization. Oh
yeah.
goodness, I can't pronounce it.
I say it all the time. I try to tell people that. I'll be like, listen, our relationships are different. But I will. It's some negative ones, and that's
Mhm.
just we're literally sitting up here. This is why I'm sorry, Faith. Too, I want to apologize because when I come to people's channel, a lot of trolls come trying to follow me around, and start mess and ruin conversations. So I apologize for that. First off,
Well,
um,
no, you don't have any control over them, and don't apologize for the shit that they do. That's completely on them. But it's just my job to control my channel and control what's going on in the chat room. So if you hear me, getting down or coming down hard on people, it's because I got to do my job. But I don't blame you for that at all.
Yeah, I mean, I know I bring traffic. If I share a video, it brings traffic. But sometimes it ain't always good traffic. I do have a pretty solid support base that will grow channels. It will grow channels. But um, I be feeling bad when I see people come over distracting from people who are trying to stay on focus and do content. So that made me feel bad. Actually, I started to jump down actually earlier, but I wanted to be, like I said, accountable and stand, and I didn't want to leave you up here and then I just leave because, so, but yeah,
Well, I
I
appreciate
don't like
that.
that. Yeah.
But
So
I'm about to end the stream right
mhm.
now. One last question before I end, because
Okay.
this is about better class of women and the lower echelon of women trying to silence the women, from putting out messages about being that better class of women. So what do you think would be the lower echelon that will come in and try to infiltrate and silence the message?
I think it would be the women that are in opposition of change and growth. They are the complete opposition of it. They aren't even a formidable component, and it blows your mind. It blows your mind to see such women so in opposition of growth at they big old ages, Faith.
Oh
Because it's
yeah.
like growth is a beautiful thing. And I think that people that are so unwilling, they are a problem for society, not just women, but women, children, men, human beings. Like, to me, the better class of women, I hate to say this, and this is hard for me because it's hard for me to come to terms with. Some people got to just be left behind, Faith. Sadly, but true. They're not going to ever change. They are okay with maintaining a facade and lie of a life. Yep.
And they're going to get left behind. Facts on
Yep.
facts. Well,
Yep.
Woman Spirit, I want to thank you so much for coming out and, it's sharing your pithy words of wisdom. Like I said, you also came and you brought some bombshells to the topic. In spite of people trying to derail from it, you kept coming back to it, and I really appreciate that.
No problem. No problem, Faith.
All right, guys. Well, I'm about to wrap it up. I like to end the same way I start, so it's just me now, and I'm going to go ahead with my last words or my last pithy words of wisdom here. But like I said with Woman Sphere, there are going to be the lower echelon of women that do not want a better class of women. They want the current status quo to stay the same. They are going to be like the crabs in the barrel. They're going to say, hey, if I was not a classy woman and I was not successful in womanhood, you can't be either. That's what they're going to say. And when you try to tell them, hey, I'm working on myself, I'm course correcting, I am trying to be a better class of woman, they're going to use shaming language. They're going to tell you, you are just jealous. They're going to say you're ugly. You can't be a better class of woman. No man wants you. You can't be a better class of woman. You're a hoe, and you're always going to be a hoe. So you can't be a better class of woman. You're a baby mama. You can't be a better class of woman. You can't have any children. You can't be a better class of woman because nobody wants you. They're going to say all these hurtful things to try to shame and silence you. And you have to forge on. You have to be strong enough to forge on. And this is what Dee Rail said to me. This is what Kevin said to me. This is what Bro Speaks said to me. My man walked out the room this morning. He said, babe, don't you let these haters get you down. You already won because you have the winning argument. And I'm going to forge on. Absolutely. Tomboy Chronicles said, you can't sit with us. Exactly. Heather Washington says, keep it moving, sisters. Keep going. Don't let these crabs in the barrel hold you back. Don't let them do it. Because what they're doing is they're saying, hey, I see you crawling over the top of that barrel, but if I can't get to the top of the barrel, they're going to reach up and grab your leg and try to pull you down with them. I'm a hoe and you're a hoe too, and don't you forget it. I'm a baby mama, you're a baby mama too, and don't you forget it. No, you can climb to that top of the barrel, you can course correct, you can get over that hump, and you can turn back and you can tell the next generation how they can avoid dropping into the barrel in the first place. So if you see the young crabs around you that haven't gotten to the barrel, you see them crawling up the barrel, hey, you don't want to go that route. Hey, I was in that barrel. You don't want to be stuck in there with those crabs. You want to go a different route. A different route. So when you course correct, part of being a classy woman is to inspire and to help other women, not hold them down, not hold them back, not tell them that they can't be great. And we all have that in us. Now we're all not perfect. Like Woman Sphere said, there's not a perfect one of us here. But if we're going to break generational curses, and if we're going to create a better class of women, that's going to have to start with us. Those that are willing to listen and hear the message, whether that message comes from me, Woman Sphere, Nicole Michelle, JV Desalines, whoever you get it from, Sister George, Concrete Rose, I'm not ever saying that they're not good role models. Like Alpha Omega said, they beat all the odds and got married too, against all odds. And they are classy ladies. I know that I did a videos poking fun at them, but that was me, wanting to fuck with Sister George for a little bit. And I done got my 10 laughs off, so I'm good now. I'm pretty good now. But in reality, I can't argue with success. And I know a lady when I see one. Now, Sister George, she can get crunk and she can get angry. But for the most part, she carries herself like a lady, and she pretty much embodies that, her and Concrete. And so if they can course correct, like Sister George said, she used to hang with ladies of the night. So she went from hanging with ladies of the night to being a married lady. It is possible. But beware of any woman that tells you you can do anything that you want without any repercussions, that you don't have to have any accountability for your actions, that does not hold you accountable for anything. Like I keep saying, part of Black woman empowerment is accountability. And if you are listening to women that tell you that it's like Peter Pan syndrome, we don't have accountability over here, we're women, so we can get away with anything, beware of that type of advice. Do not partake in advice from such, because you will be going into the barrel with them. And if you try to get out, they're going to pull you back down. They're going to tell you, you ain't no better than them, you ain't special. And they're going to make sure they keep reminding you, you ain't special. And if you call them what they are, hey, you a hoe. I'm not trying to be a hoe anymore. Oh, you calling me a hoe? You a hater. You just jealous. I look better than you. You just jealous. Okay, you can look better than me and all of that, but you still a hoe. And I don't want to be a hoe no more. So holla, bitch. You take the good foot that's loose while they holding on to the other one with both of their hands, and you kick them fingers off your feet and you climb out that bucket and get the hell away from them hoes. And once you course correct, don't look back. All right, y'all. You know how I like to do. I love to love on every single one of you. Alpha Omega says, I think for a lot of younger Black women, if they want a marriage and home, etc., they will realistically need a white dude. He will propose to her. I would never sit and wait. Auntie says, peace at the Faith Factor. What up, everyone? Auntie came in at the tail end. I'm about to end it all, but I appreciate you for showing up, Auntie, and as always, so much love. As a matter of fact, Auntie, are you wrenched up in here? Let me make sure that you have your wrench, because I've been giving everybody their wrench today. Okay, yes, Auntie, you are now wrenched up as well. All right. So everybody, like I said, you can't let people hold you back. These crabs in the barrel, they are saying this mantra over and over again. If I didn't make it, neither can you. And when they see you get to that top, they're going to get both of their hands and they're going to try to pull you down. Take your free foot and kick them off. Kick them off with everything you got. Because nobody should be able to tell you who you are. You define yourself. And if you're surrounded by hoes, If you're surrounded by the lower echelon of society, if you find yourself surrounded by that and you don't want to be that anymore, you can define yourself. Nobody has a right to tell you who and what you are. I had a woman tell me the other day, no, you just like me. No, bitch, you and I ain't the same. You and I ain't the same, and you not about to try to drag me down in this bucket with you. Now, if you want to go and do your ratchet behavior, you do that on your own time, but you're not going to put me in the same bucket with you. And guess what? I hoisted myself over that bucket and I'll be out. You don't define me, bitches. I define myself. And that's the attitude you got to take, and you got to be unapologetic about it. I am unapologetically me. I'm unapologetically conservative, and I'm unapologetically a lady. And if the hoes don't like it, well, then you hoes, you go and you sit with each other, but you can't sit with me. We ain't the same. And I'm sorry, but if you want to be in the same class, a better class, if you are in a class, but you're not considered the better class. You can't sit up here and equate yourself with Michelle Obama, Oprah Winfrey, the judge that just got anointed. You can't equate yourself with these women when you have not put in the work of women like this. And it has nothing to do with just a degree or how the women dress. But it's all about who you are on the inside. Your morale, your morals, your standards, your values. And if your morals and your standards and your values are not on par with those women, and if you're not an inspirational woman, if you're a spiteful bitch, if you don't inspire other women, if you're not trying to lift other women up, if you're constantly trying to tear down another woman, then bitch, you ain't a better class of woman. And if you think you can conquer the world with your vagina, that's the only thing you got to offer. You're not a better class of woman. And you can't sit with me because I don't use my vagina to conquer the world. The power in my vagina is for my man only, not for the world. And there's some of you running around here with some woe out vaginas because you done deferred to that for everything. You done deferred to that for so much. It's woe out now. And all the king horses and all the king's men couldn't put your vagina back together again. That's how much you defer to it. And no, we ain't the same, sis. So I'm heading over to the better class of women. And any women that want to head over there with me, you're welcome to join. With that, I got to say, peace. I'm out.